What's up, witches? Where's my music? Oh, it's a slow burn kind of song. Got it. Music's working. It just took a minute. It took a minute to ramp up to get going. How y'all doing this evening? I know I'm later than usual streaming. In-laws are in town, but I'm gonna squeeze a quick stream in here before I go to bed, before I go to work. I hadn't decided how late I'm gonna stay up yet, so we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Getting harder and harder to find the time to stream nowadays. Harder and harder. Harder and harder. Oh, let me get my co-host in here. All right. Okay. Okay. Alright, there we go. Let's fire up to Fallout 76. Because that's what we're playing today. Song's too slow. Skipping. Want something epic. Want something epic. Fire it up. Might listen to a podcast tonight while I'm streaming. My turrets do their job. gather up my resources. Excuse me. Apparently I'm thirsty. Any soup? Yeah, I got soup. Oh. Also well rested. That perk too. Oh, not well rested, so let's go grab that too. No, I logged out in the bed. There we go. Got all my bonuses. I can put another note up for sale. Two up for sale. These out. And these out. Any other doubles? That one 50. There we go. Now I got a few to put up there. Kind of redo my store a little bit. There we go. That got all my notes up for sale now. Now, what else do I have I can put up for sale? There we go. Do it.
I just can't shake these nightmares. Living in space
Already have a red dress. Already have the red dress. Swimsuit? Nope. Worker uniform. What? Yeah, I already have one of those. Okay. All right, ready to go out adventuring. What's my daily quest here? Storage. Oh, we need to go trick or treating. Build spooky candy bowl and give out candy. Complete a daily quest. Build defense, appliance, or crafting items in a workshop or camp. So I need to build 2 appliances real quick before I leave the camp. There we go. Ooh, almost at the next level. Alright, what else is there to do? Daily challenge. Complete a daily quest. Craft bulk wood. Okay. Army building. Yeah, army base kit. Wait. All right. What's next? Daily quest. All right, let's go do that. Soil data holotape. Make sure I got my power armor on before I go do that. We do the dailies. Oh, I hate that it doesn't spawn me on the island. Gotta take my power armor underwater. Alright. Where you at, Deathclaw? Yep, I feel like listening to the in-game music today. Final Fantasy-esque music just doesn't feel right with Fallout here. There we go. Got the holotape. Let's start making our way to the next one. Going underwater. Not something I can collect. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. All the wood I can get, finish that boiled water. Finish my stockpile of boiled water. Hmm. Dun, 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 West Virginia. I refuse to believe anyone's proud to live there. These songs are all old. People might have used to be proud of it, but no, not anymore. I don't believe it.
Old Miss Effie was her name. Through the West she won her fame, being handy with the gun. But she drove the men insane, cause she'd whip out her pistol and shoot most any guy, then sing out this alibi.
The Alec Baldwin song.
The gun was loaded, and I'm so sorry,
Now
my
that people are coming back to this
friend.
area, they'll all want to be setting up places like Foundation.
What you got, bud?
If we expand our area all the way out here, the Raiders don't have a chance.
You show me what you're looking at?
Just to settle down for the rest of the day.
Okay, well, you keep looking at your paper then. Water hauler tape. Where's that one?
With a wrestling heavyweight, and he tried her brand new hole she did not appreciate. So she whipped out her pistol and shot him in the knee. Then quickly
Join a team.
she sang this plea. I didn't know
The gun was loaded.
and I'm so sorry, my friend. I didn't know the gun was loaded, and I'll never, never
Do it again. Oh, it's right near where I need to be. Let's go see this, guys. Camp is not... Damn it. Camp is not too near about a fast travel.
But one night she made a slip.
I'll go to this guy's house.
Then the law it took a hand and made Effie take the stand.
Because I just joined the team, right?
Your Honor, I know you'll turn me loose when you hear my one excuse.
Yeah, there we go. Just exit the map and go back in.
Gun was loaded, and I'm so sorry, my friend. I didn't know the gun was loaded.
Alright, let's go have a look at this guy's house, see what he's got for sale.
Never do it again.
Before we go back adventuring.
Yes, the jury all agreed.
Take a little break
Miss Effie
from the adventuring.
But the sheriff jealous wife was indignant, yes indeed. So she borrowed a pistol and shot this village belle and sang as Miss Effie fell. I didn't know the gun was loaded, and I'm so sorry, my friend. I didn't know the gun was loaded, and I'll never, never do it again. Uh-oh, I didn't know it was loaded.
I think I can speak for most of us when I say we've known a Miss Effie or two in our time. They never learn, do they? like everyone playing would have loved doing it. I just love that someone, somewhere, decided the phrase bingle, bangle, bungle was worth using as a lyric.
There we go. See, this guy, easy to find. Thank you, sir. Trick or treat, motherfucker.
Oh, my head. Oh, I think I have a concussion. Where am I? Oh, why do you look like that?
Why do you look like that? Rude bitch. Guy doesn't have a store? No, he doesn't have a store. Okay. It's going around trick-or-treating right now. 'Cause Halloween. I don't like this song, so we're gonna change it. See what else is on the Fallout radio. What? They got log out after I fast travel to his house. Yeah. Fuck me. Our power radio.
Previously on A Better Life Underground.
I've spent so much time overseeing the vault that I overlooked my own son.
No, you got it all wrong. I didn't steal those chems.
I've heard enough of
He did. He stole the chems.
security. Take
Bastard.
it away.
And now, episode 243 of A Better Life Underground.
But he
to you, Mary. This is beyond the use of a stim pack. I can't say for sure when or even if you'll wake up.
All your stuff's too expensive too.
His blood work is consistent with that of a Mentats overdose.
Mentats? That can't be. He would never resort to chemical enhancement.
Mentats are highly addictive. It's quite possible he's been hiding this from you for a long
A few moments after Dr. Hampton has left, Mary is startled by a knock at the door.
What are you doing here? What if someone saw you?
I made sure the doctor was looking the other way. Besides, Will is my best friend.
Oh, Ben, it's horrible.
I know. I thought you might need some comfort right now.
No, you idiot. This is horrible. The doctor said he might still wake up.
All right, where's my next trick or treat?
But I put my entire stash in his Nuka-Cola.
You were supposed to kill him, not put him in a coma.
I did the best I could, Mary. It's hard murdering someone in a vault with no witnesses.
Why didn't you just lock him in the reactor room?
Great idea. Next time you need to kill your husband, you can do that.
This isn't the time for jokes, Ben.
Well, look, the doc said he might still wake up, right?
Yes.
So, all we gotta do is make sure he doesn't. Why don't we just smother him with his pillow right here and now?
Are you insane? I'm the last person the doctor saw in here. They know it was me.
You're so smart. What do you think we should do?
Mary ponders her devious options for a brief moment.
Trying to murder her husband. Probably for the insurance money.
Crawl into the med bay.
Or maybe because he was, you know, cheating on her or something. Ah, who knows?
There's no way I fit into that vent. You gotta be the one to do it.
Cola. And what are you selling?
Just do everything myself then.
Okay, so you got cheap shit. Here we go. Now we're talking. Prize jack-o'-lantern. I'll take that. Vault Tech jack-o'-lantern. I'll take that.
Together
There we go.
forever. Don't just stand there. Kiss me, you fool.
I thought you'd never had.
Oh, wait just 1 second, you traitor scum.
Will?
William! Oh my, you're awake.
I have been the entire time.
It's not what it looks like.
It's one thing to drug me, another to conspire to my murder. But to kiss my wife?
Will, buddy.
Dun dun dun.
Wife, she.
Can it, you Judas? Tell us.
Yeah, can it, Judas Priest?
Oh, they won't, will they? Say. It would sure be a shame if your conversation was recorded on my pip-board.
No.
After everyone tells me I'll sneak in.
I think the Overseer will be interested in hearing this.
No, it was all her idea. I swear it will. Listen to me. We've been best friends since we were in diapers.
That's what makes this all the harder. You and Mary will be together forever, all right.
Anything for sitting in the Mothman chair?
Jail.
What the? God damn it. Didn't even get to trick or treat at that one.
Time on a better life underground.
Please, I'm begging you. You can't decommission that Miss Nanny. I know to you, she's just another robot. But that's the mother of my child.
Modern mothers know they're busy all throughout the day, and morning is no exception. How can the mother on the go find time to ensure her family gets the nutrition they need?
You can say that again. Some days there's just no time to cook, and my children are such fussy eaters.
Worry no more, Mom. Just turn
I feel like I
to
went to this
Sugar
one.
Moms, America's leading breakfast breakfast cereal. Just add cold milk, and your family has a delicious and nutritious breakfast. With 47 grams of sugar per serving, you can feel
God damn.
that your loved ones
47 grams of sugar.
they need to face the day.
Thanks, sugar bombs.
And they're not just good for you. Kids love the delicious taste. Isn't
No, they're definitely not good for you.
Hi everyone, I'm Billy, average American boy. Gosh, I sure do love sugar
I'm
bombs.
Billy Average American Boy.
Step in my step. What's more, right now, if you collect 10 box tops from Sugar Bomb cereal, you can send them in for a real Dr. Zorbo decoder wristband and a booklet of fun activities. It's swell.
Thanks, Billy. So remember, smart moms to sugar bombs for a happy and healthy family.
See if I can spruce up my backpack and shit. God damn it. All these houses keep logging out when I go to use them. Oh, that's so aggravating. Now there's nowhere left to trick or treat. Alright, I use my own table so I know no one logs out while I'm using it. Some flare. Wow, that's barely even noticeable. Well, their homes to trick or treat at.
Calling all adventurers. Take a tour of the uncanny caverns today.
I only needed one more, didn't I? Yeah, god damn it.
In a world uninterrupted by progress, where man's inexorable march towards
I'll check this one. If,
no sway.
I feel like I went to that one. You know what? Let's just server hop.
Every night kid.
Oh wait, this one I didn't go to. The teapot one. Yeah, I did. Shasloth, I recognize the name. God damn it.
You want me to tell them about our discount on premium
Oh, here we go.
where you explore hidden
Gangnam Style.
all at rock
Go visit his house.
prices? Not to worry, my nocturnal neighbor. I've got it all taken care of. That's why they pay me the big bucks, and you a bucket of moss. Explore a piece of Appalachian history and take a tour of the uncanny caverns today.
There we go. Done trick or treat. Alright, what's this guy selling?
Tonight, in Chapter 1 of Zorbo's Revenge, we find ourselves within the cold metallic walls of Planet Spibulor's military headquarters. It is here, bent over a shiny titanium map of the neighboring galaxy, that the distinguished General Confusion plans his next invasion.
Ow.
The glory, the gunfire, the screams of helpless civilians. Under my command, another planet will soon fall to the steely might of Spibulor.
Nebula!
Is
Wow, really? You locked the Mothman egg thing? Oh my god.
That the nefarious Dr. Zorbo has
Oh, I think I have a concussion.
and is making his way closer as we speak.
Why do you look like that?
Blast this cramped helmet. I'm in the thermonium dust to power my spaceship for ascension. But I should reach General Confusion's personal chamber soon enough.
Curses! This is a map of my own galaxy! No wonder I can't find the invasion target! Did I hear something? It must have been the caffeine synthesizer.
General, I'm trying to make a dramatic entrance.
An unexpected visitor! Could it be? The Emperor who battled in a magnificent race across the galaxy, who stood up to the repugnant morals of that astronaut and his monkey. You must be the one and only Captain Cosmos!
Yes, Your Honor, to me. Wait.
I'm now team leader. Yeah, this server's falling apart. Everyone's leaving.
Is that so? I can't quite see you. Let me
Oh, he locked down everything else. Alright.
Watch what
Thought those were carrots.
we are on the same side. At least I think we are.
My apologies. That was my optical disintegrating beam. I really need to get those buttons further apart.
Yes. Well, as I was saying, I am the former and future Emperor of the Universe, the glorious Dr. Zorbo. And I have heard tell of your authoritarian pursuits, General. You shall be honored to serve me in a quest to take back my rightful claim on the
Luck and
universe.
perception with that machine, huh?
Excellent. My recruitment drive has really come to a standstill recently, Dr. Zirconium. To have you come and volunteer to command an army in honor of Spivulor, it brings joy to my notes.
Oh, that is disgusting. Now, how did you even come to that misunderstanding, General? After all, your martial prowess is truly admirable. But your deductive reasoning skills... poor. I see now how you got your name.
What was that? We must band together and build a giant death machine to take down Jingles the Moon Mongoose? Now that...
Jingles the Moon Mongoose.
Agree with, Doctor. Let's get started immediately.
How did you... I didn't even make... oh, never mind. We'll sort this out later. A spike cage? Why in the world is your personal chamber rigged with death traps?
Why, Doctor, you step right onto that bathroom scale. It should be quite easy to avoid.
Of course. I stepped there on purpose. It was just a test. Your deceptive ineptitude is quite a force to be reckoned with, General. Welcome to... the team.
Yeah, that's gonna use all my oil.
It takes several hours, but General Confusion finally locates
Not worth
the
it.
button to disarm Dr. Zorbo's unfortunate prison. Not before trying out a litany of other similarly unlabeled death
Artisan's
traps.
Corner is a place for creative hands-on learning, and the Wilderness Survival Experience is our most popular program yet.
On the shared frustration of misunderstanding each other. Who will Dr. Zorbo recruit next?
Prepare for
Time comes for them to face each other. Will
See if I can cook some stuff first.
fall prey to General Confusion's baffling misconceptions?
Years ago, saw the world stand together to fight against the Slimoney. But what happens when the world needs the slime? Let's get one thing straight, Slime. I don't like you. You killed my wife. But damn it, you're the best bet we have at getting those nuclear codes back. Apologies mean little from the likes of you. Teach those commies a lesson about personal property, and then we'll talk. This summer, it's slime to infiltrate. It's slime to love.
Why did you rescue me? I'm not your main objective. Maybe after this is done, I can.
It's
There we go. Now I can sell this shit.
Artisan's Corner has everything you need to make your next survival project a success. Are you ready for the thrill and excitement of life in a post-apocalyptic hellscape? By popular demand, this month's creative learning classes are on. Wilderness survival. Courses and crafting materials are now available. Prepare for danger. Prepare for adventure. Prepare for survival.
Dun.
Life is an adventure. Are you up to the challenge?
Mothman egg I won't sell for a lot. My new way to farm money here.
Artisan's Corner has everything you need to make your next survival project a success.
And we're about steaks too.
Artisan's Corner is the place for creative hands-on learning, and the Wilderness Survival Experience is our most popular program yet. Artisan's Corner is the place for creative hands-on learning, and the Wilderness Survival Experience is our most popular program yet.
The sound you're hearing comes to you from the Sonic Squire, a brand new speaker system featured in theaters, studios, and soon your living room. This marvelous, lifelike, one-of-a-kind sound was developed by the scientists at Sonic Sound Systems and is used in motion pictures, concerts, and educational programming worldwide. Imagine your family sitting down and listening to our Commander-in-Chief's fireside chats in crystal clear audio.
Well, I'm just a mechanic. I don't need high-fidelity, laser-crisp sound when I'm working on my car.
Alright, what do I got next?
Mediocrity, Jim. But what about your children? Consider the lesson.
Read a daily quest. Oh, that's right, I was working on the daily quest.
That's the problem, Jim. You didn't think. And now little Timmy's going to spend the rest of his life doing things halfway. Oh no!
Oh no!
Don't worry, Jim. It's not too late. Buy a Sonic Squire, and you'll not only enjoy spectacular, stunning, high-quality audio in your home, but you'll be setting your children up for a future of success.
I'll put it in order right now for the garage and the living room. And then maybe someday, President Timmy.
Why not? With high-intensity, intrepidly bold sound, anything is possible. Visit your local electronics store and ask about the Sonic Squire, the leading brand in audio today.
Alright, tired of listening to old commercials. Let's go back.
This song can be a convenient excuse to, shall we say, overindulge. Moderation, friends. It's all about moderation. Here's a song about the three people you can
Go.
always rely
Another
on.
quest complete.
Me, myself, and I. It's We Three by the Ink Spots.
Another level almost done. How many more levels do I got left on this battle pass anyway? I'm on the final circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 left just on the circle. Damn. What else do I gotta do? Kill Spooky Scorched. Have someone trick or treat at my house. Okay, so they're just Halloween shit. So I just gotta hope somebody goes trick or treating. Alright, now we can actually get back to doing quests like normal. Wait a minute, are there any weekly ones I can do real quick? Kill Spooky Scorched. I just gotta find Spooky Scorched, I guess. They're a rare roll. Done all the event stuff. Yeah, okay. So my teammate completed the quest. Alright. Shadow. Roof squatters. And I guess that's where I'm going. My shadow. Oh, Jesus. I'll take all your food because I can sell that. Got everything else locked down. I knew that would be the case.
What good is the moonlight? That silvery moonlight.
Trick or treat at other people's houses, maybe it'll make them want to trick or treat.
Way, way up above. Yeah, I walk with my shadow. I talk with my echo. But where is that gal?
Plan I don't have yet. I'll take that.
We'll wait for you.
Thank you, sir.
Even till eternity. My echo, my shadow, and me.
What your house look like?
Is anyone missing a limb?
I fell into the ring of fire. Sell that.
A burning thing, and it makes a fiery ring.
Alright, let's go to our quest. Yep, it's in this direction. Ring of fire. Fell into the burning ring of fire. I am running past the Scorched Beast nest. God damn it. Sorry, bud. Didn't mean to disturb you. Jesus. God damn it. Oh my god. I just want to get in my power armor. Forgot you guys spawn these little assholes. we go. Cool. A legendary.
Check in with me from time to time. I may have additional assignments for you to carry out.
What's in this one? Really? All that time to lock on and right in the face. Damn it. Who's talking to me? Why aren't y'all helping fight if you're over there? Oh, I didn't mean to equip something. Oh, time to test out my new machine gun. Where'd it go? Legendary. Damn it, why didn't you remember the gun I had equipped? Oh yeah, this is gonna do the trick. Goodbye. Anti-armor rolling pin. Oh, I guess I'll be selling that one. Terrible legendary drop. Right, let's put all that stuff back. Be easier to carry it if I'm not wearing it. Huh, how did I end up with two of them?
Hello, friends.
Two left legs.
This is Appalachia Radio, and these are the Ink Spots singing "It's All Over But the Crying."
Need the whole chassis. Oh, don't tell me it glitched. Yep, it's froze. Maybe it'll pull itself out of it. I need to go and go back. Need to go open a window. It's a little cold in here. I mean, a little warm in here. Okay, so it just made that power armor I was trying to get disappear. Now I can't do anything. Can't open the menu. I can move around. I can reload. Can't change the camera back to first person. Shoot. Oh, I could have activated it. I could have repaired this thing and had it helping me. Yep, I can't interact with nothing. Oh, that sucks. There's a girl here I want to talk to. So much going on here I want to do, and I'm stuck. Yep, can't bring up my Pip-Boy, can't bring up the menu, I can't do shit. Can't fast travel, that's usually how I fix this. Oh, this sucks so much. Oh, I guess I gotta relaunch the game. Check on my shelters real quick. We go back into Fallout 76, give them time to log me out and shit. Alright. I'm barely maintaining the resources needed to keep this place running. Need more vaults. More vault dwellers. Got rooms, I just don't have people to work them. I don't know how to get more people. Yeah, I just don't know how to get more people in here. I got that fucking thing here. 21 minutes. Low food supply? Yeah, I'm aware. Gotta rush it. Of course, it never works. I gotta pretty much depend on Russian shit working in order to keep this place running. Alright, well, I checked on it. And we'll go back to 76. I think I am going to do that listen to a podcast thing. There we go. Let's listen to a podcast.
Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of the Weekly Planet, where we talk movies and comics and TV shows. My name is James, also known as Mr. Sunday, and with me, as always, is my co-host Nick Mason.
Hey.
Did you just elbow that record player behind you, that duped box?
Oh, I've hurt my elbow very badly.
Yeah, that's right.
I've cut it open. Oh, no.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's go.
That's what I wanted to happen,
Okay,
actually.
great. Well, it's great to be here. I'll slowly bleed out over the course of the podcast because we cannot stop for any reason.
Nah.
We're recording a little bit late, so we gotta power.
That's true.
Okay, it
We
did
gotta
give me
get
the power
this out
armor.
ASAP.
I will sacrifice my life for
Yep.
content.
We were planning on recording earlier, but both of us saw Killers of the Flower Moon.
That's right.
And it went for 4 days.
Yeah, that's right.
So this was supposed to come out Friday.
Mm.
So we apologize. Now we're going to talk about that, Mason. We've got a bunch of other news which is time-coded below, including news on Deadpool 3's release date, including Captain Marvel, the new tracking numbers, and whether Brie Larson wants to be Captain Marvel, a popular 90s cartoon.
She doesn't want to be Captain Marvel?
No! What do you want me to say to that? You
I don't know.
dip down your glasses.
I don't know.
Like, do you want me to
Doesn't always work.
acknowledge it? Or
James, this
like
podcast,
bounce
James,
off that?
this podcast doesn't always work. I just want you to acknowledge that this podcast doesn't work.
I'm
I
happy
want,
to- I would
I
love
want
to.
you to provide a concrete example of the podcast sometimes doesn't work, and here it is.
So, a popular 90s cartoon is becoming live action.
Oh.
Gen V Season 2, Mason. And then Matthew Vaughn's been doing the rounds this week and talking about a bunch of stuff, including a Kick-Ass reboot and a Star Wars reboot. And then, of course, Killers of the Flower Moon, etc. Before we do that, Mason, if you're signed up to BigSandwich.co, which I know you are, if you're listening, I know that you are.
Yes.
Collins, when it's this show and does various other things, recently put up all the Q&As we've done over the years, starting like 2015, 2016,
Yeah, so for a
maybe?
long time, once a year, we would put up, people could make a charity donation to a charity of our choice.
Which we should do again, but we haven't.
Well, I mean, I think we at a certain point we were like, people are pretty busy. They got a lot of stuff going on,
Sure, yeah.
and not a lot of money.
Spooky
to do
treat
stuff
bag.
with.
Yeah.
But look,
They'll
everybody.
funnel it all through Big Sandwich.
Yeah,
Classic.
everybody's
Wait,
back.
was one of those,
Everybody's flush with cash right now.
Yeah, that's
Everybody's struck oil, so we'll bring these.
Was one of
back.
those
But
a spooky one?
We,
Oh, yeah, he
would,
was wearing an
ask
outfit.
people to make a donation to a charity,
Cool.
and then as a little reward, they could ask a question to us, and then we would answer them all in a big block. We did that for a few years, and if you donated any amount of money, you could listen to the Q&A.
That's right.
Yeah, they're all up now on BigSandwich.co.
Exactly. If you want to hear old opinions on things,
That's right.
they're all there.
Some are probably, if you probably listen to them all in a row, you can probably hear a bunch of stories repeated, as well as a bunch of opinions that are completely different from year to year.
That's right.
And just wrong facts. Oh my god, incredible stuff.
Being excited for movies that were bad.
Yep, that's
All
right.
that.
Plan I don't
Being
know.
excited for
I'm-
upcoming years that were bad.
That's
Very
right.
rare I run into one of those out in
got
the
it
wild
all,
anymore.
these
It's got it,
Q&As.
it's got it all. All right, Mason, it's time for delays but good.
I love that.
Due to the ongoing actors' strike, which is still happening, it's all falling down and apart, which I love. They're looking to push back Deadpool 3 off its May 3rd release date to a later date. We don't know as of yet. Apparently, about half of it has been filmed as of so far, and it looks as if Captain America: Brave New World is moving up from July 26th to fill that May 3rd gap.
I see.
Which is where the Captain America with the wings is Captain America.
That's exactly right.
And it's about, what else? Is it about Red Hulk maybe, or is that Thunderbolts? Which is the Harrison Ford one?
Thunderbolt Ross.
Okay, in the Thunderbolts.
Yeah, that's the Red Hulk one.
So he's in this?
Yes, he's in
Okay.
this. Yes.
Wonder how
Well,
much
no,
longer
he's
Marvel will
just,
keep treading water like this. Has anyone seen the new Loki show? I haven't seen that one.
He showed up and he was
Wonder
like,
if they're going to talk about that in this.
Yeah, I remember.
Because he's like, let's get it done. And Anthony Mackie's like, that's so cool. He's just here being like, let's get it done.
Yeah.
Let's get it done and over
Wait, why
with.
am I
What a
encumbered?
pro. Let's get it done and over with and leave and smoke weed and get in a little plane and fly around in a little
That's
plane.
That's right.
What a pro.
So yeah, so that's all. So apparently, Brave New World is. What was it called? What was it was
It's
called?
called
something-
New World Order.
Yeah, and people are like, oh, you can't really call something like that because there's a lot of conspiracy theories around such a thing. Yeah, I don't really know much about this one.
All
to
right,
be
go
honest.
kill another Scorch Beast.
I guess we'll find out.
We'll find out at the movies.
At the movies on May 3rd, unless it's delayed, which could be.
Could
which
very
things
well be,
often
yeah.
are. Yeah, so that's fun. Now, speaking of Marvel, Mason.
Go on.
Deadline are reporting that Captain Marvel. Now, last week it was reported that the opening weekend of that would be 50 to 75 million.
Okay.
Which was a bit of a disappointment.
But not a total disaster.
It could be, depending on...
Somebody else already fighting him?
Absolutely could be a total disaster. Let me just clarify. But now it looks like it's going to make 75 to 80 million, potentially.
That's less of a disaster.
But it's still a total disaster.
A total disaster, and that's unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah.
Considering the last one made $1 billion.
Yeah.
If we're considering this a sequel to Captain Marvel.
That's right, which it is. I think also...
Holy shit! So many!
This, but people aren't going just to
Oh, I
see
hate
anything.
I hate this area
It's
with the
true.
trenches.
It's events.
Yeah.
It's word of mouth. That's the stuff that's kind of carrying at the moment, and especially when you can't get the actors in the movie to promote the movie.
That's true.
There's not really, there's no buzz around it after this. There isn't an Avengers movie, so
true.
I don't. Unless it's like amazing and it carries, then we
Oh,
find out.
God damn
It
it.
is the shortest Marvel movie ever.
Popping up on
Started
the edge of this
thinking
wall.
bad thing, or it means
That's why I hate
nothing.
fighting in these
Can't
trenches.
tell ya.
It could be any of those three things or a secret fourth thing.
That's right. Which we'll only know at time.
Is the director's strike is over.
Yeah, I think
So the
that was
directors-
over like long ago.
Yeah, that's what I
wasn't
thought.
it? Yeah.
So the directors are doing stuff like walking the red carpet with like the names of the cast on the show or whatever.
Exactly. And even though the director might not have actually directed this movie, as we talked about.
That's right, yeah.
Who directs anything, Who directs anything? Martin Scorsese.
That's
And we'll
true.
talk about him. And there's a bit of further Captain Marvel news. This was by the Watch podcast. They said the
Which
future
is called the Watch Podcast?
Yeah. Well, it's
Damn,
called The
we could have
Watch.
got that.
Yeah, but we didn't. I think
I think that would die in essence.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying.
Hard
It's
to
gotta-
Google it. There's a movie coming out called Anne.
And?
Yeah.
No question mark, nothing?
Nope, just
Oh my
Anne.
god, so many spooky
I'm
ones.
gonna Google that. See.
Well, Google's gotten better at finding that sort of thing. It's also gotten worse at everything else.
Okay, so yeah, it just says popular movies. That's the first result, and the first one is not Old Dads, which maybe
You've just been
which
watching.
maybe I'll talk about this week. Yeah, and is directed by Yorgos
Lanthimos.
Lanthimos. Yeah. Oh, Emma Stone, something. Okay.
Yeah, Google's gotten quite good at like, if you're like, oh, that band, the, look them up. It's like the band or whatever. But if you're like, how do I change a light bulb? It's like, oh, it's 20 like AI generated articles about how nice different types of light bulbs are or whatever.
And how nice are they?
Very nice.
Oh my god.
If they weren't so nice, it would be 20 articles, wouldn't it?
I guess that's true.
Where
So
did-
the Watch podcast is
Where did
said
they
the
go?
future of
Jesus
these,
Christ.
those Marvel icons.
This is such a horrible place to
clear.
fight, and I hate these
This is
trenches.
like the people that we're planning to replace.
I want to find
So
who
much
designed
of
this
the
area and
franchise
fucking shoot
anchors
him.
like Robert
Because now I've
Downey
lost the
Jr.,
which one I was
Scarlett
trying to fight.
Johansson.
I lost
As
track
well
of some of them
early
down here.
James Toll, and as had the shocking loss of
Jesus.
Chadwick Boseman. But other MCU Star Wars.
Yes, sure.
We're
I'm getting stuff to sell.
Yeah. We're heading for the exits. The Guardians of the Galaxy cast went on a farewell tour.
There
Brie
she
Larson
is.
grew disillusioned, and Marvel tussled with Sony in a custody battle over Tom Holland.
Yeah.
Like a child.
He is a little
You have
boy.
to go live with Sony during the week, and then you can come and stay with Marvel, your dad, for the weekend.
Sony sucks.
I don't let me have to share my
Got a gauze rifle, that one. I'm gonna have to look at this shit later. I can't even fight the fucking Scorch Beast because
Gross.
stuck in this trench fighting all his
Yeah, 'cause
ass.
I guess the plan was replace Thor, Captain America, Iron Man with like Captain Marvel,
Doctor Strange, maybe.
yeah, Doctor Strange, Black Panther, new Captain America.
Shang-Chi, where's he?
Where's he?
Where
Shang-Chi,
is he?
where's he?
Where is he?
That could be the name of the next movie.
Yeah.
Shang-Chi, where's he?
Uh,
He's back parking cars.
I don't know if Brie Larson was the wrong person for the role necessarily, but the toxic backlash means that Brie Larson doesn't want to play Carol Danvers anymore. And fair enough.
Well, because she can't fucking behave.
Crazy. Like, obviously it's... Whenever we say this, people what, you
She
can't
keeps
not
saying
like
dumb
somebody.
shit.
Yeah, obviously.
Just stop
but
putting these
you've got
fucking...
to acknowledge that, like, the absolute fucking vitriol that has been tossed at her. And most of it is nothing.
It is
like, it's for
absolutely
no
nothing, yeah.
reason. And now it's all kind of gone over to Rachel Zegler as well.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't say most of it's nothing. She kept saying dumb
Snow
shit.
White. A movie, like, what do you even care about Snow? Who cares about
Yeah, you
Snow?
don't
What
care
are you
about Snow
doing?
White, yeah.
What are you doing? So, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if she's like, no, I don't want to do this anymore. It's fucking awful.
Yeah. I mean, she's got her Oscar. She's got a bunch of paydays for a bunch of movies that she's done.
She's doing that Apple show where she's teaching everybody about chemistry or whatever.
What?
She's doing an Apple TV show about chemistry.
Huh.
She's like, I love chemistry. I'm an important woman in chemistry or something. It's called chemistry.
So this isn't Brie Larson teaches us chemistry.
No, it's not
I'm
like...
an important woman in chemistry. I'm Brie Larson. It's just rebranded.
It's not like Jeff Goldblum looks at things and goes, "Ooh, okay, all right."
Not
That's
bad.
called Lessons in Chemistry.
Okay.
There you go.
Does that have a double meaning? Some of the
Damn it.
kissy chemistry.
Mason, it's not out till October 13th,
Yeah.
which is past.
Yeah,
It's not, and I don't know because I haven't seen it.
All right. Okay.
I haven't seen it. So yeah, there you go. I mean, they've got other Captain Marvels as well.
There, I'll
true,
shoot
yeah.
him with this one.
Do you think it is the thing of like?
This one's basically like
He's
which one do you
sus.
like the most? They'll get another movie.
Yeah. Do you think it is a thing where like they should have done an Avengers movie by now?
It feels like they should have.
It's been 4 years since the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
People have forgotten who the bloody Avengers are.
Who are the Avengers now?
John Steed and Emma Peel.
Okay, that's
Those
great.
two weirdo British people.
Yeah. I remember they beat up Sean Connery. in
They
that
beat up
movie.
Sean Connery who's in a bear suit.
Yeah.
You remember that? He was trying to build a weather machine.
I haven't seen the movie, but I do remember that. I know exactly what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
okay, right.
'Cause those are the kind of circles that I move in. Yeah.
The Avengers fan club for people who haven't seen.
God, I can't get shit.
Avengers, but the British version, not the American version, but the movie was American, I guess, anyway.
That's right. Ray Fiennes.
Ray Fiennes.
Emma.
Come back and fight
Thank
me.
you. Emma Thurman.
Emma Thurman.
Yeah. All right. This is via THR. So the 90s animated series Gargoyles
Sure.
is being remade into live action.
Land already.
As a Disney Plus series.
Are they going to keep David?
Was he what's his name? Goliath?
Yes.
Is that the original cast? Yeah, I like that. He was like their Optimus Prime. He was a gargoyle.
That's right.
So my understanding of Gargoyles was that it was the team behind Batman the animated series. They were
Oh, I
like,
don't know.
they were like make your own thing.
Ah.
I remember really liking that show.
Yeah.
And apparently it only did like 3 seasons, but it grew kind of.
They're going to get
cult
Jonathan
following.
Frakes back?
Oh yeah, he was the guy who lived on top of the tower or whatever, wasn't
Yes.
he? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just having a forget. Blah 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 blah. Hang
All
on.
right, auto stim
Series
right
was
back.
received no, it's favorably in comparison to Batman. No, that's not what I'm after. No.
So you've made the mistake there of Googling anything.
Yeah. So some of the writers on this year were coming up
Base
with
Manor,
extensively for
Keywood
Batman the
Mine.
animated series. So there you go. I knew there was
Nice.
some, and there is a kind of a similar, I feel like, aesthetic between that.
The Gargoyles.
Let's go sell
the
this shit,
Gargoyles, but
clean
it's
up my
also that
inventory.
Art Deco kind of, and the Gargoyles.
The Gargoyles,
and it's all at
primarily.
night and whatever. Anyway, what do you remember of that show? Tell me.
Isn't the premise that back in the distant past,
Back in the Gargoyle times.
back in the gargoyle
Back in
times,
the
there were a bunch of
gargoyle times.
gargoyles. And they were gargoyling about,
Yep.
doing some gargling,
Yeah.
which is what you called googling back in the day, and then they get cursed. Don't they get cursed to turn to stone as is traditional gargoyles?
If they're out at night or something.
Or is there
No,
out?
that during the day they turn to stone.
Yeah.
They come alive at night.
But they're cursed so that they'll remain as stone forever until
The castle goes above the clouds or
above
something.
the clouds, which this foolish wizard was like, well, that'll never happen.
Yeah.
Because I don't understand urban planning. I'm an idiot. So then Jonathan Frakes hears about this legend. Jonathan Frakes, the actor, and he gets the
Yep.
gargoyles and he puts
He goes,
them on.
I'm going to use my Star Trek money for something absolutely insane.
That's right. And he
Something absolutely cooked, mate.
and he takes the gargoyles to Manhattan,
Yeah.
New York, baby.
Yep.
And he puts them on a big skyscraper, and then they reawaken.
Yep.
In the modern times.
And they fight crime and whatever.
Yes.
I remember there was an episode where, because some of the gargoyles were smashed in the
Oh,
past,
yes.
because you can smash them because they're made of stone.
Oh,
during
yeah,
the day.
sure.
And one of them, they got like his mind and put it in like a robot gargoyle in the modern
Ooh,
day.
no.
I'm like, well, this is some good stuff, man. Yeah, I really enjoyed gargoyles.
What were the villains, though?
Jonathan Frakes was one of the villains.
Yeah, but besides him.
I think there were other supernatural beings and gargoyles. Probably that wizard comes back.
Because I remember gargoyles, but I
The
have
wizard
no-
comes back and he gets hit by a car because he doesn't understand urban planning
Yeah,
and
that's
urban
right.
environments.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
You fool.
So Gary Dalberman and James Wan's Atomic Monster are behind this. Gary Dalberman wrote on...
James Wan's Atomic Monster is
yeah.
behind this?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, God. Well, I'm glad he's doing that instead of Atomic Monstering around the city.
I think so. Gary Dalberman worked on Annabelle.
You hold this pencil, draw on this animation cell, Atomic Monster. Okay.
Very good. Annabelle Creation, Annabelle Comes Home, and he also did the pilot of a live-action DC series Swamp Thing, that's a good tone, I think, for that.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any of the Annabelle movies, but
Ah.
some to all of them are good, and I don't know which ones.
Right.
But I did like that Swamp Thing
Sure.
series from what I saw of it, and then they cancelled it before it was finished. And while they were filming it, I'm not exactly sure what happened there. So, yeah.
Just good things.
Okay, here's a question for you.
Certainly an image, a portent of things to come. And all good
no
things,
doubt.
you know?
Are they going to cancel this immediately and then take it off the
Gargoyles?
the Disney Plus app? Because it's not Marvel or Star Wars.
I reckon it'll get one season, then we never see it again.
Okay, fair enough. And that's all you want?
Yeah.
Okay, you happy with that?
Yeah.
I mean, it is this thing of like, do people... I mean, we remember it,
Uh-huh.
but even then,
We vaguely remember
I think
it.
people our age don't really remember it, though, right?
No, everybody remembers gargoyles.
Everybody we know maybe who like moves in our gargoyles.
I remember
Sure, sure,
Gargoyles.
sure.
I think a lot of people
What's
remember.
up, dog?
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's.
Isn't
like
Gargoyles
a
using like a lot of memes and shit
It's a
too?
very common thing.
Aren't there like Gargoyles memes?
Video game? That's
Oh
out.
yeah.
I feel people at least,
been
like
watching
younger
Gen
people,
V?
at least recognize it
I'm
as
an
a
episode or
meme.
two behind.
And go,
Well,
oh, that's
I
that meme thing.
Sorry,
Let me watch that.
Cameo. I'll see secret.
I feel like that
cameo.
might be how
Oh,
that
I haven't
works.
seen that yet.
Oh.
Okay, cool. It's been confirmed for season 2.
Right.
Apparently, the end of this season is going to dovetail right into The Boys season 4. I want to say that they're
Okay.
up to.
Maybe it's going to dovetail into the boys season 2.
You reckon?
Yep.
That wouldn't make any sense, Mason. Not canonically and in the timeline, it doesn't make any sense. Why would you say that? People are going to be mad. We're going to get emails about that. Hope
Right.
you're happy.
I am
Stock up
very
on the
happy.
money.
Did a fun little goof.
So yeah, that's not really surprising. It appears to be doing well. And I think The Boys season 4. When's that out? Is that out this year? Might be next year.
Maybe. And then that season is going to dovetail into Gen V season next season, right?
Season 2?
Season 6.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
That's right.
They wouldn't even be Gen V anymore. They'd be like,
Graduated.
they'd be
Got jobs
graduated.
and
They'd have
stuff,
jobs.
yeah.
They'd work in various pubs in Europe. They're
Think?
backpacking. I don't know what they're doing, Mason. What do young people do?
Gen V gap year.
All right, we got some Matthew Vaughn news. It's been doing the rounds this week. You must
Okay,
have
great.
something out.
Yeah, it's Argyle.
Which one's that?
The one with the cat.
Oh,
Cat
yeah.
In the box.
Is that
Cat in the
out?
box.
Is that out yet?
I don't know if it's
Wait a
out yet.
minute.
Okay, cool.
I think I can actually use this
We'll
one.
know when we see what Matthew Vaughn has to say.
Okay, but I've got no information about that. But he revealed at New York Comic Con and then via EW that a Kick-Ass reboot is in the works.
God, that's twisted. But you'd expect that from the twisted mind of Matthew Vaughn, wouldn't
Exactly. He said Kick-Ass changed people's perception of what a superhero film is. Would you say that's true?
you? No.
Okay, we're doing it again. A little bit?
No.
2010?
Nah.
Come on.
Nah.
I think so.
All right.
There were some ideas there that you didn't see before.
I saw them all at a time. Saw them all way at a time.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe for
If
you-
anything, I think it set superhero movies back a bit.
I don't think that's true. Anyways, we're doing it again. So basically, he's doing a Kick-Ass reboot. He says none of the other characters from Kick-Ass are in it, though we'd like to have them back after the reboot. I can't really talk about it, but it's fun. Now, this to me,
Sounds like you're talking about it, bro.
yeah,
Saying it's fun.
this to me though sounds like that this is a sequel and not a
Reboot.
Because in the comic books, there's original Kick-Ass. His name's Dave Lewitsky or something.
Resistance
There's a
31.
second Kick-Ass.
That only gets me
Trisha
2
Lee.
more.
Right.
And she's got like a daughter and she's a veteran or whatever. And she takes on the
26,
Kick-Ass thing.
12.
And she does some mob crime local
Yeah, I
stuff.
lose all my other
So
protection, though.
it's a
Eh,
legacy
not worth
character.
keeping.
Also,
Yeah, sure.
there's
Oh,
I
none
think
of it
Hit-Girl
is.
pretty
God
much
damn it,
remains
I'm still
Hit-Girl
wearing the best
and, like, the
possible
same
armor.
age. But she also at one point...
I wasted all
remember,
that time
puts,
crafting that thing.
Like just a guy in the Kick-Ass suit. She's like, I need like a sidekick. So
Oh,
she
right,
just
uh-huh.
puts like a normal guy in it. He's like, I don't want to do this. And she's like, shut up or whatever. So what I think he's talking about here when he says none of the characters from the other Kick-Asses are in it, but we'd have them back after the reboot. I think they're going to bring back like, or they'll try to bring back,
Multiverse
like,
stuff.
older Kick-Ass,
Yeah, right.
older Hit Girl and all
Okay.
of that.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
Chloe
sure.
Grace Moretz's show got cancelled, and Aaron Taylor Johnson is going to be out of work after Craven, so they bring him back.
You don't think they're going to go dovetail straight into Craven number 2?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay. That was the one where there's a robot and you go into a different reality or something?
Correct, the peripheral. Yeah.
Did you finish it?
No.
How was it?
Great.
You liked it?
I liked it generally, but again, it's,
Why finish it when they're not going to finish it?
No, but I
Yeah,
I
that's
stopped
how I
watching
feel.
before they cancelled it.
Me
but,
too.
But no, it's just a thing of like that show for me is a too much stuff situation.
Okay.
Like I could sit
Because
down.
it's time travel and dimensional and robots.
No, but
and-
it's I could sit down and watch 7 more hours of that, or I could go and watch Killers of the Flower Moon for 4 days.
Yeah,
I've just got limited time now to
Yeah,
juggle all this stuff. You
Yeah,
know,
absolutely.
It's just on the list of stuff that I got to get to.
But won't.
again, why would I? Because it's being cancelled, and it probably ended on a cliffhanger where they were like, "Actually, there's another reality."
Oh,
You know?
another reality?
Yeah. You thought there was only 2 or 3 or whatever.
I guess
there's
I
actually
did.
a 4th one. Oh my god, the 4th one.
I thought there was only 2 or 3.
Nah, there's a 4th one, I
Oh,
reckon. Well, 3 or 4, I don't know. I'm a scientist.
You're a scientist?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
There's an extra one, so there's 3 or 4.
Was it different realities or was it a different point in the future or it was a reality thing, right? Or it was like, this video game looks so real, but it wasn't a video game.
Yeah, it was real. It was parallel universe, I think. Yeah.
It was a time pie.
It was a big time pie. was a big time pie.
Okay, great. That's really good.
All right, there we go.
He also-
I'm a scientist.
That cleans up the inventory a little bit.
too. The Happy
And
Sad
go back to
Confused
looting and
podcast.
shooting.
He always gets a lot of good information, this guy. About a Star Wars reboot, Matthew Vaughn, and what he would do with Star Wars.
I better be twisted on account of his twisted mind.
Absolutely. Said for me, doing a Star
Do you
Wars.
think he asked for some? Do you think they vet that? Because you know how the trailer for Argyle says from the twisted mind of Matthew Vaughn. Do you think they go, "Hey Matthew Vaughn,
we say this?
We're going to say you've got a twisted mind."
Mm.
Like, well, actually, I think it's normal. I think I've got a normal mind.
That's rude.
But you would think that if your mind was so twisted, you would look at all the twisted things you thought, and you'd go, "This is actually normal for me."
Okay, like Tim Burton.
Yeah, Tim Burton, the Joker.
Yeah,
that sort of
that's all
stuff.
normal stuff. Okay. So then you're saying that because it's twisted, he doesn't have a twisted mind? Because he's like, so I've got a twisted mind. But he doesn't really have a twisted mind? It's like Jared Leto's Joker?
I don't think he has a twisted mind, honestly.
No?
What if his work is twisted?
I mean, Kick-Ass is pretty
Not
subversive.
that
And it
twisted.
also, it set a different trend in comic book
I don't think it did.
movies.
Of being twisted?
What about when he put Elton John in that movie for a really long time? That was pretty twisted in Kingsman 2.
He wasn't that for a long time.
What about the time when he used Hitler in a post-credit scene?
Was that him?
Yeah.
That is
That was
Matthew Vaughn.
Kick-Ass 3.
That's pretty
Did we
fun.
talk about that?
Yeah.
No, did we talk about the sequel to that?
Oh, I don't know. But it's happening, right? It's the
It
rise
is
of
happening.
Hitler.
I meant to put
It's
that in this.
the
I'm
Kingsman
curious.
sequel, The Rise of Hitler.
Yeah, here we go. I'm going
Right.
to bring this up. Hang on. No, I can't, Mason. Where is it?
I'm going to see if I can
James,
go
we're
to
just
someone
waiting.
else's
You don't need any information.
No, I
outpost
We're just
and
going to jump in.
take their
Or imagine.
supplies.
For
Or
those
if they
who don't
see if people
know,
lock it
at
down,
the
or
end
do
of
they just leave them
Kingsman
as public
3,
access?
which was a prequel.
Like, what's
At
the
end
meta
they
here?
go, well, I'll tell you what, we've got big things planned for you. Adolf Hitler.
And it was a lot of people, including probably us, were like, "Oh, this is a riff on how at the end of every Marvel movie, at the end there's a ridiculous cameo or like a tease for the next thing kind of thing."
Exactly.
And then a lot of people were like, "Well, this is obviously a joke." Based
Yeah.
on that, like, what's the silliest idea you could throw into what's the most twisted, quite frankly?
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
You could put in there, and they're like, well, what if we teased Hitler as the like a Thanos style?
Yeah.
So, but apparently they're actually doing.
They're going to
this.
do it, yeah. I can't remember what that's called, but there is another Kingsman 3 movie, which is going to have Taron Egerton and Colin Firth back.
Yeah.
That one's called
Another
The Blue
Kingsman 3?
Blood.
Okay.
So there you go.
And we've talked quite recently about Big Game, which is the comic book series that ties together all the
Yeah.
Mark Miller properties, including Kingsman and
Somebody
Yeah,
owns
Traitor
it, but they
King,
hadn't
it's
put
called.
anything
okay,
down on
Kick-Ass,
it.
etc. So I wonder, but these would all be separate production companies, I think.
Yeah, I
Damn
guess
it.
so.
Yeah, so
Damn it! I
Some of
can't.
them, yeah, 'cause-
although they are all from the Twisted Mind of Matthew Vaughn.
it's true. But yeah, Miller World
Oh my god, with the controls, I was just going from one thing to another here.
sold off the rights.
Yeah.
So some are, most are with Netflix, and any that have ongoing contracts, which probably still includes Kick-Ass in this.
Yeah.
But they could probably figure that out.
Okay.
Um,
So how do you feel about a
That's why I don't like being not in
secret
power
agent
armor. Just
movie that's a bit
on
wacky
our own
and
button
twisted,
press.
but
It's so
also
hard to
about the
heal in
rise
this
of
game.
Hitler?
yeah,
A
we'll take
genuine
on the
I hate the animation that,
The
that
bad
forces
guy.
you to play when
I
you use
don't
stim
put
pack
much
when you're
against it. I
not
reckon
in
he's a bad guy.
I'm with
power
you. I
armor.
don't-
When you're in power
we
armor,
don't
you just
agree on
spam
much,
stim
yeah,
packs.
but
The main reason I wear the
Certainly
power
not
armor.
this.
no, we both agree that Hitler
Oh.
was a bad guy.
Oh, okay, right.
Unless you think a different thing.
No, I think that.
Okay, so take on the rise of Hitler, the English aristocracy, because of course there are links between the English aristocracy and royal family to, to like German families and also
So a lot of bad stuff.
and also
generally.
directly Nazis.
Yeah,
a lot of
sure.
for a lot of it, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's great, isn't it? Anyways,
I don't think it is great.
no, I think it's great that we know that they love Nazis.
Yeah, that's
I think that's
Jesus.
Yeah, it's a good.
Yeah, like I can't even use
Sorry,
VATS
you
because
probably
I
think it's
can't
great that
heal
that
when I'm in
was a
VATS.
secret. That's what you probably think.
I don't think that at all.
So, the Happy Sad Confused podcast asked him about what he'd like Star Wars and doing Star Wars, etc. And he said,
Really
"Doing
aggravating.
a Star Wars movie is to play with the characters I love." They said to me they'd reboot Star Wars and actually have Luke Skywalker, Solo, and Vader, and do your version of it. Everyone would say you're an idiot to try it, but that would excite me. Probably because it's so twisted.
Yeah, that's right.
Why the characters say hello from 1977? You can't redo it for a new audience.
Oh, question mark.
Damn it!
Star Wars is a Skywalker family.
It's
and
constantly
that's
getting, like,
where I
getting
think
fucking
they've gone
bodied
wrong.
over here.
They forgot. They've done brilliantly in TV, but it needs handles.
Someone's angling for a job, aren't they?
Yeah, but it needs an epic new film. That's what I do. Everyone is going to go batshit crazy, but let's bring it on. If you want a new generation, make the movies for them. The old generation, hopefully, make
Bunch of squares.
Oh my God.
enough and that you
My health
enjoy
drains
it.
so fast when I'm not in power armor
Let your
too.
bloody go, mate. What do you think of that?
I don't think I want that at all.
Yeah, why?
Put my damn power armor on.
Give it a reboot.
Can't
Okay.
believe I'm like that useless
Okay.
without it.
So we're talking Skywalker family, Luke and Leia, and Darth
why
Vader
not?
and
I mean,
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
either that or like start something else, like with like different characters in a different part of the universe.
I think the part he said there, where he was like, you know, people have lost touch. It's all should be all about the Skywalkers. They tried that. It didn't work.
No, I don't think they did.
Okay.
I think they haven't had a really good shot at like doing a complete like different part of the universe and whatever.
Okay,
Just
yeah.
different people.
Sure.
They haven't had a run at it. It's all like Skywalker adjacent.
That's what I'm saying.
So what am I saying then?
You're saying the same thing that I am, I think. I'm saying that Rise of Skywalker was like all about Skywalker, and we're refocusing on the Skywalkers, and I'm
Okay,
saying,
yeah.
and that's what he seems to be talking
Yeah,
about
okay.
here. He's like, well, they're not doing that. They did, and it didn't work. And I think Matthew Vaughn, your mind's so twisted. That's the problem.
It's twisted.
That's your main problem, honestly.
What would if you were to do Star Wars again? How would you even do it though? I mean, you would put yourself in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Presumably it's Luke Skywalker.
As everybody.
Everybody?
Yep.
Okay. Aside from that, like, what would you do differently? Like, do you not telegraph twists? You know, do you because you can't get to the second movie and go, "I'm your father" or whatever, because it's like.
It's true. Yeah.
At this point, it's been 40 years.
Yeah. I'm your mother.
I'm your mother.
And that's how I met your mother.
Because I am your mother?
Yep.
Because I'm that person.
That's
And I
correct,
always
yes.
knew me.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
That's a really good question, Anna. Maybe.
They need to just let Star
what
Wars
about
die.
What about a series of 15-minute shorts, and you have to go to the movies?
Oh yeah.
Like the old movie serials.
Is it $6?
No, it's $25. But I've got you, haven't I?
It's pretty twisted.
I've bloody got you.
It's pretty twisted. You and Matthew Vaughn should start a podcast.
Yeah.
It's called Two Pricks.
That's right.
Two Twisted Pricks.
The Twisty Boys, we could call ourselves.
Yeah. I mean, because like they reboot Spider-Man every 4 years.
They do.
And in the comics, there's so many different, like the video, which I haven't yet to play. The new video game, it's a whole different timeline and whatever. And
what about?
But then again, do you want like a new Skywalker saga every 10 years?
No.
Because then you fall into that trap.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What about if it's more like? What if it's more like arty? Like it's more like a Kurosawa film. Like it's more kind of like it's. What if it's like dead serious, but it's not, and so it's not like quippy and it's very like.
Ronin samurai.
Yeah, militarized, and it's like very like. There's not a lot of dialogue, and it's kind of I think that's the way I would go. Given unlimited money, and complete installation from fandoms, so I don't have to talk to anyone. I do it like that.
Who was the guy? Because they wanted Toshihiro
Mifune?
Yeah, he was going to be. George Lucas wanted him to be Obi-Wan.
There you go. Yeah.
Which would have been pretty amazing, actually. And I think he's dead.
Can't get him then.
Yeah.
Does he have family though? Because we could get his life.
Get a hologram version of him. That's what they do now.
That's the perfect movie.
You're not allowed to die
What
if you're an
about you?
actor.
What would you do if you had to?
I think
They'll be using your
I don't know,
likeness in
you go back to,
perpetuity.
like the Star Wars
Until the
I
end
think
of
you'd
time.
probably work in more because the
Oh,
original
come
Star Wars
on.
is pretty focused on like.
Yeah.
You could kind of branch out a little.
But I can't
into
even just,
what
like,
else
loot
is
the stuff
happening,
that's already
like,
here.
Due to budget reasons, I think maybe
Because I
more
become
serious.
wanted.
Not serious. That's the wrong word.
So, because when I think of like like you said with the Star Wars, when you think about like the Ralph McQuarrie paintings,
Yeah, like that.
it all
kinda-
feels like kind of desolate.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't feel like there's a Han Solo, going around doing quips and,
Yeah.
like high
I've
adventure.
now been
It
marked
just
for the
feels
entire
like
map
this
to
kind
see,
of,
all
like,
because I wanted to try
bleak
to
military
loot a place that
universe,
apparently
and there's
someone
just
claimed.
like hover tanks rolling in. and
So they just
blowing
claim it
stuff
and then
up,
don't
there's
do
not a lot of
anything with it?
dialogue
Is that what
and-
happened here? Just
That's
so you
what
can
it
get somebody
feels.
wanted?
Okay. Yeah.
Is that the
Adam,
trap
yes,
I've fallen into?
We both agree.
We both agree.
Hitler is bad.
Yep.
And this thing.
Nice. Great.
Right. Should we move it along?
Let's move it along.
Now it's the spookiest time of the year.
Go on.
I'm not just talking about tax time.
What are you talking about?
Well, we've got new horror movies. And this one is called Killers of the Flower Moon. Would you say it's an epic kind of murder saga?
James, have you
that
fundamentally misunderstood what a horror movie is?
Well, yeah, I
Travel
thought
back
it
to my
was
house, I
weird.
guess.
If you don't feel that way about the events that have taken place in this true to life story,
I thought they were totally radical.
what?
Yeah, that's right. And totally tubular.
I didn't think any of that actually. I thought it was actually pretty bad.
Oh.
Anyways, this is Martin Scorsese's latest movie on a budget of $200 million.
Nice.
And you can see every blade of grass on the screen.
That's
I tell
that
you
bloody
what.
Apple money, baby.
Oh, it really is.
And Apple gets a little bit of a product placement, don't they?
Do they?
Those apples.
Oh, they did have apples in it, yeah. The box office return on this is 44 million internationally, which people are saying are good. Is good. I don't think it's very good.
Compared to $200 million.
But also, this money came from Apple. It's going to Apple. I would say this will make its money back. And it seems to have good word of mouth. I mean, the only thing is because it goes for 44 hours, that you are limited by screen time. But
we say that, you know, even though Avengers Endgame was 3 hours and 10 minutes or whatever it was.
But this didn't have like 12 movies leading up to it or whatever.
That's true.
In the Killers of the
So it's
Flower
less
Moon
time,
saga.
ultimately. Ultimately, the runtime,
Yeah.
the runtime you're committing to is significantly less than the Marvel saga, the
Yeah,
Infinity
I
Saga.
guess it is if
isn't
you look at it like that.
I do.
Yeah. Anyways, what do you think the story was?
Oh, come on, mate.
Yeah, man.
All right, so it's the 20s-ish.
Yeah.
It's the 1920s-ish.
Yeah, it's a little bit before that, but then it's after maybe.
That is very
Yeah.
true. It's set in
There
Oklahoma.
we go. I'll just
And there's a
lock this down.
Correct.
So I'm
It's
protected
in the
while I
background at all times.
do my shit. And then my,
Yeah,
my
they got
turrets
the
and stuff will
license.
go
Yeah,
after
yeah,
if they try to break
I'm
in.
forgetting where this is.
But that's the
It's
home
hot
of
in my
the
base.
Native American nation.
Yes.
And apparently their land is very bad. Nobody wants it, but then it turns out...
Well, they were moved to this land as well. Yeah.
So but then it turns out there's oil on the land.
Yeah.
And because they're quite canny, they found a way
Yoink.
to control who gets access to the land and who gets
Bring this
paid
inside for a minute.
for the oil and all. So they become one of the richest nations on Earth.
Mm.
And
I think it's like per person, it's like the richest place. It was
Yeah.
the richest place in the world.
So a lot of people come there looking for work and stuff to do.
And looking to take that money, whatever.
Yeah,
it
exactly.
means.
That's right. And
Necessary, yeah.
so over the last few years, there's been a bunch of deaths of these Native American people, and it's like, what's going on there?
What is going? And it's pretty clear from the get-go what is happening. It's not really a whodunit.
No, that's true.
It's a this is how we done it.
Yeah.
And continue.
This
to
is
do
how
it
we
throughout
done
the
it.
movie.
Yes.
We will do some more spoilers, but this is adapted from David Grant's 2017 novel, and basically what he did, he didn't know much about this going in, which I also did not. Me and him have that in common.
Yes.
But
what are you guys, best buddies or something?
we don't know each other formally, but I
Okay.
feel like we probably have similar interests and tastes in podcasts. He likes this podcast, I would imagine. But
Not for long.
no. But
We got some stuff to say.
so there were bits and pieces kind of known about this ongoing event. You know, people went missing, people were murdered, people died under suspicious circumstances.
People committed suicide with
Yeah.
bullets to the chest,
Exactly.
on the back of the head, and
Yeah,
so forth.
things like that. So a lot of these things were known, but he kind of sat down and went through all the documents, like court documents. You know, who was, because a lot of the time, if you were a full-blooded Native American, you weren't allowed direct access to your money because they didn't
Yeah.
think you were competent. So you'd have to have a handler who would then, by the government, who would allocate you resources.
Yeah, give you an allowance, basically.
And some of those people would go through like 5 different people who would mysteriously
Add all my
die,
candies to the
Yeah, right.
you know, under various circumstances. So in putting that together, he focused on, well, there was a number of people who were doing this, but a couple of the leads in this, Robert De Niro and Leonardo DiCaprio, were kind
How
of
long
I've heard of them.
am I
the main
wanted
people who
for?
were
I
kind of
wonder?
perpetrating, you know, this series of events. And so that's like the focus of the movie, essentially. And I'll tell you what, Mason, it's not a fun time. You're
Sure.
not going to go into the cinema and be like, wow, I am...
It's not unfunny, though.
There are some very fun moments in it. There's some very dark lines and humor and that kind of coming through, but it doesn't feel like something that I want to see again anytime soon.
Interesting.
And that might be
Not
like,
tomorrow?
Well,
Because we could go tomorrow.
I can't go tomorrow, actually, because I'll be looking after my daughter tomorrow.
Okay.
If that's okay with you. I could bring her, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's not like, if you like The Departed or Goodfellas or Wolf of Wall Street, it's not that kind of experience. Like, even though
No,
The
you're
Departed
right.
Departed
Yeah.
is grim.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like a good, fun kind of time.
Yeah, I mean, look, some of Scorsese's movies are about, like, America and, like, the corruption in America and, like, people who are trying to, make it by any means necessary kind of
Yeah.
thing. But I think this one is sort of more about how, like, just real obvious evil in
Yes.
the world kind of thing.
Absolutely.
So in this one, Leonardo DiCaprio plays a guy who has arrived in this town in Oklahoma because he was in World War I and he's just looking for something to do after that. And his
Yeah.
uncle whose nickname is King, is kind of like
Yeah.
a big shot played by Robert De Niro in this town who can make stuff happen and builds schools and does all this sort of stuff. So he's there to see if he can get a job from.
Yeah.
And
he's a stalwart of the community.
he's a
which
real
is the-
stalwart of the community. And in coming to town, and DiCaprio gets a job as a driver, like a cab driver.
Yeah.
And then he meets Molly, who is played by Lily Gladstone, who is a Osage woman who has, she's got some land rights, so she could have a lot of money, sort of headed her way, kind of thing.
Exactly. And I mean, what's amazing about someone like Robert De Niro? Like he'll do like a Bad Grandpa or like I'm on a road trip with Zac Efron. But that might be the same movie.
Maybe.
And that's all fine and good, but I kind of forget that like, oh, he's like 80.
Yeah.
But he's still incredible. He's doing an accent.
Sure.
Which he probably worked at.
Yeah.
You know?
Probably wouldn't do an accent for anybody besides Marty.
I can't imagine he would, absolutely not. And Leonardo DiCaprio was just frogging it up. He's got the froggiest face he's ever had.
He's
got his bad teeth in.
He's frogging it. He's bulldogging it. I mean, for me, this movie is all about the performances. I think.
Okay.
That like sustained me through the extraordinarily long runtime of this.
I think the pace picks up.
Yeah.
After like the first hour, probably.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah. There is a lot of establishing of the world, but he's just like just a spineless worm of a man.
Just a moron as well.
He's dumb, and look, Scorsese's had some dumb protagonists.
Yeah.
As I'm sure people would know, but he's just a guy who he loves money, as he says, and he just wants the.
Let's go in here where I'll be safe while I'm wanted.
Does he have any principles? We don't really.
It's weird because he marries.
I'll be safe in
Molly,
here.
played by Lily Gladstone, who's incredible in this, by the way. And there is that sense, and I couldn't really find any kind of concrete information because you really get the sense in this that he does love her, but is also willing to just do literally anything to.
He's simple.
He's simple.
He's very
but also completely unaware that he's simple.
Yeah, like he genuinely does. He genuinely seems to love Molly, but also his uncle's like, it's probably a good idea if you marry her, because maybe you'll end up with some oil rights. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he's
That's
like,
good.
And then his uncle's like, well, you should do this, and he's like, oh, okay, kind of thing. Like just this. It's DiCaprio and his grub era. He's a real grub. This guy.
Absolutely.
My noodle, what's good?
What's up, man?
Just some casual Fallout farming. Hiding in my base right now because I am I'm a wanted man.
Wanted man?
I'm a wanted man.
Oh, no.
I became wanted. So other players can just PvP me at any time now. So I'm like, I wonder how long it takes for your wanted thing to disappear. Mm-hmm. But I'm open to whatever. Just kind of play single player games to kill time until the crew shows up, and one showed up tonight, so. Oh my god, let me place this. What object is it intersecting with? There we go. God, it's so sensitive. Come on, baby. Give it to me. There we go. Lined up. Close enough, I guess. Try to move it a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Now they're lined up. Bowling. Base. Hanging out in my base till I'm not wanted anymore. So I figure I might as well do some housekeeping. Dead or red left. That's a song too classic for you.
I'm heroes.
I am surprised someone who doesn't get references knows Bon Jovi. This is
My mother listens to too much old rock.
There's no such thing.
I don't know. I think there is.
No. There's really not.
There's
really not.
hours on a Spotify playlist, maxing out the Spotify playlist. You know.
First of all,
I think that's a little much.
First of all, there's entire radio stations you can listen to
Yeah,
for
I
free
know.
that do this 24/7. 12 hours. It's child's
To
play.
be fair, though, they play like the same fucking 25 songs.
I mean, don't get me wrong, they roll out the hits. But a good station, I know it's going to vary from city to city because they're all local garbage, but a good station's going to, you know, you're going to throw some B-sides in there, some little lesser known, some bangers. Some like, oh, threw me a curveball here. But the audience they go after does tend to listen to music the way children do, which is probably the same 25 songs on a loop for the rest of their lives. I don't know how anyone can listen to music like that, but yeah. That's pretty much my kids. Because they're children. Children will listen to something on repeat forever, and they never get tired of it, because they have the memories of goldfish. And I guess when you're old, you become a child again, and you have the memory of a goldfish. And even though you just heard that song 10 minutes ago, it's stuck in your head, so you want to hear it again. And again. And again. Oh, God. $50 cal? Yeah, I don't need 2 of those. Put that up there.
Your Valve is apparently making a new game.
What? Valve's making games again, you say?
Yeah. I've just seen YouTube videos about it, so don't take that as... I was wondering if you'd heard something.
I hadn't really looked. Accidentally scrapped the teddy bear I was trying to keep the other night. God damn it. I was going to put that in here. Alright, what other new shit can I put in? I gotta find my...
Have you ever seen Killer Bean, Dad?
Killer Bean?
Oh my god.
What's this bean you speak of?
So it's kind of retarded, as all things that I, you know, eventually share with you.
I've come to expect it. I'd be disappointed if it were anything else.
But it's an 1.5 hour long movie about coffee bean people. And it's actually okayly animated. It's not good, but you learn it's made by one guy.
Sorry,
and it's kind of impressive.
I already gotta stop you right there. Coffee bean people? Like we're really just gonna gloss over coffee bean people?
Yeah. It kind of glosses over it in the story too. It's not really a plot point. It's kind of just he can't do human characters that look good, so he made coffee beans.
So
I sent you the movie.
I'm guessing they look like what, like Fall Guys? Yeah, they're kind of Fall Guys ish. Okay. Well, that's one way to do it if you can't draw people, I guess.
First 20 minutes, there's a full choreographed dance sequence. I mean, he is just copying some of the animations, and it's kind of obvious in some places, but the animations themselves are pretty good.
Okay. Killer
Bean Forever. And he's making a game. That's he's been working on.
He's kind of doing the same thing. It's an old thing, but it was kind of the same story where they couldn't draw human people all that well. So it was like tomato people or something. Like they just made vegetable people. Kind of the same story.
Oh, apparently it he made like way back when he like first started animating, he made Killer Bean, like an original Killer Bean. There was just a bunch of bean people fighting, you know, because that's what you do when you're starting out animating. You just animate a bunch of shit fighting.
You just put a bunch of bullshit there.
And eventually, and then he turned it into that full ass movie. But then
that's how Simpsons kind of started. It was just a Simpsons was just like a skit on another show that turned into a thing.
But he's doing he released his game trailer. I mean, it kind of looks like Unity garbage, but there's still that little flair in there.
Unity's doing its own garbage now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot you can create your own bean in the game.
I mean, I would hope so.
Death Witch Bean.
Tesla coils are kind of cool.
Oh my god. I mean, I see like no cars in the streets, but looks like a fucking GTA game. What the fuck? I didn't watch this before until I sent it to you. Oh my.
What kind of lights do I got here? I can put up. It's going through all this shit I've unlocked. Appliances. Oh, where's my fucking ammo converter? Can I not put that like in a shelter? I have to have that stuff outside. I'm about to build like an actual house outside. Like so much of the stuff that I wanna have in my base is restrictive to the point where I can't put it inside a shelter. So shelter's more just for decoration is what I'm noticing. Actual utility stuff has to be on the overworld map. Such a weird restriction. Like, I kind of get it with the allies, because they're supposed to have plot points, and they need to walk around the actual map to go do things, but like, I don't understand why I can't have... Well, I can't have, like, ammo converters and stuff inside the main thing, inside a shelter. like the ammo converter, the ammo creator, like the auto tools that you can unlock. I don't know why you can't just have those machinery inside your main shelter. Like, why do you have to be on the world map to use those? That's so weird. Halloweenify this thing. Where's my candy dish?
Oh yes, the mysterious shadow beans. I forgot about that stupid shit. So fucking worth a watch. It's an hour long, but it's worth a watch.
I was just sitting here listening to podcasts while I'm streaming, because why the fuck not? Throw up some Halloween decorations. Where's my candy dish? Can I not put that inside the shelter either? Where did it go? Oh, why is it down there? I want it up top. May try to build an actual house here. Nah, I don't want to put that inside. Nuka Dark. A meat pile.
Oh my god, the Killer Bean game is gonna have online co-op. Oh man.
Come on, I just want Halloween themed shit. Ooh, I got ducks. When did I get ducks? Confetti pile. Trophies. Okay. Shelves. I got shelving. Wall decor. Boss medallion. Okay, I'll put one of those up. Oh, American flag. Gotta get patriotic in this bitch. Clean American flag is still locked for me, so I guess we'll do a dirty one. Okay, clock hanging, twin chimes. I'll save that for Valentine's Day. What else we got? What else have I unlocked here that I haven't hung in my new house? Trophies from a trophy room. Okay, I'll put a bunch of these wall-mounted trophies up here. Craven the Hunter situation going on, where I'm just murdering things and mounting their heads on my wall. Like this possum head. There we go. And, oh, that's a... There we go. That's a toad. Oh, wow. That's a whole frog. A bear head? Mounted mega sloth head. Okay. Deathclaw head. Mount that shit on my wall. What's that? You joining me? Or are we doing something else? What are we doing? Probably gonna...
Just kind of wanted to come chill for a bit.
I don't know. I'm debating on whether or not to even go to bed at this point. Started my stream late because I kind of overslept because I went to take a nap after having a long day. The in-laws are in town, so they take up a lot of my time. I just kind of took a nap while they were out shopping with the kids. Took advantage of the time I had, and I overslept because they were gone longer than I thought they would be. There we go. Fox head. What's this? Needs support. It's on a wall. Why are you highlighting it green like I can hang it and not letting me hang it? Piece of shit. Fucking finicky ass system it's got. I don't know how to make it. Let me hang that one. Try to put it over here then. Yeah, there we go. Put it over there. What's this one? Mounted Mirelurk King head. Okay. Scorch Beast head. Oh, that thing's huge. I put that one above my door? No, it's too big. I just have to hang that one right here.
Can you have it like on the outside of the door so that like that's like the biggest one, you always see it?
Yeah, I can maybe I can hang it above the door.
Also kind of marks the room as your trophy room.
No, there's fucking pipes above it. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe right there. I had it just a second ago. It's so much easier to do with a... Yeah, there we go. It's hanging down a little lower than I want it to. I may not be able to get in and out of the room now.
Nah, you just gotta crouch, bro.
What's the next one? Mounted Snallygasher. Oh, come on. You made it green. There we go. Ooh. Mounted Honeybeast. I don't want to put it right there, though. I want to keep it, like, above everything so I can use that part of the wall for something else. I did not realize there were this many goddamn trophies in the game. I may have to put this one right here.
You should delete some of the duplicates.
What do you mean duplicates?
Oh, those are eagles. Those aren't duplicates.
Yeah. Well, the eagles are weapon racks. They hold weapons, so I'll put weapons on those.
Okay. Apparently Tommy's bought Diablo 4.
Oh, fucking sweet. I mean, I told him to wait till it came to Game Pass, but yeah, fucking sweet. Alright, I'll just hang it right there. Oh, the Mothman! Should put that one above the door. Okay, well, let's find a place for old Mothmanny. No, I knew that wouldn't work. Come on, give me... Come on, you turned green. Oh, wait. There we go. A feral ghoul head. Oh, if I'm gonna make this a trophy wall, let's fucking make it a trophy wall. What the hell is that? Rad scorpion head. Okay. My God, there's so many. Goddamn. Craven the trophy hunter over here. Okay, let's get the blood bug. Is that a cat? Mounted cat head. It's just a cat. Like, it's not even irradiated. It's just, I killed a regular cat.
You know? You didn't know.
And dog. Just regular ass dog. Just.
Good for you, Dan.
God damn it. Mounted. Okay, yeah, at least that one's mutated. Mutated hound. That's a gorilla. Mounted JP head. Brahmin. Two-headed cow. How many more trophies did I fucking unlock? It's like a trophy for everything. This is just a My Alert claw? So I can mount his head and his claw. Okay. The mole rat. Okay. Oh, the deer. Two-headed deer. Deer's probably the only normal thing up here that people make trophies of. I mean, aside from the fact that it has two heads. Okay. Put that up there. Oh, no, wait, just the antlers. Yeah. My uncle got a bunch of them on his wall. Oh, there's another set. I've been hunting these mountains for a minute. I mean, it needs support. It's right up against the wall. Okay. Put it on that wall. Oh, God, another. Okay. And another one. Okay, and the rest are locked. There we go. Damn, there's still some I haven't got. So I haven't got the Yagway head, Firefly, Mounted Owlet? I don't even know where to find one of those in the game. My Alert Queen Claw. Scorch Beast Queen. Oh, yeah, that one. That's for killing the one you get from the nuke. Forgot how many times you have to kill them to unlock their trophies. You gotta kill a bunch of them. Wendigo, Wolfhead, Blue Devil. I've only killed the Blue Devil once. And Ogway. Well, it's a fucking trophy room now. Let me see. Can I actually... Still want it. God damn it. I've spent so much time in here. Can I actually walk into my house now? Nope. I can't fit in the door. Let's try.
Can you crouch?
Let's try crouching. Nope. It's still a little too low for crouching. My head's hitting it. All right. See if I can raise it. Yeah, there we go. Let's try it right there. Oh, there we go. That's perfect. Hangs down a little bit, but you can still walk under it. Ah! What other wall decor do I got? Got danger signs. Don't care about those. Dr. Ken's Chem Den. Okay. Central. Market. Oh, I need to use the market sign. A public one so people know that's where they buy shit. These are stuff I can use when I build an actual house. I think I'm going to end up building an actual house. Miscellaneous structures. I got the cart. Streamers. Oh, I don't have plans for that. Put that over the other door. Party room. Or let's just spend time while I wait for my bounty to here. I don't know how long the bounty lasts for. But I've locked myself in my shelter. And surrounded the entrance with missile turrets. So if anyone tries to lockpick the shelter, the turrets will start shooting at them. You get flagged for... You become wanted if you lockpick something. That's how I ended up in this situation. The guy was clever, though. He tricked me. That's what pisses me off about it. The people who like PvP have ways to trick you into PvP.
Damn.
Cause he built his home right next to like a shack to a point of interest, so his home overlapped with the shack, and I didn't realize that when you overlap with something, apparently you take ownership of it. So after I got done shopping at his house and trick-or-treating, I went next door to the thing he didn't build, which was filled with loot I could pick up off the ground and shit, and there was a locked safe in there. And I thought it was like just a regular locked safe. But apparently he owns that safe because I picked the lock and it flagged me for PvP.
Damn.
Yep, so I got tricked. Specimen tubes. All the Halloween themed stuff up. Oh, that's a space alien one. What else have I unlocked? Structures. God damn! Thing's huge. Nuka Zapper Race. Oh, a carnival game? Nuka-Cola stands. More Nuka-Cola stands. Flags. Recently, other than house building materials. Okay. Still want it. Set of power armor I need to store. Put that over here, and then as I unlock new power armor. As I collect more power armors and unlock more power armor skins, start putting them on display. Get rid of all these displays in here. When I build an actual home and just have these all over the actual home, just have a whole Iron Man armory room. My plan.
Oh man.
Look cool. Look cool. Trying to make it look cool. Look cool. Eat and drink shit. Soup. Okay. Do it for extra shit I'm carrying. Okay, ready to go adventuring and get murdered by somebody because I'm wanted now. I'm wanted. Alright, let's get in my power armor. Oh, that's animation's not centered at all, but who cares? Power armor's so fucking glitchy in this game. But until I get better regular armor, like it's the only way I can survive is in this shit. Regular armor's so weak. Alright. Oh wait, I have to listen to a father's goodbye. Gotta listen. Hollow tape. Father's goodbye, there it is.
Hey Mags. Listen. I know I messed up. I never should have came into this mine in the first place. A few supplies ain't worth all this. Don't you for 1 second start thinking that I left you on purpose. And don't be going and blaming yourself either. I can't be there for you anymore. But you're tough. And I know you'll be okay. Never forget your pops loves you more than anything.
Found someone named Mags. Well, great, he said her name, but he didn't give me any information for where she might actually be. I'm assuming there's a waypoint on my map somewhere then. Mags, where's Mags? Where's Mags? Why am I doing this way? Go to the mission. Hit boy. Hit show on map. Where's it? Show on map. Ah, it's in this place I haven't been to yet. What is this place? Foundation? Okay. Foundation. Go from the mountainside bed and breakfast. Wait, before I do this, can I join a public team and maybe trick whoever's on this team into helping me in case I get attacked by people? Since I'm all wanted. What are you playing right now anyway?
I'm sitting here watching you play.
Why don't you join me?
I don't know.
In this direction. Follow the train track. That's clear way through the mountain. Oh, I need to go get another fusion core. Fusion cell. I'm down to only one left. Stash of them at home though. Keep pressing the back button for the map when I've been playing Diablo. Okay. Wasn't a train track, it was power lines overhead. Well, whatever, there's still an opening through the mountain here, right? Yeah, there's an opening through the mountain here. I just gotta follow the power lines. Okay. A little bit of that morning wood.
Oh no, not the morning wood. Persona 3 portable.
I don't know why they still keep making it. Well, I guess they make it because it sells, but that was a thing back in the day before, you know, cloud gaming, phone gaming, everything became a thing, was they'd make Persona games, and the Persona games were so popular that they'd make portable versions of them for, you know, PSP and DS. Basically the same game, but with extremely dumbed down graphics, and it's just a portable version of the existing game. They just tried to maximize their profits. But now you can put that game on Switch and people can just play it on Switch, and most phones could probably handle a pretty decent version of the game.
This looks like it's an older game that they're porting.
Probably, yeah.
It's probably the definitive version of fucking Persona 3 or something to them.
Daily quest vital equipment? Recover Foundation stolen equipment. Oh, because I've never been to Foundation, so I've unlocked a new place, and apparently this place has a daily quest associated with it. I've been avoiding Foundation, actually, because I know it's tied to the story. But apparently I'm at that part where I need to go here. I gotta figure out where to spend gold bullion. I know it's an in-game currency that they added later. For doing events, you get those treasury notes, and then you convert the treasury notes into
story mode.
Yeah, I need to actually do fucking story quest, so I can start cashing in all these currencies I've been stockpiling. And I want to start doing expeditions and raids, like the big in-game stuff. So I need to actually goddamn quest. I just kind of start casually farming shit and doing dailies and doing events. That I waste so much time doing that I never get around to the quest. I just get sidetracked. There's so much fucking shit to do in this game. How do I get up there? How long does being wanted last? I don't like walking around with a big wanted symbol in my head.
Till you're dead.
Probably. So I basically have PvP enabled no matter what right now. I'm just stuck. Oh! Oh my god, I hate when they put shit on the side of a mountain like this. How the fuck do I get up there? So aggravating. Oh. Loot this little place on my way up. Alright. Heard some. Looking out for players now. I'm fucking paranoid. PvP's enabled. Fucking paranoid. PvP is fucking unbalanced as hell in this game. They just gave no shits about balancing. They just made it so you can avoid PvP if you need to, but goddamn, once you're flagged for it, it's scary. Some fucking level 6,000 guy, because the levels just go on forever, shows up and one-shot you. All his crazy perks and insane gear that he spent 17,000 hours grinding for. Okay. Foundation's where the settlers are.
Damn.
Let's go talk
That's
to
a
this.
fucking review. Ooh.
I found Maggie. Hold on. Talk to this
My
chick.
name's Maggie, and I'm looking for someone to head down to Monongah Mine for me.
Monongah Mine? But I'm not monogamous. Giggity. Okay. Do you ever go by Max?
Only one person ever called me that. I'm guessing you've already been down by Monongah Mine. Did my pops leave me something?
Found this holotape he made just for you.
I don't know what to say. It means a lot to hear his voice again. I never thought I would. It makes me wonder, though. Maybe there's something else down in the mine that you can find. If you can find me anything else that belonged to him, I'll pay you whatever I can come up with.
Some more information first.
What do you want to know?
How did he end
Me
up
and
in the
some other
mine?
townsfolk got some liquid courage one night and decided to go up to the mine. I knew that damn bourbon would be the end of him somehow. They kept going on about getting the last of what they could before that Deke Sykes from Hornwright Industrial closed up the mine. Well, that son of a bitch ended up blasting the entrance closed with everyone still inside.
Oh, he got trapped inside. When did this
This
happen?
was back in January of '76, after Hornwright cleaned out everything that they could from the mine. So, I'm not delusional. I know he's dead. It's been over 20 years, and if the hunger didn't get him, then I'm sure the radiation did. I hope he
Jesus
didn't
Christ,
suffer
they
too
still only
much.
got to fucking season 5.
Anyone try to get him out?
Think I tried?
Oh, goddamn.
Clawed
Don't.
at the rubble until
Didn't have to take it so personal, bitch. Calm down.
They had to drag me away. They told me that my pops ran off and said the others left Monongah since there was no more work. I think it was some sort of cover.
Hey, look, it's Nora from Fallout 4.
Or they didn't want to deal
What,
with
this
the
chick?
expenses of
Yeah.
a rescue mission.
I feel like this chick is a nod to The Walking Dead. Her name's Maggie.
Model just
She
looks
looks
like Nora.
Her name's Maggie. She looks very similar to Maggie from The Walking Dead. She's in charge of a settlement. Maggie from The Walking Dead ends up in charge of a settlement. Her dad died. He was a miner. Maggie's dad is also that. Yeah, I feel like this is just all a big Walking Dead reference.
What are you trying to know?
Well, thank you, Indy. I want to know more about you. Yeah, let's see if there's any Walking Dead references about this character. And she's got the Virginia Southern accent. Maggie, Walking Dead takes place in Virginia.
Yep,
Yeah.
born and raised in that dying mining town. I was glad to leave that shithole. Especially after what happened to my pops.
Yep, Maggie left after her dad died. That's how you meet her in the show. Yep, or in the comic. Gotcha.
The town was full of idiots and cowards. They let Hornwright Industrial walk all over them. As if some corporation was really trying to help us out. They let the Hornwrights take everything from us. Our jobs, our resources. Hell, even our people. Hornwright Industrial came swooping in like they were our saviors. And gave the town a bunch of money for the mining rights. They took away jobs from the miners thanks to their robots. Took everything they could from the mine, and then left us high and dry.
And she has a grudge with a group that she refers to as their saviors.
What are you
And
trying to know?
Negan runs a group in The Walking Dead named The Saviors. Yep, this is all a big Walking Dead reference.
Fair enough. I'll tell you what I can.
What should I be looking
Well,
for?
I'm not sure you'll find much more than some dead bodies, but if you happen to come across anything that belonged to my pops, I'd be grateful if you could bring it back to me.
A little morbid.
1907, that mine had one of the worst mining disasters in history. And then almost 2 centuries later, more people get trapped and buried in it. So yeah, don't be too spooked if you see a skeleton or two. The world is littered with dead bodies now. Get used to it.
Man, I wish Paladins was better. I wish that game wasn't
Well,
fucking trash.
There is one thing. A pocket watch.
There's some fucking good ideas, man. It really fucking did.
That's the problem with Riot games in general.
It's engraved.
It's not Riot.
Wait, is this Riot or High Res? But both of them are the
Hi-Res.
same. Both of them are the same. They're both the same. I get those two studios confused because they both just have the same flavor to their games. They have some decent ideas, some good gameplay, and then they just fucking ruin it with the most god-awful monetization in gaming.
What are you trying to know?
Is that everything? I'm decided whether or not I'm going to help you.
Well,
I will help you.
thanks. I appreciate it. I'll
I
give
mean,
you
I
whatever
guess
I can
it's
spare.
still better than Overwatch 2, but
Sentimental.
it's not much.
Help Maggie
Be better
retrieve.
than fuck.
Okay, so I gotta go to the mod. I mean, I just hate to see good games ruined by just the shittiest fucking microtransactions in gaming. It's just, it's constant nowadays. Like, that's... Maggie about ideas on how to get inside the mine. Oh, I gotta talk to her again. Do you have any ideas about how to get inside?
Monongah Mine yet? With all those horrible nukes dropping and destroying everything, you'd think one would land near Monongah Mine. I bet a powerful blast like that would knock the rubble out of the way so you could get
Like, I really like the card building aspect of it. I mean, it's fucking...
Use a
Could be
nuke
better,
on Monongah Mine to enter? Oh, this is in-game stuff. I'm gonna have to come back to this quest. This is like your introduction to the in-game quest. I have to launch a nuke for this one. Well, what about this guy? Oh, he's the daily. Vital equipment.
Finally, someone with the guts to help. Our medical team can't do without their multi-scope. If you can get it back, we'd be very grateful. Grateful enough to pay you.
Sounds right up my alley.
Fortunately, we put tracking transmitters into the really sensitive stuff like that.
Smite did a collaboration with RuneScape.
But
But why, though?
Oh, money. Hey, somebody went trick-or-treating at my camp finally. Yay! Free Battle Pass XP.
I mean, is anybody gonna buy fucking Smite character model? Or not Smite character model.
Apparently Smite makes a decent pipe. Yeah, probably. There's probably some
Like,
overlap
I get
with
like
that
the
fan base.
Avatar collaborations. I get like the fucking like the
Oh, I mean, they've
actual
done-
collaborations, but like, why the fuck RuneScape? Are people who fucking
There's probably overlap with the two fan bases. I wouldn't be surprised if they did a poll or something on like what their possible next collabs could be, because I'm sure that it works like Fortnite, where they can't just pick a collab and do it. Like, they have, you know, offers and options on the table, and they go, okay, well, we can do one collab. We got these people ready to work, ready to collab with us. We know that they'll let us do it. Which one should we do? Because they want to maximize profits. So I'm sure, just like Fortnite, they do a poll or something on Twitter, find out what people want. They may have voted RuneScape. I mean, I don't know what the other options might have been, but they've done what they've done. Batman. They've done DC. They've done Marvel. They've done Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They've done, they're kind of like the Fortnite of Smite's trying to be the Fortnite of MOBAs.
We no longer stock water
The
ice.
Battle Royale is still
Water
running?
is not also ice. Do not ask for
Which Battle Royale?
water ice at
Ream
Sunny's.
Royale. Realm Royale.
Oh, yeah, as long as it's making money. I know a bunch of people still play that. I mean, I don't know anyone who personally plays it, but it's always got... I kind of use Twitch as my way to see if something's making money or not, if it's got players. And Realm Royale usually has a bunch of viewers.
I need a nap or a refill.
I think Brawlhalla has really good collabs, honestly.
Yeah, they've gotten better about that. Like, they were kind of shit for a while, as far as like stuff you can buy in the game. Skins and stuff were kind of shit. Once they started doing collabs, though, like, they got some
Honestly,
pretty decent one. I know they did Walking Dead, Ninja
I think
Turtles.
They do their new their monetization system pretty well. I mean, they
Oh,
still
yeah,
kinda
I've
do the loot boxes, but
I've got no complaint for the most part with their monetization. I mean, obviously I'm not a fan of loot boxes, but My complaint with Brawlhalla comes with the gameplay. Like, they keep adding all these characters and collabs, but the characters don't fucking matter in Brawlhalla. That's my problem with it. Like, all the fighting styles in that game are weapon based. It doesn't matter which character you pick, it depends on which weapon that character uses. So you can pump out as many characters as you want. The only thing the only thing that makes their gameplay different is which two weapons do they have access to, and then they just keep shuffling those to make different play styles.
Well, they have like pretty impactful stats.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but
like they all have their own unique stats, and I mean, I get it. You're making a game on the cheap.
I hope we can set up more settlements like
It's
Foundation.
free.
Yeah.
You pay $20 and that's it. You get every character from then on.
Yeah, but the characters are nothing more than just, oh, we changed a number value on a stat sheet. Like, they're not making actual
they add
characters.
new characters. They make
Yeah,
new
but that's what I
fighting
mean.
styles.
When they add new characters, they're not like full-fledged characters in a fighting game with a unique move set. They're give them this weapon and this weapon to match a theme. All your moves are tied to which weapon you're using. So if you have two characters that both use the dual pistols, for example, they're going to play identically as far as moveset goes. The only difference is their stats. So all they're changing when they add a new character is their stat numbers. So that makes it so, yeah, it makes it easy to pump out new characters, but it also makes the new characters less impactful because they're just stat differences. They don't get new moves. Like, Rick from The Walking Dead doesn't feel like Rick. He just feels like another guy in the game with the dual guns. Which I get it, they're just skins, but yeah, but they're not characters, they're skins. You can just pump out skins. Which, I mean, skins work, I mean, I don't know, it's weird for a fighting game. Like, I'd love to see some new characters. I feel like they should pump out new weapons with these new characters, so that, yeah, you've got a new fighting style, but it's not tied to that character. And you don't have to do it with every one, but I feel like there should be more weapons in the game at this point, with more variety in the fighting styles than what they have.
I mean, they put a decent number in. It's like double what they've had at launch.
Yeah, but they didn't have that many at launch. Like, how many weapons is it total?
Hold on. Just installing it.
Like, I haven't looked at it in a while. Maybe it's more than I remember, but I remember there not being that many compared to other fighting games. I mean, you look at the roster for, like, pick a fighting game that's been around for a while, and you look at the roster, and, like, if you're going to do something comparable, like, look at the roster in Smash Brothers. With each one of those, minus 3 or 4 Echo characters. Even if you take out the Echo characters, it's still a shit ton of characters, and each one is its own unique thing. And then you compare that to the number of weapons in Brawlhalla, because that's how you make your characters unique in Brawlhalla, is the weapons or the fighting style. And I feel like you don't have as much variety in the gameplay as the roster. It's kind of deceptive. The roster looks like it's got a ton of characters, but when you realize everything's tied to those weapons...
I mean, but then they get 2 weapons, and they each get, like, a unique combination of those 2 weapons, and...
Yeah, well,
there's
that's...
depth there.
I mean,
and
I'm not
like...
saying there's not depth. That's why I said they shuffle the weapons around, because, yeah, you get unique combinations of the 2 weapons. But that's just not the same as adding a unique character. It's just this character has access to 2 different weapons, but you already know what the 2 weapons can do, so... You're still just shuffling between 2 of the same fighting styles.
From like a balancing standpoint, it's also easier to balance that.
Oh, I'm not saying it's not easier, but that easiness comes at a price is what I'm saying. Yeah, it's way easier to add new characters and only have to change a stat number on a sheet and give them access to 2 existing weapons, and bam, you've got their fighting style, as opposed to Smash Brothers adding a new character and making an entirely new moveset and gimmick and weapon and everything for that new character, making him a solely unique thing. And when you've got 30 to 40 solely unique things to have to balance around, yeah, it's way harder. But it makes for a better roster. It makes for much more variety in the gameplay. Whereas something like Brawlhalla can have 30 to 40 characters, and those 30 to 40 characters are just remixed versions of the same 8, 10 weapons, maybe. I don't know how many weapons it has now. It's a noticeable difference. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just it's deceptive to the point where I kind of felt like I wasn't excited for new characters anymore when I saw the roster change or, you know, a new character get announced. 'Cause I'm like, oh, which one of the, you know, 10 existing weapons is this one going to have access to? Like, I'm not really learning new characters. They don't feel unique. They're just skins. And I'm fine with skins in a game, but some games do better with skins. Because I'm guessing around 10.
13, 14. 14 ones.
So it's 14. So they've added a few more than the last time I played it. I remember there being like 10. So yeah, you can have a bunch of unique combinations of those 14 weapons, but essentially you've got 14 different play styles. Or 14 different movesets.
Hit harder, take less damage.
Yeah. Like, I know stat changes. I'm ignoring stat changes and just saying, like, these are your play styles. You've got 14 different play styles, which is 14 different, you know, actual movesets to work with, and then you mix those up between the characters to make them differentiated. I'm not against it as a style. I just wish there were more weapons and more styles than just 14's not a bad number, but that is for a fighting game to have 14 different movesets to learn. That's kind of a low number. Most fighting games have way more than 14 characters. And that's if you're counting weapons as characters, because each one has its own moveset, just like in a fighting game, each character would have their own moveset. You're still looking at 14 different characters. It's essentially you've got 14 characters and you're playing a tag fighter, so you can team up 2 of them in unique ways. Yeah. Alright. But I feel like with as old as the game is, it should have more to it than that at this point. There should be more variety. Like, I was at least hoping... Didn't they do a Ninja Turtles crossover? I thought I remember them doing a Ninja Turtles crossover at one point, but... If they did Ninja Turtles, which I thought I remember them doing Ninja Turtles, I was at least hoping that they would add the 4 turtle weapons. Because that would make sense. I mean, yeah, it'd be a little weird to have Michelangelo using Donatello's staff or whatever.
Like everything that you're interested in. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. There's a lot of crossovers of shit that you're into.
Yeah, and that's kind of part of my frustration. Is there's a lot of crossover for shit that I'm into, but it doesn't feel like I'm playing as that character. It feels like I'm just playing as a skin of that character, which, you know, playing as
the Fortnite of fighting games, bro. Like,
yeah, which I feel like that model. I feel like that model works better in a game like Fortnite because, Fortnite's just filled with nonsense and it's all character skins.
Oh my god, Michelangelo is Akuma. Oh my fucking god. You can't ban Akuma because Akuma's just Michelangelo. No.
I will. Akuma is banned always. In fact, a video showed up in my feed on YouTube entitled Why Characters Get Banned for Fighting Games. And you know who was in the thumbnail?
Akuma?
Yeah, he's kind of notoriously banned.
Yeah, he
has a history of being banned.
One of the most popular fighting games of all time.
For being,
so of course he's infamous.
For being infamously busted, yeah.
He's not even banned in that many games. He was banned in, like, the secret cheat code version of him was banned, bro. Like,
I could swear that the non-cheat code version of him has been banned in some tournaments. Just him as a standard character has been banned a few times. And then maybe they unbanned him after they updated him or something. But I can remember him being banned more than once. And not just because he was a hidden boss character. Get within tracking range. Where is that? Do my daily quest here. Use a nuke. Okay, I don't have a nuke. I could try to launch a nuke. Wait, I have a nuke. I have a nuclear key card. I could try to launch a nuke. I want you in here before I do that, though, so we can do the nuke thing together. I can knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. I can do this quest so I know where to make the nuke land, and then we can kill the Scorch Beast Queen. Hopefully in a full server where everyone's going to come help. Alright, Grafton Dam.
Yeah, no, other people, I'm like looking it up because I'm like, now I gotta know.
Well, how many times Akuma's been banned?
It was when it was when Akuma was not a intentionally playable character. He was the boss character, you know, picked through the cheat code. That character was banned in tournaments.
I feel like there were other times he was banned. It may not have been EVO, it may have been other tournaments, like local tournaments or like smaller tournaments. But I know he's been banned more than just when he was just a hidden character.
I mean, but locals don't fucking matter in terms of ban, because a lot of locals ban stupid shit.
It's do they have a reputation of being banned in tournaments? It doesn't say specifically EVO, but like is this character one that's usually on the list of should we ban or not? Even if you don't end up banning him, like is he up for debate for being banned? The fact that he's even up for debate leaves you to go, okay, well, he's up for debate for a reason. Even if they end up, you know, deciding against it, it's just... He's always felt busted to me in most of the games that he's in. Just,
I mean, like...
Just by design, that character's kit.
He's an aggressive rushdown, and his thing is that he has low health, but he has a lot of pressure, because if you fucking tap him with, like, most of the roster, he's fucked. Like, he's the easiest to stun in every game since Street Fighter 3.
You better watch it.
What do you mean I better watch it? I'm on your side, dickhead. Thanks for the help, though. Asshole.
Like, he's just... It's not usually worth banning, because he has such a drastic downside, which is his health. You have... Like, yes, he gets more chances to win the interactions, but you... if you win the interactions, have to do less than he does.
No, I mean I get the concept. I'm just going by what I've seen. Again, I'm no fucking fighting game professional, man. I just know he's got a reputation of being banned. I say it for a reason. Like he's got a reputation of it. Like anyone I've ever talked to who's either gone to tournaments or a fighting head like you who keeps up with this shit, usually Akuma has that reputation of being banned. Like if there's a tournament without him banned, I've had plenty of friends in real life and plenty of people before I met you who were like, anytime Akuma wasn't banned, they're like, surprised he's not banned. That's usually the response. Like, oh, they didn't ban him? Like, okay, if people are surprised he's not banned, then yeah, he's got a reputation for being banned, probably for a reason. I know I hate fighting against him, and I feel like he's filled with bullshit. Like, compared to any other Shoto, he's just got their kit plus more bullshit. He just always feels like a bullshit character. I hate his existence as a character in general. Just Street Fighter already had an interesting boss before Akuma, and then they added Akuma, who's just Ryu and Ken again, but evil. Jesus fuck. And then they had actual evil Ryu and actual evil Ken. Like it's just it's such a it's so fucking lame. It's so fucking lame as a concept. And this is just, let's make Ryu and Ken, but give them more shit and make him evil. And somehow that becomes, and I hate when any game does it, not just Street Fighter, when they just, let's make that the villain. And that was a trend for a while. And those characters have for some reason stuck around and become iconic. And they're just the lamest fucking shit every time. They feel lazy by design. Like I feel the same way about Wario and Waluigi. Oh, cool. Let's take Mario and Luigi, but turn their letters upside down. Ooh, they're evil now. It's just, I hate those as characters. Come up with something original. It's like it's a tale as old as time. It's been done to death. Like it goes like okay, it was cool the first time it happened, and it kind of blew everyone's mind. Because they're like, oh, evil versions of things we love. And that was interesting at the time. Do you know when the first time that happened was? Just to show you how old this is and how many times it's been done. Do you know when the first time that happened was?
When?
All the way back in the fucking 60s in the original Star Trek. When a transporter accident made evil Spock and evil Kirk. It was Spock and Kirk, but, you know, with goatees. Like it was lame then, but it was funny because it'd never been done before. And that was kind of, it was even done as a joke then. Like, that works once as a joke, but now it's been parodied and done to death, and I hate to see, like, I don't mind it being done once as a joke, but when the characters stick around for fucking decades to the point that now I'm just tired of them. Like, the joke's not funny anymore. Nothing Wario's in is ever interesting. Even when you tried to make him his own character and give him his own series of games, he's just Fat Mario. He's just Fat Mario that farts. Ooh, that's your gimmick? That's how you made him his own character? You made him fart? You made him Gross Mario? It's not interesting. It's funny for 2 minutes, and now it's not funny anymore. Stop making him his own thing.
The motorcycle, bro. Mario doesn't.
Yeah, whatever. He's edgy Mario that farts.
I like the motorcycle.
Okay. Again, that's funny for one game, but 20 years later, we're still fucking doing this shit. Can we? I feel the character outstays their welcome, and now the joke's not funny anymore. And if you don't have them as a joke anymore, because now they're no longer a joke character, you've made them their own character. Well, now you got to give them something else other than just, I'm Mario but gross. I'm Ryu but evil, because I can throw air fireballs. Okay, just Street Fighter's got a Shoto problem in general. There's too fucking many of them. I want to see more unique characters in fighting games other than just, here's the basic moveset everyone knows, but tweaked a little bit. Like, that's my general problem, and maybe that's where, like, my sheer hatred for Akuma comes from, is my general issue with Street Fighter is there's too many Shotos, and I feel like it started with Akuma. I don't count Ken, because Ken was in the original Street Fighter and existed as just a palette swap of Ryu, so you could have two players because they didn't plan out two players. Like, Ken gets a pass for being a legacy character that had to exist due to hardware limitations at the time. Okay, fine. We don't need any more, though. And I feel like it all started with Akuma, because they did it once with Akuma as an Easter egg hidden boss thing, and it became so popular and so infamous, they just kept cranking them out over and over again. They made Dan.
We're getting rid of Shotos, and we're gonna just get rid of fucking this character, that character.
We don't need to get rid of them. We just don't need any more. Stop making new ones. We don't need any more. Like, even the ones I like are just altered, slightly tweaked versions of the existing Shoto moveset. I love Sakura was one of my favorite. Why was she my favorite? Because she was probably the most fun version of Ryu's moveset. It's the only reason I liked her. I mean, I liked her as a character, but yeah, that's her moveset. Ryu and Ken's moveset, but slightly different. What is Dan? Ryu and Ken's moveset, but slightly different. What is... There's too fucking many. There's Akuma, there's Dan, there's Sakura, there's Ryu, there's Ken. I feel like there's more. I've probably forgotten because they're forgettable characters that I try not to remember. And they all wear, with the exception of Sakura, they all wear a gi. They all look similar. They all do similar moves.
I mean, it's just like the 4 and then Gouken, isn't it? Like...
Gouken
has like a
Gouken was
moveset,
yeah
so
Gouken was different. Yeah, Gouken I'm not counting. He was different enough that I was like, okay, he kind of makes sense lore wise. His moveset's different enough that he feels like the next evolution of the Shoto, and makes sense because he's the original, the one that taught them. You know, like his moves are supposed to be crazier and more powerful, and they were. He didn't just throw regular fireballs. But I feel like there's a bunch that just have the Shoto moveset to an extent. Even Luke kind of. I mean, at least Luke looks differentiated as a character. He doesn't look like a Shoto. But pretty much same moveset. He's got Fireball. He's got Uppercut. I don't think he has the kick. I don't know.
He doesn't have a kick.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got Fireball and Uppercut, but that's like so many characters that you can't... I feel like...
Yeah, you're kind of highlighting my point.
You have to have all of them. Yeah, I mean...
Too much of the same shit.
It works.
Yeah, but... It's worked so many other times. I feel like there needs to be more effort and more unique stuff put in. I get you're going to go with what works, but how many times are we going to get characters that have the Fireball and the Uppercut that are done exactly the same as all the other Fireballs and Uppercuts? Like, yeah, you want characters that have projectiles. You want them to have anti-airs. but why does that projectile always have to be the fireball, done exactly the same way? And why does that character's projectile or anti-air always have to be an uppercut? Like, get a little more creative. That's all I'm saying. It's just become so standard at this point that I try to avoid characters that have that. Kimberly, I feel, is different enough. Her anti-air is, yeah, it's still kind of the hurricane kick, but it's done in a unique way. She doesn't really have a fireball, but she's got a teleport. She's got, I mean, she's kind of
projectile.
I mean, she's kind of got a projectile with the spray cans, but they're not, doesn't function like a regular projectile. So, you know, and then you've got a little differentiation, but these are even older characters, so they've been doing it before in the past. Like, you've got some differentiation with projectiles when it comes to, like, Guile and his Sonic Boom, and then you got DJ and his Air Slasher, which does either a single or double version of it, you know, like they're done differently. JP, I feel, has got some weird, unique shit when it comes to projectiles and stuff. Most of it's annoying, but at least it's different. So, you know, obviously it can be done, and the creativity can be there. They just tend not to do it very often. Wait, does this guy on my team? Can I fast travel with him for free? Yeah, I can fast travel with him for free. I'm over encumbered and can't fast travel. God damn it. Alright, I gotta find a... You know what? I'll just switch to my carry weight power armor, because that's why I have it. But, you know, my opinion's invalid and doesn't matter because I'm not a hardcore fighting game guy. I'm just a casual guy, and casual opinions don't fucking matter. I mean, let's forget the fact that the casual player base makes up the majority of the profits from those games, but sure.
Like, banning things? No.
I mean, you want your casuals to play in tournaments too. You want them to continue playing the game as much as possible because, and I know everyone hates to hear cater to the casual audience. The casual audience makes up 80% of your fucking profits.
Aren't entirely for the casual audience either, though.
Exactly my point. They
you
should
can make the game for that.
There should be tournaments for
and the
them.
game should host in-game tournaments, but shit like Evo should not be fucking.
I'm not saying Evo. I know Evo. I know Evo's top of the top. There should be a tournament, a big tournament for lower tiered players. There should be an amateur league, just like. I mean, we do that with regular sports now.
I mean,
we have the NBA. We have the NBA. No, not little, big. It needs to be as big as Evo. That's my point. We do that with regular sports now. We have the NBA, the fucking professionals, and then we have the NCAA, which is up-and-coming college kids. They're, by all metric, not professionals. They could be one day. This is where they get their start. So you're watching because of the fact that they're amateurs. What do you mean with time? How long have fighting games been out? How long have fighting games and fighting game tournaments been a thing? How old is Evo? How old is Evo?
Probably the most popular they've ever been.
I'd argue it was... This is their second renaissance. I don't know if they're more popular now than they were during the arcade days. Because they were fucking everywhere then. I know it's a little before your time, but fighting games were the most popular genre in video gaming for a hot minute. And how long has Evo been out? Since you say it comes with time, how long has Evo been a fucking thing?
It hasn't been that long. Hold on.
I feel like it's been a while.
It's been like at least like 10 years.
Yeah, a good decade. So 10 years and we don't have another league? And that's what I was kind of hoping Modern Controls and Street Fighter would lead to. Kind of an amateur league. Where you pick players that are this rank and lower get to participate.
1996.
Okay, so that's way more than 10 years. It's almost 20.
I mean, yeah, but it was also just a local that kind of grew.
Yeah, so we've grown to the point where we should have an amateur version of that now because you need to give casuals something to shoot for. Because casuals make up, I know everyone hates to fucking hear this, and the fighting game community as a whole, I hate fucking being I hate going in those spaces and talking to those people because of the elitist fucking attitude that they all have. But casuals keep your fucking games alive. They make up 80%, at least 80% of the profits for those games. If it weren't for the casual player, you would not have an Evo. You would not have what you have now. So to act like they don't belong there is fucking wild to me. It's fucking insanity. They need a place that they can play and something realistic that they can shoot for. Because a lot of them start playing and they reach a certain rank and they just get fucking stomped from one end of the screen to the other, and they stop playing because there's nothing for them to shoot for, no place for them to play that feels balanced once they reach a certain point, and they just give up on the game. And if you're trying to turn fighting games from something that people buy once, and that's where you get all your profits, and they don't buy them again, but something that they continue to play and continue to pump money into, then you need a way to keep them playing. And casuals, by definition, aren't going to spend no-life hours in the game in practice mode. That's not what a casual is. At that point, you're not trying to be casual anymore. They're people who have limited free time, but they really love this game, and they'd like a chance to play in a fun, fair tournament. You could make a league that can be the opener for Evo. Kind of the pregame show, if you will. You can make it a live stream and everything that becomes this big event that, hey, before Evo, we're going to do a pre-Evo tournament for people between this rank and this rank. So no one above gold rank. This is the amateur series here. That should be a thing. That should absolutely be a fucking thing, and it blows my mind that it's not. Like, just the way they exclude, especially for Street Fighter to not make it a thing, for there to at least be one for Street Fighter at this point, for them to exclude casuals so hard from everything other than just buy the game and play online, other than to just be cannon fodder for, pros rising through the ranks when a new season starts, and then that's it. Then they're relegated to lower and lower player bases until there's no one left for them to fight online. Give them a reason to keep playing so that doesn't happen, so that those lower ranks don't become ghost towns. Give them a reason to keep playing, and if gold rank is the highest rank they're ever going to achieve and they're not going to get any better, and they make it out of gold rank only to lose a couple fights and get knocked back down to gold rank, and they're just kind of stuck there, well, now they have a tournament that they can play in with other people who are also just kind of stuck there. And watching that struggle in a tournament would be entertaining, I think.
I don't think it would work in real life.
I absolutely think it would work in real life.
I think it could work online. I think you could stream. They could stream it. They could make it seem.
I'm not saying that the tournament has to be an in-person thing. It could be an online tournament done. As a pre-show for Evo. But the point is, Evo needs. Yeah, but not to that extent. Like, they need to be done in an official capacity with a budget behind them and actual prizes for these people to win. The hard part is going to be finding a way that like pro players don't cheat their way into them to just dominate these tournaments. Like, make a new account or a fresh character and purposefully not get above a certain rank so they can get in the tournament and just dominate. So you'd have to stop that. That's probably the hard part. Which my counter to that would be you have to have an account that's X amount of time old and has participated in X number of matches. So that, pros can't just make a new account a month before the tournament, fight a couple matches so that they get on the rank and then stop. I don't know. There's ways you could do it. Doing it in person's another good way to do that, because then you get to see who's behind the gamer tag. So if a professional player that's well known suddenly makes a second account, he can't hide behind a screen name. He'd show up in person and you'd see him.
I mean, somebody who's just good at the game could just still hop up. Like,
I mean, obviously the
professional
logistics.
Fighting game players to show off their faces and shit.
I mean,
Not professionals.
if they're participating in Evo, then they fucking are. They're showing up there in person. Yeah, yeah, that's happening, man. Like, you don't have a choice. You don't have to show it off in your stream or your YouTube videos or even participate in that.
Participating in Evo don't really need to go and like flex on fucking people who are lower ranked.
It's not about flexing. It's not about flexing. once you make a money prize attached to it, they aren't doing it to flex, they're doing it for profit. They're going to see it as free money. Easy money. And you're absolutely crazy if you think that there won't be a section of people who will look at free, easy money and go for it. Because that's exactly what's going to happen.
Probably why it hasn't happened.
Nah, it could be done in person. It could be done. They just, I don't know, for whatever reason, they fighting games go through this cycle, and Street Fighters kind of set the precedent that they're trying to break that cycle, because that cycle is casual gamers keep your game alive when there's a big boom in fighting games. And then once that boom happens and you're now popular again and you got a whole new generation of fighting game fans, they spend all their time catering to just the most hardcore players, and over time, slowly and surely start pushing the casual players out. And once the casual players have been pushed away from the genre and feel like it's not welcoming to them, they stop buying the games. And what happens when they stop buying the games? These companies stop having the money to afford the big tournaments. They stop having the money to afford catering to the big hardcore players, and its popularity dies off. Less and less sequels get made, and you end up right back where you started, where you have to do something to draw the casuals back in to keep the genre alive. That's the fucking cycle. So you have to break that cycle and do something to keep the casuals there as long as the pro players are going to be there, so that this genre can keep going as long as you want it to. It doesn't have a death to its life cycle and then you have to start over. You have to reboot and do it again. And I feel like making them feel like they have a place in it that's for them. That's, you know, if you're catering the game and the controls to welcome them, then to have a tournament that, you know, feels like it's for them too would give them something to shoot for, especially if there's money tied to it, would give them a reason to want to keep playing. I know it hasn't exactly happened yet. My argument is that it needs to. It has to at some point. Otherwise, the cycle is going to lead to the death of fighting games again, or the decline of fighting games, and then some big standout game is going to come along that casual players can play that welcomes them, to lead to another boom in fighting games. Then they're going to drown the market with fighting games that cater more and more to pro players, pushing casual players out again. Then they're going to see their profits drop because pro players, you know, fighting game enthusiasts buying games isn't enough money to sustain a genre. So then it starts to decline, and we go through this all over again. This is like the second wave. Street Fighter 4 being the first big boom, and then you saw it happen. Slowly over time, the decline started happening. Market got flooded. Casual players started caring less and less about fighting games because there's too many to choose from, and too many of them are too hard to play for them, so they feel like they're wasting their money on them, and they go, fuck it, I'm done with fighting games. Until something like Street Fighter 6 comes along that goes, hey, we made a control scheme just for you. We made a new single player mode just for you. We focused on shit you wanted. And that brings them back. Now we're seeing another boom. And if they don't want it to go down the same cycle again, you gotta start doing more than just gimmicks. I'm speaking from a purely business standpoint. Like I know gameplay wise, like every single enthusiast or pro player is gonna disagree with me because they don't care about casual shit. They don't give two fucks what I want. And that's exactly my problem, is no one gives two fucks what I want. Everyone's just going to listen to the FGC. I fucking hate that term. But they're just going to listen to the fucking FGC, and their opinions are the only ones that ever fucking matter. They're going to look at those Twitter accounts. They're going to listen to Max. They're going to listen to all those influencers and those guys and not give two fucking shits what anyone else wants. And then that pushes everyone else away. And then they go, oh shit, where'd all our money go? And then they go, oh yeah, all those people we weren't catering to we got to do something to bring them back. I want there to be a point where you don't have to bring them back. You need to make it so they don't leave. Plus, I think amateur tournaments would be fun to watch. It doesn't have to have these crazy big prizes like pro tournaments have. No, they shouldn't make millions of dollars. Maybe even the prize isn't even money. doing it in person, the first prize for doing it in person is you do qualifiers and stuff to get those amateurs to get to go to that in-person event. And that's the first prize. Getting to go do a big thing that they would otherwise never get to go do. For many of them, that's exciting in itself. Pro players go to these tournaments all the time, so going to somewhere like LA to do a tournament isn't exciting for them. They've done this a bunch of times. It's winning that matters. But to an amateur player, just getting to go to LA and be part of this thing is an experience in itself that they're never otherwise going to get to do. That alone is worth it. That alone is probably enough to get them to play, to get them to go. I don't even care if I win the tournament. Just getting to go is a privilege. Just getting to go is exciting. I get to, and then you give them a week in LA. Like, hey, 2 days you're doing the tournament, but these other 4 days, these other, 5 days of the week, enjoy your time in LA. You got a free trip to LA. You got a free vacation. Bring your spouse. Bring a friend. Whatever. And then just have the prize for the actual tournament be nothing crazy. Doesn't have to be like $1 million like a fucking Evo tournament, but it could be something that some of these people would otherwise never have, that would encourage them to play more fighting games, that would give them access to more fighting games and keep them in the genre. Like winning it could be a PC. This massive, $5,000 game in PC sponsored by blah blah blah, sponsored by Razer or something that these people could otherwise never afford and would go, wow, I never realized PC game was, and you're just slowly bringing them further and further. Oh wow! And you're just slowly bringing them further and further into the community and making them like it more. Getting that dedication from them. Maybe some of them go on to become pros. Maybe some of them don't. Who cares? But watching amateurs fight while being commentated on by actual pro players, to hear them break down amateur gameplay and getting to watch, I think it'd make it better for the spectator too, if you're trying to draw more spectators into Evo, because there's a lot of spectators, like my wife for instance, who could watch Evo and not know what they're watching. She doesn't understand when something really impressive just happened on screen because she hasn't seen what an amateur match looks like compared to a pro match. So when you have a moment like the Daigo parry, she's just going to go, oh, he just blocked a lot. Like, she's not going to know how impressively difficult that thing is. And then when you spend all that time before Evo starts watching the amateur tournament of people below a certain rank, and you watch match after match of them never parrying, of them never doing that cool shit, and then when you watch the Evo and all of a sudden the characters are doing shit that you hadn't seen them do yet, it kind of gives the impression that, oh, this is higher level gameplay. This is harder shit to do. The amateur tournament makes them want to play because it's all shit that they, hell, I could pick up the controller and do that. Look at these guys. And then you see the pro players and you go, oh, wow. I didn't know my character could do that crazy shit. Yeah. Just adds the excitement. It's a win across the board. I don't know why it doesn't happen. I'm not seeing the negatives to it. I'm just not. I don't know why it doesn't happen. But again, what do I know?
I mean,
I'm just a guy who pumps an unjustifiable amount of money into these games, but my opinion doesn't matter. I mean, I gave...
It's cheaper to go to a local, man. Like,
yeah, I'm sure it is, but that's not as exciting. It's about building the hype and the excitement. There's always local tournaments, but a lot of, well, not always. There's a ton of people who don't have local tournaments in their area, so they don't have that ability. It's a ton of people who play fighting games who don't have that. Like, there's just nothing in their area. I mean, I grew up in a town that had no local tournaments ever. And still doesn't to this day. Like, we don't even have a fucking GameStop. Like, it's... Like, the town I grew up in doesn't even have a GameStop, and those things were fucking everywhere. Like, they didn't even have a GameStop when GameStops were popular. And there's a ton of people who live in towns like that who play online, have decent internet, but they don't have access to a tournament ever. So it would be an event for them. That's what I'm saying. Give them that. Give them that something to shoot for. That feels attainable without no life in the game. Yeah, you're not going to be a millionaire. You're not going to be able to quit your job and become a professional fighting game fighter because you won an amateur tournament. But you might get a cool gaming PC, some custom something, you know, or a couple $1,000s, like a decent amount of change, and a free vacation somewhere. What would be considered pocket change to one of these massively multi-billion-dollar companies that run this thing? Like, it'd be a small investment for them that would have pretty positive returns. It's a PR investment. It's not a money investment. You're probably not going to make a ton of money from it. I mean, you will later. The money will come later from future sales of games. You're not going to get the money right then in the tournament. No. I mean, maybe. Maybe you'll get some from ticket sales, maybe, if the, you know, amateur league becomes popular enough that more people want to watch it. But the real investment, the real return on investment comes from people buying their future games. Because now you've attracted a whole new audience that will stick around for more games and not get burnt out or not feel like they're not welcome. Or not feel like, oh, this isn't for me. Because that happens constantly. Like the video I posted by Sterling on, you know, how Street Fighter 6 made them interested in fighting games for the first time ever. It's the first fighting game they felt like they could actually play because of modern controls. Kind of encapsulates everything I'm talking about, and not just because of the modern controls. Like, it's everything that they said around it, around how they feel about fighting games and why they never took interest in them, how they constantly felt like this genre isn't for me. And those tournaments aren't for me, so I don't watch them, I don't participate in them. Like, I'm so disconnected from all things fighting games because there was nothing in them for me. And this gives something for them. I don't know, feel like it's important considering the amount of money casuals pump into these games and how large a chunk of your profits they make up, that it just feels like you should be doing something for that part of your community and not ignoring them entirely. Like, thanks for the money, dickhead, haha, and then not care about them. Like, I spend an ungodly amount of... I spend an unjustifiable amount of money on fighting games to the point that I get angry, where I feel like I've wasted my money when I want to get deeper into them and I don't have the time to, and then I hit a wall and there's just nothing for me in them. It always just feels like there's nothing for me in them. I mean, I'm pissed off in Mortal Kombat 1 for completely different reasons, but, you know, I spend an ungodly amount of money on Mortal Kombat 1 and I still don't have access to all the content. And then I'm going to hit a wall in that game where there's just nothing for me. There's no tournaments for me. There's no part of the community that's for me, because if I go to talk on Reddit, or I go to any of these things to try to learn, everyone just assumes they either have unlimited free time or that I'm of a certain level, and when I act and when I let them know I'm not and that I'm new, no one gives a shit. And no one wants to talk to me, like, oh, you don't... I just get told over and over, I don't know what I'm talking about, and my opinion doesn't matter. I don't know what I'm talking about, my opinion doesn't matter. I don't know what I'm talking about, my opinion doesn't matter. I'm just saying my opinion should matter. I don't care if I know what I'm talking about or not.
I don't see any other competitive... Not even just fighting games. No other competitive game does that. Like, they don't host, like, major tournaments for the casual player base of CSGO.
No,
you just play online. You get better.
No other genre hinges as hard on the casual audience's money as fighting games. No other genre. The fall off with player numbers for fighting games is insane compared to every other genre. So that casual audience is making up your profits, and they're also making up the death of your games when they drop off if they don't stick around. Even Max acknowledges that the best time to play any fighting game is the first 3 to 6 months it's released, because that's when all the casuals are playing. And after 3 to 6 months, they give the fuck up and they're gone. And that player base takes a goddamn nosedive every time. That is the life cycle of a fighting game. And that does not happen in any other genre. That is insanity. And I'm not talking about like specific games. Sure, that may happen in specific shooters or specific, whatever game, whatever other competitive game. That may happen in a few individual games, but the genre as a whole, that does not happen in any other genre. Like that is the entire fighting game genre is known for that. That's why it's more important here than any other genre. Because their numbers are already lower across the board than any other genre. I mean, Warzone, Call of Duty, yeah, it's a competitive game, and it's also filled to the brim with casuals. But they do plenty to keep those casuals coming back, and they have way more of them than the entire, just the population of Warzone by itself dwarfs the population of all fighting game communities combined. So it doesn't matter if some casuals drop off Call of Duty. There'll still be plenty there. Fighting games hinge on it. To a degree. I mean, profit-wise. So, it's important. I know no one likes to hear any of the shit I say, despite it all being completely true. Because it means that they're not being catered to and that they're going to make the game... For some reason, there's this idea that, trying to make stuff more welcoming to casuals, even though casuals are where the majority of your money come from, that trying to make stuff better for them makes the game worse for all the hardcore guys, which is never fucking true. But for some reason, there's still that fucking stigma around it, and they go online, and they whine, and they bitch, and they spurg out on Twitter, and then these companies cater to them, and then the casuals fall off, and then they start losing profits, and then the companies freak out because they're losing profits, and then we go through the cycle again. I'm just trying to help these companies stop that cycle. This cycle doesn't happen in other genres, which is why yeah, sure, other competitive games don't do this. You're absolutely right. My argument is other competitive games don't have to. Fighting games probably should more than any other genre. Maybe racing games should too. I feel like the racing games kind of go through a similar life cycle.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I mean, once you drive the car, what else is there, man?
Well, in a game like Forza, there's everything. And that's kind of the point behind Forza. It's not just driving the car, it's everything, but I get why people fall off of something like Forza or Gran Turismo, which are, arguably the most competitive, biggest racing games in the genre, because they're simulation racing games. You have to be a car person to get into those. And if you're just not a car person, you're someone who just likes the gameplay of racing, like I do, but you don't give two shits about tuning the car and all those numbers and stats and tire pressure and this, and you just want to race a car, man. Yeah, it's hard to keep casuals on a game like that for that reason, because those games are built for being as true to life as possible and being as accurate as possible to how this car really drives in real life, and how this car would really drive with wet tires, and how this car would really drive with tires with low pressure, how this car would really drive if you tuned it this way, if you tuned it that way, if you overpressured the tires, if it had damage on this part of its car, if it had damage on that part of its car. All of that is taken into account. It's insane the level of realism something like Forza goes for. And because of that, it's probably alienating to people who just want to turn on a video game and drive a car. That's a different audience entirely. Fighting games aren't trying to be real-life fighting games. They're not trying to function like a real-life fight. Ever. I mean, unless you're counting UFC games that obviously aren't popular, there's not a demand for that.
I mean, there is.
It's just very small. Like you're not. That's not gonna keep the genre
It's the
alive.
same reason they fucking keep producing fucking WWE games. It's
Oh no, those don't go for
big.
realism. Those don't go for realism. WWE itself doesn't go for realism. When I say fighting games
doesn't
don't,
go for super realism.
yeah, and that's entirely my point. Is they don't make games going for super realism. When you're playing a racing game like Forza, that is exactly the point behind that game. Super realism. That is exactly what it goes for. It is meant to be as true to life and accurate as possible to the car it is representing. So if you can't afford to drive a Rambo in real life, you're supposed to be able to hop into that Lambo in Forza and feel like what it would feel like to actually drive that car. It's supposed to behave exactly the same way, or as close to it as fucking possible. And there are no fighting games that do that, that try to behave as close to real life fighting as fucking possible. Am I not wearing a power armor right now? I am not. That's why I just took fall damage. Whoops. It doesn't matter. The server's about to shut down, so I'll just chill right here for a minute. Yeah, so if fighting games aren't going to go for that super realism and try to be a simulation fighter, which there aren't many of, I think a few have done it, and they never took off, and that's why I say fighting games aren't trying to be that. So they're like this genre is so dependent on its casuals to stay alive compared to any other genre. Racing games are kind of the opposite. They are not solely, but pretty heavily dependent on car enthusiasts to stay alive. Like they are the car enthusiast game. That's why Forza made 2 separate versions of its game, just so, yeah, okay, well, that's a prime example of casuals being catered to. They make Forza Motorsport, which is 100% catered to the die-hard car guy, to be as accurate to real life and as simulation as possible. Like, you got to check tire pressure, you got to tune your engine, you got to, keep it from getting damaged, and if it is damaged, it's going to control differently. You've got to check weather conditions, you've got to check all that shit. And then you got Forza Horizon, where you can drive up the side of a mountain and jump off and you're fine. like it's wildly opposite end of the spectrum. Forza Horizon was made specifically to cater to that casual crowd, because they realized casuals were buying their game, becoming overwhelmed in the later game when they have to start actually, because the races start out easy, but when you get to that point in the game where you have to actually start tuning your car to win races and start getting into the nitty gritty, casuals start falling off the game and stop playing. And I feel like the same thing happens in fighting games. So Forza makes a separate game just for that crowd. And it worked. It revitalized the series. And now they have 2 ongoing series because of it. Street Fighter went a different route and tried to find a way to make casuals welcome in the same game instead of making a separate game just for them. I'm not sure if that would have worked with fighting games. I'm not sure if having a separate Street Fighter game just for casuals and then having the regular Street Fighter for the hardcores would have worked. I'm not sure if that would have worked like it did for Forza. Maybe, I don't know. Hard to tell. Like, imagine if they had made a Street Fighter game. Instead of putting modern controls in Street Fighter 6, they made Street Fighter 6 cater to specifically the hardcore crowd.
They do, bro. They're on their phone. No, I'm playing.
And what if they made a Street Fighter game specifically catered to the casual? So you'd have Street Fighter 6, and now they have 2 ongoing series at the same time. Just like Forza has 2 ongoing series. I guess the only difference between Street Fighter and Forza is the storyline. Forza doesn't really have a storyline. You're just a racer guy who races cars. So it doesn't really matter. No one plays Forza for the story. But if you're going to have 2 separate series in Street Fighter, I guess you'd have to do 2 separate storylines so that players wouldn't feel obligated to play both. Maybe? I don't know. But, like, just imagine if they... Okay, so if you had Street Fighter 6 and then you had... without modern controls, and then you had Street Fighter that only had modern controls. And that was the only way to play, was the casual way. And they called that something different, not Street Fighter 6. They called it, Street Fighter Horizon, or, Street Fighter New Dawn or something, like letting them know, like, hey, this is It's a new timeline. This is, you know, doing alternate timeline thing. It's a new timeline. It's for new players. And we're keeping it as simple as possible. I'm not sure if that would have worked. I'm not sure if that would have taken off the way Forza Horizon took off. Because that's exactly why Forza Horizon exists. Forza Horizon was made specifically for casual players because after Forza Motorsport 3, they noticed that they now had a life cycle for their game, and it was not a profitable one. That people were buying the game, they'd make a bunch of sales, and then 3 to 6 months later, you know, a large majority of their player base would drop off and stop playing the game. And then online became kind of a ghost town that was only inhabited by these super professional guys that you could never beat in a race, so all the casuals quit playing. They noticed that with Forza Motorsport 1, and then it happened again in Forza Motorsport 2, and each time it happened, a larger and larger chunk of the player base was falling off, and it was costing them money because less and less casuals would buy the sequel after getting kind of burnt by that life cycle of going, well, I'm not going to buy the next one because I'm only going to get to play it for 3 months before only the tryhards are left in the game, and then I can't enjoy it anymore, so why spend money on it? And that's kind of where their mind goes. And I totally understand that. That has stopped me from buying fighting games in the past. So Forza noticed that's what's happening and decided it was time to do something different. So that's what they did. They converted Forza into a casual version and a hardcore version, and they marketed it properly. Never heard that noise before. They marketed it properly so that it was very clear that this new version of Forza is made for you. It's made for the casual. You don't have to worry about damage done to your car affecting how it drives. You don't have to worry about tuning the engine. You don't have to worry about checking the tire pressure. You don't have to worry about buying individual parts for your car and modding it and all that bullshit. All you need to do is buy the car you like that looks cool and race it. And then they went crazier and crazier with the casual shit as the game went along, to the point now where they're just like, it's not even real cars anymore. Hot Wheels in the sky. Like, just crazy shit. And people ate it up. And they still make the hardcore one for the hardcore fan. But basically, the money from the casual version of the game ends up, you know, fueling the hardcore version. So the hardcore guys get a well-made version of their game with a bigger budget because the casual version exists. So the casual version always comes first. Like, they're going to make more Forza Horizons than Motorsport. Like, you're going to see more versions of Forza Horizon of the casual version than you're going to see versions of Forza Motorsport. Like, they've had 3 Forza Horizon games in the time it took them to make 1 Forza Motorsport game. That's why it's been so long since there's been a sequel to Forza Motorsport. But the money they made from all those casual games meant that they could take their time with that simulation one to make it as, you know, as good as possible, as close to real life as possible, as accurate of a simulation as possible, so they could really cater to that hardcore crowd. They got to wait a little longer for their games, but that wait ends up being worth it because they get a bigger budget. And that bigger budget comes from the casual side. I'm not sure if that would work in fighting games. I could be wrong. Maybe it will. I don't know. What the fuck? Am I still wanted? How was that guy able to shoot me? Must have still been wanted even after swapping servers. Whatever. Just get rid of the wanted thing. You can have my scrap, huh? Guess I'll just lose all that scrap. And fuck you, buddy. Fuck about you. You can have all my scrap, I don't care. I'll get more. I don't think I had anything too serious. I don't think I had too serious at the time here. Note to trespassers. They took him. They took my dog. I'm gonna get Rufus back. I'll probably die, but I'll die by his side. If you're reading this, pour one out for me and my boy Rufus. We tried to stay out of the way, but this nightmare swallowed us whole. Signed, Dave. Loved his dog. Get a dog. They took my dog. So that's exactly what I was talking about with my idea for content earlier, because we just kind of stumbled into it tonight. Just kind of turned into that. Where we debate stuff like that that doesn't exactly have an answer. And then throw it up on YouTube and let the comments tell us what they think. See how many people, agree with which side. We're not having the debate to look for the right answer and go, this is how this would work. We go, it's a fun thing to think about.
Yep.
I'd love to see a game try it though. I'd love to see a fighting game that tried that. That tried making two versions of the fighting game. That made a hardcore fighting game version and then a more casual version. Street Fighter kind of did it once. But it was done as a joke. I think if they may have taken it seriously, it might have worked. Back when they did Street Fighter, and then they did Pocket Fighter, where Pocket Fighter had these insanely simplistic controls, and it was meant to be a super casual game. It was really fun. And it served its purpose. It was really fun and cute. Kids loved it. Like, my wife played it. Anyone could pick up and play Pocket Fighter, but it was just deep enough that at higher ranks you had to actually learn how to use the characters. But it was very much catered to the casual audience. It's a 4-button fighter.
It's like a 3-button. One of them don't do shit. It's like a super button.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you count the super button, which you only use occasionally. But yeah, it's super casual. That's what I mean. They made a super casual Street Fighter, and they made it work for the most part. But it was more played as a joke. As this kind of standalone joke thing that they're never going to do again, and then they, never did it again. I think if they would have made that into an actual series, and just fleshed it out with more characters, they were on the right path. Crazy animations, and have them changing costumes mid-combo, and just being this super casual, not taken seriously, fun kind of side thing. That could have been the answer. It might have worked. I'm wondering if it still would now. Gotta find one more Spooky Scorched. I guess I'm just staying up all night tonight. Fuck it. Alright, let's use a nuke. I use a nuke. I need to find a... Where do you launch the nukes from?
Gotta beat the story.
Yeah, so I can't even use my cards. All right, let's go start doing story shit. I need to actually do that now. Everything just seems tied to this. Okay, which one is the actual story mission? I got so goddamn many. Into the neighborhood? No, it's Brotherhood. No, right. I think it was Final Departure was the actual starter story mission for the game. Listen to Overseer's log from Morgan. Yeah, I think that's it. This was the original story for the game where you're just listening to holotapes. Then they made a better version of the story where you actually meet the Overseer and do more stuff. But I'm going to finish the original launch version of the story where it's just holotapes and robots, and then hopefully that'll unlock the nukes, and then I can do all the other stuff later. All right. Last words?
If you do the newer story, it's made me do parts of the other story.
I don't have much.
So I'm pretty sure it'll all just line back up, and then it'll tell you the location you need to go to find the shit. And then you just look up a guide and don't give a fuck about the old storyline.
I might do that.
Might not
It
get the
seemed-
nukes, but at least she'll
it
get the gold
seemed-
bullion.
It seemed like that's what they were aiming for with the new story, is to integrate it with the old one, so you could just do the new one, and you end up doing the old one as part of the new one. Because when you get to that first holotape you're supposed to listen to, even as part of the old quest, that holotape's been taken from its location. So you have to go interact with NPCs to get it and start doing their quest line. Like, it forces you into their quest line, even if you're trying to do the original story. So I think just focusing on the new story may be the way to go. I may just do that.
There's a scanner attached to the.
I think I listened to the wrong tape. It sounds like it's still playing, but there's no audio. I think the guy who's recording it died. I wonder if there's something at the end of the tape. Still hearing static like it's playing the tape. Not just go on forever. Overseers, Fog, Morgantown.
Overseer's log, Morgantown.
Oh fuck, they updated Farmer's Delight again?
Okay, it's not playing anything else, it just tells me to go do
I
it.
love that mod, it's such a good mod. So many fucking things Minecraft should fucking add. But nah, bro, we're gonna add, like, this weird warden creature that doesn't really do anything.
I used to love coming here on weekends, taking flight lessons.
Or archaeology. Like, why did they add that?
I don't pretend to know what those devs are doing anymore. They're very... spend too much time focusing on fucking side games at this point. They're determined to make something other than Minecraft to get people hooked on. And every side game or new thing they try to make, no one gives a shit about. People play it for a month and they're
Because
done
they
with it.
fucking hinge it entirely off of Minecraft.
No, they had
don't
that
even
one.
give it a chance.
No, they had that one other game they made that had nothing to do with Minecraft that literally no one remembers and no one played.
It was that card game, wasn't it?
That Scrolls or something? I feel like it was called. I can't remember the name of the fucking thing. But it launched to very little fanfare. People played it for like a week and was like, yeah, it's alright. And then, like, just like all of their new games, they lack that. They're just not as good and aren't done as well. How did I get stuck right here?
But we need to consider all our options.
Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, there we go. Yeah, they just... nothing they do is going to be as popular as Minecraft because they are not creative enough to make an original game as popular as Minecraft. The only reason you guys are doing... you guys even have Minecraft to do is because Microsoft bought it. Like, the devs working on it now didn't make it. So when they try to make something original that even has nothing to do with Minecraft, it's usually an okay idea that's just not done very well. Like, it's very obvious you guys aren't good at making a game from scratch. You don't understand what makes a good game. You're only halfway decent at maintaining a good game that you've been given. So, I don't know. I do feel like Minecraft should be handed off to a different set of devs at this point.
I think somebody from fucking Microsoft needs to come in there and tell them what the fuck to do and stop with this bullshit.
I think somebody from Microsoft needs to take the game away from them entirely and say, you guys want to make your own games, you want to make your own stuff, here. I'm taking this away from you so you can put 100% of your effort on whatever your next game is and give them one shot to prove themselves. Otherwise, pull an EA and dissolve Mojang and have them go under and just be like, we're done with Mojang. And then Microsoft should take their billions upon billions of dollars, since they like to buy up shit, and they need to go find the top, let's say 50. Fuck it, let's say 20. They need to take the top 20 modders of Minecraft with the top most popular, the creators of the top 50 most popular Minecraft mods. And they need to pull a Sega and say, you guys want to come work on Minecraft proper?
You know what's fucking insane? They've been doing that. Like, they hired the maker of, like, one of the most popular mods of all time and have done nothing with that.
No.
The Aether mod guy, he's been hired
that's
for
not,
years.
Yeah, that's not the same. Not one guy who doesn't have any control over what's doing because now he's working for a big company and he just has to do what he's told and maybe get to spit out an idea. No, they need to hire the top 20 mod makers, including that guy, make a entire team of devs made up of those people who've poured their heart and soul into Minecraft and understand that game better than anybody. They need to make up your development team for Minecraft. Hire them, call them something new, make a whole new company focused around them, blah, 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 just like, Sega has Sonic Team and their sole purpose is to just make Sonic games. Then you make Minecraft Team or Mine Team or Teamcraft or whatever. You call them something, and they're the guys who run and maintain Minecraft. And they call all of the shots. So they get what they want into the game, and they know what the community wants and make sure it gets into the game. And maybe later down the line, as they, as demand gets higher, you start hiring more people. But anytime you hire more new people to add, you're hiring from that modding community. So the people making it understand the game that you've purchased, because they purchased Minecraft. They didn't make it. So that the dev team working on this thing you purchased are people who understand the thing you purchased better than the devs you already have on staff, and that they'll treat it right, and that they'll give a fuck about it, and that they'll listen to the community, and they'll give the community what they want. And if you got 20 of those Aether mod guys, instead of just him being one voice on a bigger team where he's probably not making that big of an impact, but you give him an entire team of his own, well, now you're talking. And now you'll see Minecraft see a renaissance. Then Papa Microsoft doesn't have to oversee it, other than to say, you need to add, this to the store or something, something that they can make money off of course. But other than that, like actual updates for the game itself, for the base game, Microsoft needs to stay 100% hands off. Just put those guys in charge and only step in to go, hey, we need to do a store update. Can you guys make a map that does this? Or, even just give them some light guidelines for stuff that they need to fill the store with every so often. Maybe have a couple guys in charge of that, and then the rest are working on the game proper. That's all you'd really have to do. That is how I would handle it. That is what Sega did, and it is working gangbusters for Sonic. Every good Sonic game that's come out has been because of that in the last little bit of time. Since they've done it.
Every good one.
Yep, every good one. They are cranking out bangers.
Or at least mediocre one.
I think they're...
They haven't made anything that's utter dog shit.
What are all the games that Chris Houlihan's team has made?
I think they did like a Sonic port game or something.
Yeah, all of their ports were good for the most part. Sonic Mania was of course awesome. All the DLCs for Sonic Mania was awesome. Their most recent thing is Sonic Superstars.
Yeah, Sonic Origins apparently sucked like massive dong.
Oh, I didn't play that one, but Sonic... I'm just talking about like original stuff that you let them make and leave them in charge of. Like Sonic Superstars is great. Sonic Mania is great. So... And you make him his own separate team. Like, he's not Sonic Team. He's a different thing. Sonic Team makes all the 3D Sonics, and stuff they make is kind of hit or miss. Like, Frontiers was great, but... Forces was terrible. So it's kind of hit or miss with actual Team Sonic proper. But for the little side team, I forget what they called Chris Houlihan's little team of devs, the little side team that they made. that they gave him and put him in charge of. But his little side team makes good stuff. You know, they made, maybe the port wasn't great, but they made Mania. They made Sonic Superstars. They made something else. I feel like they made something else.
Fucking Lego DLC for fucking Sonic Superstars if you buy the digital deluxe edition. What the fuck?
Yes, makes them all look like Lego figures, and it's pretty fucking adorable.
So weird.
I actually think the comic book, like, cel-shaded stuff that DLC actually makes them look better than they look in the actual game, than their actual 3D models. I think they should have done the whole game in that art style, if I'm being honest.
What's that?
I know it's part of the game. I don't know how you get it. I just know that of course I downloaded it from a Super Switch to try it out. I'm gonna actually buy it when I get money, but the Super Switch version, of course, has all the DLC for free because, you know.
I like the 2.5D stuff that they're doing. That looks cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it just looks like classic fucking Sonic. It's crazy.
Yeah, but you can put him in a 3D world and do all the cool, like, that's the big draw to Superstars over Mania, is you can put him in a 3D world. It still has a fully animated opening in the same art style as Mania that looks like a Saturday morning cartoon show. So it's clearly done by the same team, and it's clearly part of that universe. But being 2.5D, even when you do the cel-shaded one, that of course just makes him look like 2D Sonic, the difference is it's not 2D Sonic. So when you do these big epic boss fights like Superstars does, where they can pan the camera around behind Sonic and they can do all that 3D shit, well, now you get a 2D Sonic look in a 3D game, and it looks fantastic. Like I think that skin looks better than the default 3D Sonic model that the game has.
Sonic should have fucking came into the 3D era, because this is not.
I agree.
Like these graphics aren't even like that great in comparison to like the shit that came out on GameCube. Maybe like higher quality models.
Yeah, it's not super, you know, graphically impressive, but it's good enough. And just the fact that it's in 2.5D gives you the option to do that cinematic 3D stuff. But you don't do it as part of the levels. Like, it's all done. Like, the only time I've seen it use 3D, because I've been playing it kind of casually on my Switch when I'm not at home, is it does the 3D thing for cutscenes in the game, in the actual levels, and it does it in 3D for the for some of the mini games. Now, that's the one thing I'll say about Superstars I think it does wrong, is it goes overboard with the side games to the point where they're interrupting your, you know, because you want to go fast and run through the level at blinding speed, but there's so many like spots in the level where if you hit a certain score, you do a certain thing, it'll unlock a portal that you go to do a quick mini game. Like, you remember in the old school Sonic games, when if you had enough coins, when you reached a checkpoint, that little blue ring would pop up above the checkpoint that you could jump in and do the little mini game to try to get a Chaos Emerald. But that was all that it had back in the old games. Well, there's like 8 different versions of that now. And they don't just pop up at checkpoints. So there's the one at checkpoints. There's the giant ring from Sonic 3 that you can jump in to try to get Chaos Emeralds. There's the one at checkpoints that you could do like you could do in Sonic 2, where you play the mini game that's very similar to that one, where you earn Sonic coins now, which are used to purchase cosmetics. And then there's like 3 or 4 other mini games that pop up as black holes in the level if you do a certain thing. That some of them are in 3D that have you swinging through, you know, have you doing a grappling hook 3D style mini game, or have you flying a supersonic, or have you falling through the air that just do all this other crazy shit. But it seems like you're running into one of those every 10 to 20 seconds. So your pacing through the level is just broken because of it. Like, if you want to do all this, you could skip them and just run past them. But if you want to do them all and try to like get all the side stuff, it breaks the pacing of the game, because every like 20 seconds you have to stop running at full speed across the level to stop and jump in one of these things. To the point where the first time I play the levels, I'm now ignoring them entirely. And then when I go back and play through them a second time, I'll have to try to do all that side stuff. Because if you try to do it all in one playthrough, Sonic speed is lost for the game. Because you have to purposefully stop running at full speed every 20 seconds to do a side thing. Every 10 to 15 seconds. I don't know, 20 is probably being generous. Fun game, but there's just too much side shit to do in it. There's too many mini games.
Is
I
this
feel.
free? Do I recommend this to you, or is this like some bullshit that costs money?
Seeing as how it's 2023, I'm guessing everything costs money.
Oh no, okay. I was about to say. I hope this motherfucker didn't lock it behind his Patreon. So I've heard a lot of good things about this. I've seen that he finally released the 3rd chapter of it. So he's remaking Sonic 06 from the ground up.
Oh no.
And he's almost done.
Oh no, why would you do this?
Because apparently it wasn't all terrible.
It was pretty terrible.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, even if we're like going, well, the plot was okay. Really? The Sonic with a human girl thing? Was Sonic creeping on a human girl? Was a good plot? They basically just stole the plot
It was
from...
just weird Japanese emotions. I seriously believe they were not trying to have them fuck.
No, they stole the plot. That's very much what they were hinting at, because the whole thing is just the plot from Mario stolen, and that's the whole point in Mario. What happens in every fucking Mario game? For the most part. Up until recently when they started to try to do something different, but for the most part, for, fucking 30 years, that's all Mario was. Bowser shows up, kidnaps Princess Peach. You run through all these levels to rescue Princess Peach. You get the kisser. It's very much implied that, Mario and Princess Peach are a fucking couple. They're a thing. That's his princess. Of course they're fucking. And now he's got to go save his girlfriend from the big bad man who's trying to literally steal his girlfriend and marry her. What's the plot to Sonic 06? Dr. Eggman shows up, kidnaps the princess, and Sonic has to go save her. Gives her a kiss. Very much implied. It's the plot to Mario. It's Sonic and the plot to Mario. It's uninteresting, and it is kind of weird that you're implying bestiality. It's not explicit. It's very much implied. I mean, he does make out with her. Gives her a...
He doesn't make out with her. It's like a fucking peck. It's like the most peck-ass kiss I've ever seen.
It's treated as like true love's kiss in the game.
I mean, Sonic's dead, yeah.
Yeah, it's treated as like true love's kiss. It's not just a kiss. It's not like they just, like he just, here's a reward for saving me, a quick peck on the lips, and then you got something that's, it's a little awkward, but, hey, that's the reward. You save the girl, you get the kiss. No, this is true love's kiss that will save him. Their relationship is greater than life itself. Yeah, it's very much implied that they're going to fuck, man. It's cringe. And very much implied that this is not just a kiss. Nope, that entire plot's terrible. You should stick with Sonic having a more Sonic-based plot and not try to do the Mario plot in a Sonic game. Which is what they did. It's just the plot to Mario in a Sonic game. The reboot to Sonic was them trying to actually compete with Mario on a more direct level. Because Mario had been crushing it for years, and Sonic, not so much. So they were trying to change that. Did it work? Absolutely not. And they learned their lesson and erased it from existence and never went for it again. Just like they did with Sonic Boom, where they made them all Stretch Armstrong characters in weird clothing. And everyone hated that too. But yeah, the whole point behind bringing up Sonic was that that's what Minecraft should do. It should absolutely go the Sonic route. And just start catering to. Just start hiring modders and cater to classic Sonic fans with the modder team, and cater to Minecraft OGs with the Minecraft team. Have a set of modders who are making dedicated Minecraft content, and cater to that new crowd who likes spin-off stuff with your other team, and have them make their spin-off games or do their own thing. have two different versions of Minecraft. The people who care about Minecraft story mode and about Minecraft, because those games do have their fans. Minecraft story mode, Minecraft Dungeons, it has its fans. It's nowhere near as big as Minecraft, but there is a fan base behind it. So the people who care about Minecraft lore and story stuff, or you can just have Mojang just start making something completely fucking new and just leave the modder team to work on Minecraft. Point is, modders should be making Minecraft at this point because it is very much a game made what it is by, and very much a community-driven game. It's how it became the most popular game in the world for a minute there. Even when Notch was in charge of it, the community was very, very heavily involved in it, and mods played a big role of it. Like, the community is why it's popular. If Minecraft wasn't so modder friendly, and Notch wasn't so involved with the community when Minecraft first came out, it would have been a cool little thing that died off. Mods are what made that game popular. And the fact that Notch was frequently active, the creator of Minecraft was frequently active on those modder forums and taking feedback from those modders into consideration when updating the game, that community-driven aspect is what made Minecraft what it is. If you want to save it and make it better, they really want to save Minecraft and make it, give it its second renaissance and make it the best it can possibly be, and not just try to sell the name and try to keep cashing in on the popularity it once had, but instead make it popular now. That's how you do it. You hire a team from the modding community to be in charge of the game, and that's what the game needs to be. It needs to be made by modders, by community members, in some official capacity. Because it's great that the modding community is keeping the game alive on PC, and that, PC players can always just turn to mods to fix shit that the game doesn't give a fuck about. But Bedrock players are kind of up shit creek, man. To the point where the modding community on PC is trying to save them. That's why they focus so hard, because there's no reason for the PC community to give two shits about Bedrock crossplay. Other than we want the console players to have the experience that we get. Because those PC players aren't getting anything out of that, other than being able to play with their console friends, I guess. But they've got crossplay working now. The only thing that the modders need to work on now is making mods somehow crossplay. Because right now, yeah, you can crossplay Bedrock and PC, but all the cool mods on PC don't work with Bedrock. Even if those Bedrock players can connect to a Java server, they don't get to play with those cool mods. The only mods that work with crossplay are ones that don't alter the gameplay, that don't alter the game at all. Only mods that don't add anything new to the game, that don't add any new assets to the game, will work. So something like tree capitator, it changes the way trees function, but it doesn't add new blocks to the game. It doesn't add any new assets to the game. Because if it adds new assets to the game, like a car mod would add cars, or, a crafting mod would add a bunch of new crafting mats, well, then Bedrock players couldn't see any of those new things that are added. So they wouldn't be able to, even if you could crossplay with them, they wouldn't be able to use the mod. They would be playing the game and still be locked out of that portion of the game. Or it would cause errors and all sorts of weird shit. So it's still pretty limiting. I mean, I'm experimenting with it on our server, and I'll play it again later today when I get off work, because, Minecraft Monday. I haven't been able to do the last, week or two, because the week before that, I had shit going on Monday. I couldn't stream, and then last week, Spectrum was doing an update.
420, it's 420. Sorry, it's 420.
What are you, 12?
Yeah.
Also,
look, I have a joint sitting here already. It's not like I rolled up just for 420.
Yeah, but
you just got to take a hit at 420. It's just a dumb little stupid fucking thing. Who cares? Let me have my stupid little fun.
Yes, I do.
I'm not out here celebrating 420 like a fucking stoner head. I take a hit at 4:20 p.m., bro.
It's 5:20.
Different time zone.
Exactly my point. It's always 4:20 somewhere.
it's
Just hit it
4:20
whenever you
yeah.
want. Just hit it whenever you want. You don't have to make a big deal out of 4:20. Just if you feel like smoking, just smoke. No 4:20
I have to
thing's
announce
dumb.
it to you. I have to announce it to everybody else on stream. They have to know, because if they don't know, they're not gonna know.
I don't. Okay.
Oh, by the way, you need to fucking play King of Fighters with me and Fox. He bought the game, so he has it
I did
now.
not know that. Fox is.
And it
Not
has
been-
crossplay, so it's
Fox. Fox hadn't been on in a while. I hadn't seen him on in a while.
factory job.
Yeah, no, I mean, I figured he'd been busy. I'm not taking it personal or anything. I'm just saying that
No, I'm
that's
just
why I
saying
had.
factory job.
That's why I didn't even know he had bought a new game or that we'd be playing. Oh shit!
You'd probably have to get on a little earlier.
Yeah, I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble doing that lately. I'm probably fucking my sleep schedule up right now, staying up all night before going to work. But my in-laws are here, and it has just messed with. This entire week has just messed with my sleep schedule in general. It's fucked
You know what?
now.
Fuck 06 mod. Don't go for that. Please play Sim Settlements too. Like for Fallout 4, you can even play it on your Xbox.
Shit,
It is
controller dead.
good.
I'm sure it is, but I want the multiplayer. Is there a multiplayer mod for Fallout 4 on Xbox?
No.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, there's no multiplayer, but it's like a whole new fucking experience, man. It's different.
I'm sure it is. And I'll probably play it
So
eventually.
big it takes if you have like no other mods but like the unofficial patch, cheat terminal, a fucking fast start mod. It takes up your entire space. That's how big it is.
I'm sure I'll play it eventually. It's just time to do all that, and I've been playing Fallout 76 for so long now, and just the multiplayer aspect of it is kind of makes it hard to go back to regular Fallout now, and knowing I won't be able to play with my wife, and I'll build all this cool shit and not be able to have anyone come see it.
That's the beautiful
visit
part
it.
of Sim Settlement. You don't have to build any of the settlement. They all build it for you. It's like The Sims.
Yeah, what's the point?
Because it sucks. The settlement system sucks. They don't have the.
I mean,
camera
what's the
mode.
point in the settlements at all? Like, what's the point in building all this shit if they can't do anything with it?
Well, I mean, they'll gather resources for you. You can have like living, bustling cities, and then you can also like use the regular settlement system and build like outposts and base camps.
Yeah, but nobody can come.
So
can come.
living, breathing feel.
Well, except for the fact that no one who's living and breathing can come see it.
I mean, yeah. You can't do it in The Sims either. It doesn't stop people from playing The Sims.
I don't play The Sims. Mainly for that reason. Actually, you can do that in The Sims. They did make a version of it where you can go visit other people's shit. I forgot what it was called. My wife used to play it. That's kind of the whole...
Mobile game.
Yeah, it might be a mobile game. Might be why I didn't play it. That's what people want, man. They want to, when you do all that work making a settlement or making a city and making a cool thing, you want people to be able to come and visit and look at all your hard work.
And it's not really, you don't really play it for entirely the settlement system. You play it for the fact that it adds like a whole new faction for you to play with. That's better than the Minutemen because it feels not like you're being sent on fetch quests every 3 fucking minutes.
I mean, because you are being sent on fetch quests every 3 minutes.
I know, it's crazy. It's a
That-
decent quest line in Fallout 4. That's the reason to play this mod.
Yeah, no, I'm all for stuff that expands upon the actual game, makes the game better. But it's just time. I haven't had time to play stuff, and I feel like my time is better spent in something like Fallout 76 because they're still actively adding new content to it. And I can, I can make it a more social thing because I do get a decent amount of viewers every now and then from Fallout 76 because that community is just desperate for content creators and people to play with. It's a neglected community that I'm kind of capitalizing on. But yeah, I'll have nights where there'll be like 50 people in here that'll just come in and they'll all want to team up and we'll go do stuff. I've done daily operations, like, people looking for group, go looking for streamers, and there's not many to choose from. So I'm trying to fill part of that void. And the game does actively have one of the best communities in gaming. Like, it's notoriously known for that. Some of the, like, pretty much 9 out of 10 people you meet are going to be friendly. Some will just even randomly give you free items. I know Ozzy's big draw to not play the game is the fact that he might run into real people. But honestly, when I've run into real people in Fallout 76, 90% of the time it's been a positive experience. Every now and then you get that one douchebag who just tries to steal your camp or who follows you around and keeps jumping in front of you and shooting you in the middle of a fight to try to trick you into shooting him so you'll trigger PvP. But if you set yourself to pacifist mode, then you can't even be flagged for PvP even if you shoot another player. So they kind of address that issue. So good on them. Because that was annoying. Some guy would see you, especially if you're chainsawing a super mutant or something, he would see you. And the only way to initiate PvP in Fallout 76 is somebody shoots you first, and then if you want to PvP them, you have to shoot them back. So once both players had damaged each other once, both players have to basically consent to the PvP, then PvP is activated. So what people would do is they'd see you chainsawing a super mutant or scorch beast or something, they'd shoot you in the back, and then run in front of your chainsaw so you hit them. Now PvP is active because your chainsaw is just revved up hitting the scorch beast, and they just run in front of it. Now that PvP is active, they just one-shot you and take all your shit. So it became a problem, and they actually addressed the problem. But yeah, it doesn't change my point that, it is one of the better communities in gaming.
I don't know. This is what I wish Bethesda would do more of.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I wish Bethesda would do.
I just like it puts a reason for the gunners to be here and not just be retarded fucking cannon fodder.
I mean, in their defense, since they've hired a dedicated team for Fallout 76, that team has done a pretty good job of listening to the community Fallout 76 has and trying to give them everything they want. And one of the things they wanted was companions and was that kind of settlement system with your camp instead of just having a camp. And they've kind of given you some of that, and I'm pretty sure they'll expand on it with the next big expansion that comes out in December. Because you do have companions now, and you can set them in your camp, and they'll walk around and do stuff and go on quests and gather resources for it. Like, they'll do all that shit for you. And they can go with you on... they'll not actively... They each have their own quest line, which is pretty awesome. And after you complete their quest line, they actively go with you to do other quests. So they're kind of giving you more of that stuff that people wanted from 4 in Fallout 76. It's just... It's a better late than never kind of situation with this game. But I'm not going to take away from... I'm going to give credit where credit's due and say that they are trying. They are listening to their community and trying to actively give them what they want to make this game better. Which is more than I can say for most games, sadly. I mean, in my honest opinion, this should be the bare minimum. This is what you should do when you make a game. This should be how especially live service games, this should just be how they function. But we kind of get the opposite with most games. So to find a game that actually does it, yeah. Kind of feels weird to give you praise for something I feel like is the bare minimum. But when so many other games aren't even meeting the bare minimum, I mean, it does deserve recognition, I guess. But so many games don't even do the bare minimum. So many games just do the Anthem thing, where they do what they want, they rush something out the door, they give a couple updates, and they see that, you know, people, they just look at their player numbers, they don't actually listen to the community, and they see that people aren't playing it anymore, and they go, well, if no one's playing it, then why update it? And they just abandon it and take the money and run. They absolutely could have done that, and they didn't. So, no, credit where credit's due. I am genuinely excited for the December update, because it does sound like this is their biggest one yet, and it's given most of the stuff I wanted Fallout 76 to be at launch will be what this is. I'm genuinely excited for it. It is very story focused. It's taken a ton of inspiration from Fallout New Vegas, which is arguably one of the best Fallout games. Ton of factions. Expansion to the, you know, to the camp system. I'm hoping they'll finally make it so you can have more than one NPC at your camp at a time instead of just the one. You can actually treat it like a settlement now. Yeah, I'm hoping it does a lot of cool shit. Oh, it just got an achievement. Final departure, mission complete. Yeah, this is... I'm definitely on the right track for doing the story quest because they have achievements tied to them. Oh, they're trying to inoculate against the Scorch Plague. Okay. Studied Dr. Hudson's research. Guess I do that on the computer. Ounce of prevention. Scorched research. To read all of these. Alright, I already know what all these enemies are and what their weaknesses are. I can just kind of skip the reading of the research. This is a lot of dialogue. Rival of the Brotherhood. Oh. This isn't where I study the research, so it's not on that terminal. Okay, let's see if I can figure out where it is then. Go on map. Oh, it's... crafting bench. Way overweight at this point. I could switch power armors again, but... do that. Crafting bench around here somewhere. I think there's one in here. There's all the robots. Yep, there's one. There we go. Okay, let's fast travel down to that medical center.
There's just so much fucking small shit with Bethesda games that I'm just like, why? Why do you change this?
Oh, I mean, I'm straight up taking a break from Starfield until they fix the fucking game. I'm so mad that two quest lines, entire quest lines in that game are broken for me. It cannot go any further. The game is glitched and won't let me continue. And until they fix the glitch so I can actually complete these two quest lines, one of which I was very much enjoying and very interested in, that seemed like an actual good quest line, Yeah, until I can finish it, I don't want to play anymore. Like, that just turned me off completely. Because the only thing left to do then, while I was waiting for them to fix it, was the exploration, which I enjoy so much in, you know, Bethesda games. Only they murdered the exploration in Starfield. Like, I'm just so mad at the game right now. I want to love it, and I want it to be better. And it's not. Until they fix it. Potential's there, but it's... Goddamn Bethesda bugs have killed the game.
Hell, I ain't even that pissed about. I mean, well, Starfield. I'm not even finishing that game until mods come out and shit.
Yep, I'll finish it when they fix it and when it's better and when it's more playable. Because right now it's none of those things.
But like, I'm still pissed about the shit they did to Fallout 4, man. Like, I don't understand how they, like, every single time they make it less and less fucking interesting.
In their defense,
Like,
they fixed a lot of the problems people had with 4 and 76. They just took them a while to do it, and a lot of people don't even realize that Fallout 76 is a better game now that's had those problems fixed. A lot of people don't even know that now. Because they do nothing to advertise it. But in all honesty, a lot of the problems people had with Fallout 4 have been fixed in 76 and are continued, and they're continuing to fix. That's what's disappointing about it. Like they're actively trying, and they're not like advertising the fact that they're trying. Like, everybody hated the dialogue wheel in 4, and they wanted to go back to the, you know, all the dialogue options you had in 3. That's what they did in 76.
Duh. Like that one was like that's the most obvious thing that they could have fucking fixed. Like, they took away fucking all storylines in that game. Yeah, they added them back now, so I mean, yeah, you can't really complain. But like, I don't really feel like it was them listening to the complaints of Fallout 4 when they made this game. They did it when they were trying to fix it like 3 months fucking later. Which is why I'm worried about it. Because the next Fallout game hopefully is a... Honestly, I'd love it if they would just make it like a Borderlands style co-op. But like, if not, then make it just a single player game.
Yeah, I would love to see them marry Fallout 76 with Fallout 4. You know, marry it with that idea. So build it from the ground up with all of the cool multiplayer features and stuff you've put in 76. Like, I love the expeditions. I love the drop-in, drop-out multiplayer, the public team thing. I love it being a living, breathing world with multiple people, so you don't even have to do like a Borderlands 4 players only, but you could have this big open world. I mean, keep the private world thing with only your 4 friends and make it not locked behind a subscription, so people like Ozzy can't complain. But I like all of that stuff, but it needs to be built from the ground up to focus on story and to feel like a Fallout game and not feel like this weird, well, we tried to be a survival game but didn't really, and now we're making it a Fallout game that still has some survival elements with the camp. Yeah, like, they need to make it what they have here more cohesive with what a Fallout game should be. And it'd be really good. Like, I feel like they've mastered multiplayer at this point. Rough start, but they should take everything they learned from this game to make a proper multiplayer Fallout game now. Fallout 76 has been a great little experiment that I feel like they've learned a lot from, and they can incorporate a lot of that stuff into an actual Fallout game, but they need to make an actual Fallout game. And then sprinkle the multiplayer elements from 76 on top of that. So it needs to be a Fallout game first, and an MMO style Fallout 76 style game.
I mean,
that needs to be the cherry on top.
Prefer if they fucking would just drop the MMO bullshit. I don't. It's not huge for me. I'm playing it kind of because you're having fun with it, and I want to play with my friend. Like, honestly, it's not. It's okay. It's an okay experience.
I feel like we haven't even really got into it. I feel like we really even haven't got into the to the late game stuff yet, which is what I'm trying to do now. And I need to. Part of that's my fault because I have not focused on quests at all. I get too easily distracted in Fallout games. But now that I'm doing them, I feel like we have barely scratched the surface.
I want weapon breaking out the fucking game. I hate that shit. I don't want my weapons to break. It's like you have a level up system so that new players can't use the same weapons, but eventually it just becomes, oh, you can just repair it whenever the fuck. So it's stupid. It's stupid. It doesn't.
It needs to be
like
retooled. I don't think it needs to be gone entirely, but it definitely needs to be retooled. That's one of the things that they just kind of they designed it a certain way around Fallout being a survival game like Minecraft, and then they walked that back, so they added, you know, repair kits and stuff so that breaking the guns and stuff feels trivial in the game now, to the point where you can completely ignore it. But it needs to be reworked. I'm not against it being in the game, but it needs to be reworked.
I hate that shit. I hate it in Breath of the Wild. I hate my weapons breaking. I don't want to deal with it. I want to find my weapon and use it. Not fucking fix it up 37 fucking times or find 37 new weapons. I want to use the fucking weapon I like.
Like I said, we're going to differ on that. I'm not against systems like that being in a game, especially in a game like this where there's a gabillion different guns and you can carry as many as you want as long as your carry limit will allow at one time. It's not like Borderlands where you can only carry or equip X amount of guns at a time. So, okay, they don't need to break in Borderlands because I can only have this gun and this gun equipped. You know, what is it in Borderlands? 4? You get 4 guns you can carry at a time.
And then you can carry like 30 in your inventory.
Yeah, but you can only have 4 equipped at a time. Okay, so there's no reason for those to break because you're already limited on how many you can use at a time, which forces you to, you know, pick and choose. But in a game where you can carry as many as you want, and then you pull up your weapon wheel, and this weapon wheel holds fucking 12? So you can just hot swap to 12 different weapons in any time. Breath of the Wild's weapon wheel is every weapon in your inventory at all times. So when you can switch to any weapon you have at any time and you can carry this massive arsenal, I'm not against having a degradation system that forces you to actually utilize that arsenal. To actually not just, okay, here's my one gun, you know, but actually forces you to make use of this mechanic. They both need to be retooled, though. Breath of the Wild's system and Tears of the Kingdom system is terrible. The weapon breaking in that is absolutely god-awful. Like, that is everyone's bane of existence in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is the weapons break entirely too fast. I get that you're trying to get people to use...
Fucking 76. It feels like I can use it for one fucking encounter, like one story mission, and then I have to repair my shit again.
That's not been my experience. I'm not sure why you're... I feel like you're exaggerating a bit. Like I feel like mine break...
I repaired my weapons. Remember that steel one? I went and repaired my rifle. I used the rifle to kill maybe 30 fucking robots. And then my weapon was broken by the end of it. It was like 1 fucking %.
I don't know. I feel like
10% or something.
I don't know. I feel like 30 is a lot. And I guess that's where we differ. Like I feel like 30 is it's a lot of enemies. I feel like 30 is a good number for it to... Okay, yeah, it should break after 30. Like, Breath of the Wild's like... You literally fight 2 to 3 enemies and your weapon's broken. Like they break it, like, if you think it's bad in this, it is
even
constant.
Worse on me, because I don't like to pick up everything that I can. Because I don't loot like a fucking loot goblin, I don't have 90% of the resources to fix these weapons. So I'd have to go out and specifically go and gather them. I don't want to do that. I want to keep playing the fucking game.
I hate to say this.
Stop and go grab shit.
I hate to say this, but it just sounds like you just don't like Fallout games. Like that's kind of how those games operate. Like at their core, like that's how you're supposed to play the games.
Pick up fucking junk. I just don't go, oh hey, there's junk. I'm gonna pick it all up in this room. I go, oh hey, I'm gonna ping some stuff that I need. Once I start needing junk and shit, and then I pick up a couple items of the thing. I don't fucking go, ooh, hey, look at this.
So you don't plan ahead. Right, so you don't plan ahead. You just grab shit when you need it, which is why you feel it more than most other players feel it. Because that's not how most people play a Bethesda game. Most people plan ahead. That's why They want more storage space because they want to store stuff so that when they need things, they have them. Instead of, I'll ping it and then I go get it when I need it. Well, yeah, your weapon's going to be broken for longer and you're going to feel it more if you wait until your weapon breaks to start gathering the materials needed to fix it. I barely feel my weapons breaking in a Fallout game. Most people don't because they plan ahead. They like, if you're trying to work within this, okay,
Vegas, it's not as bad.
If you're trying to work within the stash box limit, it's not hard. It's not hard to manage the stash box and not need to pay for infinite storage and be a loot goblin like me. It's not hard to plan in advance so that when your shit breaks, it's 2 seconds to fast travel back. You know, sure, if it breaks on a mission, that's why you carry extra guns, something you can swap to, finish the mission, go home and repair everything real quick.
I'm not even down bad on resources. It's like, oh, they require this one specific thing that I
that's what I was getting at. It's not hard to notice which things require, like which crafting mats are used the most. And it's not hard to plan for that and then stockpile them real quick and keep a stockpile at home. Like once you reach a certain stockpile limit, then you can just casually play and casually pick stuff up as needed, which is what I was doing until I did pay for 1 month of Fallout first just to see how big the difference was since I had, Microsoft points to burn. But it's like, it wasn't hard. I set myself at 150. So I said, okay, I want, 100 and 150. Okay, so I want 100 of every crafting mat in my stash box. And then I'll stop collecting shit. And the real useful shit that almost everything uses, like screws and gears and oil, I'll keep 150 of those. And then I'll stop collecting shit. And then every time I go to repair stuff, I see like how much of it I've used, and I go, okay, I need to collect a little bit. When it starts to get low, then I go on another loot run and collect them. So I was doing that once a week. Maybe I was doing a loot run, and then the rest of the week I could just play like normal and not have to worry about it. Something broke, I repaired it. I carry multiple guns, finish a mission, something breaks, go back to the camp, repair everything, start the process over again. Gear up for my next adventure. Wasn't hard. I can see it being a problem if you don't plan ahead like that, but planning...
I've never had to play like this in any other fucking Bethesda.
That is literally how I've had to play in every Bethesda game. I don't understand how your experience has been different. That is how everyone I know has always played Bethesda games.
I don't craft in Bethesda games. I pick up the loot on the ground and use the loot on the ground.
But you
you don't repair in Skyrim, you don't repair in Fallout 4, you barely repair in New Vegas, and then you get the one, and if you fucking hate it, like I do, you get the one perk that makes it so that 90% of the guns you can just repair with fucking the loot you get off the ground.
I don't know, it just sounds like you've had a different playstyle from everyone I've ever talked to who's played a Bethesda game. And every review I've ever seen, that's been their major complaint from Starfield. Like, you can see it in Angry Joe's review, you can see it in IGN's review, you can see it in multiple reviews. Everyone's pissed at the carry weight limit because it punishes them for looting. And looting is the thing everyone does in those games. Like, what, do you want me to not pick up the loot from every person I kill?
Look.
Of course I'm going to do that.
I 100% agree. The space to do it should be there. But I also shouldn't fucking have to. I shouldn't be required to.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
In any other fucking Bethesda game.
But that's what I'm saying is that you're not required to do it all the time, but you do to an extent. I mean, you just plan ahead. Like, it just makes sense. It makes more sense in this than in Breath of the Wild, because Breath of the Wild, you can't repair those weapons. They broke, they're gone forever, and then you do have to just loot something off someone else. So I've run into situations in Breath of the Wild where my entire arsenal broke fighting something because it had an insane amount of health and those weapons break in like 8 hits. And then I had no weapons left in my inventory, and Breath of the Wild has no option to fight while unarmed, so I'm literally defenseless until I run away from that enemy, kill a weaker enemy to pick up its weapon because I can't repair the ones I had. It makes more sense in a Bethesda game, and it even makes more sense in Fallout, more so than even Starfield, because it's a wasteland, and you're kind of...
I'll just say this.
Preparing
it's
for
way
your...
too fucking much. They break way too fucking fast. That is my main complaint.
I'm just going to wholeheartedly disagree with you on this one. I feel like it. I feel like it's
the game that literally has this system in it. The Fallout game that has weapon breaking is not even this fucking egregious unless I pick the fucking survival mode.
That's what I'm saying. I'm disagreeing with you that it's egregious. It's barely been a bother to me. And I think it's because I actually do plan out my expeditions. I keep a minimum amount of crafting materials. Takes me not that long to... I mean, I'm in the habit of looting everything all the time right now because I've paid for my 1 month of Fallout First, so I'm trying to maximize my potential for it. But once I go back to playing the way I was playing before I spent my Microsoft points on Fallout First, I'd spend maybe an hour collecting crafting mats just to plan ahead. And as long as I planned ahead, I was fine for like a week. In a week of real time.
Like, I didn't plan ahead in Warframe.
But I
don't
makes
play these games.
That's what I'm saying.
Loot. I play them for the combat. I play
that's
them
what I'm saying.
for the story.
I think combat's a weird reason to play a Bethesda game. Story, absolutely. Combat's kind of not great in all these games.
My favorite games are like Fallout. Like I like VATS. Like VATS is a very interesting
Fallout, it makes sense to plan ahead. You're living in a wasteland. You should have supplies before you go on an adventure. Like you should be keeping a steady set of supplies. You're surviving in a wasteland. Thematically, it just fits to go. Okay, I need some supplies. Like in any piece of media that has a wasteland in it, that's how it works. Like in The Walking Dead, like Rick Grimes and company didn't just.
You can try to justify it with like logic all you want. It's a video game, bro.
Yeah, I know it's a video game, but it's the point of the video game.
It's like not video game, like ultra realism either.
No, it's not going for ultra realism, but there's some stuff it is going for, and it's clearly one of the things it's going for. And I'm disagreeing that it's egregious because, like, I've got one broken weapon in my inventory right now, and I've been playing all night, so I'm not seeing this egregious part of it. I've had I have repaired no weapons. I've been playing
I bet they're not as bad at level 50 plus.
I haven't had this. I didn't have this problem at level 30 where you are. Nothing's changed for me since level 30. I'm not using any of the perks that keep my weapons from breaking. I'm not using any of them. So my weapon durability hasn't changed at all. I haven't felt the need to use those perks. Those perk cards exist that could fix your problem and probably make it play the way you want it to play. And you could absolutely spec into those perks and focus on it. I didn't. And my weapons still aren't breaking. I've been playing for 5 hours right now. I've been playing for 5 hours, and I've had 2 guns break. 2 guns break in 5 hours. I just don't see the egregious part. It sounds like it just annoys you more when it happens, to the point where you just don't want it to happen at all. I think it annoys you because you don't want it to happen at all. But in reality, it really isn't happening that often. It's not unmanageable. It's like if we were talking about Breath of the Wild, I'd absolutely agree with you. My weapons broke in Breath of the Wild every 10 fucking minutes. And Fallout, I might have 1 weapon break an hour. Maybe. And I feel like that's fine. I'm sorry. I don't see the problem. I just don't see the problem with needing to repair a weapon once every hour or 2 as an issue. Like I'm barely noticing for the most part. And the one weapon I have that breaks often is because it's a fragile OP weapon. Like, I'd say my chainsaw probably breaks the most, and that's simply because of the amount of use it gets. Like, the amount of damage it outputs is so high that it breaking fast is kind of the balancing mechanism to it. So, okay, fine. But, like, my shotgun, I think it's broken once, and then all the time I've used it. I mean, I'll repair everything when I go back to a workbench, but I can usually play for hours using my shotgun and not have it break at all. As long as I'm just casually repairing it when I go back to my workbench in between missions, it's fine.
Yeah,
and maybe that's it. Maybe it's because I repair things before they break. Like, I just repair stuff every time I go back to camp, whether it needs it or not. I never leave my camp without every weapon I have and every piece of armor I have being at full, because they're cheaper to repair when they're cheaper to repair when they're not as damaged. And
my armor breaks all the time.
And
I'm just swapping it every time.
And I just make sure everything's at full health before I leave camp. And it's pretty fine for the most part. Like, it's nowhere near as egregious or atrocious as Breath of the Wild system. Breath of the Wild system is everyone's major complaint with that game, and justifiably so. Like, it's even worse in Tears of the Kingdom, because every weapon you pick up in Tears of the Kingdom is rusted. And rusted weapons break in like 3 hits. Literally 3 hits. So you have to fuse it with something, and fusing it with something only gives you like an extra maybe 10 hits at most. So those weapons, literally you swing them, you hit something 10 to 12 times and the weapon's broken. Like, Tears of the Kingdom is atrocious with it. I can definitely fire more than 12 shots from my shotgun and fall out before it breaks. But I will agree with you that VATS is definitely in need of an adjustment. I'm not sure what to tell them to do with it. But if you're doing an online multiplayer game like this, VATS needs an adjustment.
Fine. It does decent damage. It works.
It definitely works a lot better now than it did, but it's still finicky for me. It's nowhere near as satisfying as stopping time and planning out, 4 attacks against 3 enemies or something, where now it's just like a low-tier aimbot. I feel like it does still need adjusting. It's definitely a lot better now. Like, when the game first launched, it was worthless because it would go from 90% chance to hit to 0.
To target limbs. That's really what I do. I basically just use it to cripple
I use
my
it for
enemies.
I use it for headshots.
Like, I'll go for like the legs, or like the arms on a robot, so they can't shoot me anymore.
I think the best way to do it, because the best, like, shotguns feel absolutely worthless without it. Because using VATS with a shotgun guarantees every pellet hits the exact same spot, turns it into a slug. Like, it changes the way the shotgun operates when you use VATS, so that you do this massive maximum amount of damage. So shotguns feel particularly great with VATS. I feel like that's how VATS should work in a Fallout game that's always online like 76. I feel like VATS should have special attributes depending on what weapons you use in it. I feel like that would be really cool. So that VATS will actually act as like an alternate fire mode for your weapons, on top of being an auto aim. Like, I think it needs to do both those things. Since you can't pause time and, target multiple enemies at once now and plan out this big cool, it's high noon Overwatch kind of attack where you just auto hits multiple enemies, now you're stuck to VATSing one enemy at a time, and they're moving and dancing around, so you got to like position yourself while you're doing it. I think it'd be cool that if it changed the way the guns operated when you used VATS. So for instance, shotgun, it turns it into a slug. I think it'd be cool that if you use something like a missile launcher in VATS, it would shoot a different kind of missile. It would shoot like a cluster of missiles all at once instead of just the singular missile. Like it would add an alternate fire for guns for using VATS. I think that's my suggestion on what to do with VATS to make it more viable, to make it more fun to use in a game where, VATS feels gimped because it doesn't function the same way anymore. It's just nowhere near as satisfying when I can't stop time and get that cool slow-mo kill. So give me something else. Make it do something more. That's what I would do. Don't get me wrong. Fallout's far from a perfect game. There's a lot I would change. And I'm totally fine with tweaking the weapon degradation system so that it's not as bad. Or making mods that you can make for your weapons that make them more durable. Those are mods that are absolutely missing from weapons. Like, no weapon I've ever modded in the game had a mod that increased the weapon's durability. Or make a mod that makes it so that when the weapon's broken, it becomes a different weapon and is usable in a different way, so that at least it's not completely useless. Yeah, something like that. Like, there's still a lot that you could do with the weapon degradation system. I'm not saying it's perfect as is. It just doesn't bother me near as much as it seems to bother you. But
It's just something that
I'm all
didn't
for
have to
changes
deal
to
with
it.
in the single player games, and it's one of my biggest complaints with the basic gameplay, because that's really the only part I care about.
I mean, you still had to deal with it in 4.
No, there was no weapon breaking in 4.
Wasn't there weapon? I thought I remember weapon breaking.
All of the collecting was for the settlement building system, man. That was it. Like
I could've sworn
upgrading,
it.
like, and I didn't upgrade. I just bought legendary weapons from the shop and used legendary weapons. It never required me to ever interact with those systems.
I don't know, it doesn't bother me as much, and like I said, it kind of makes sense in 76 for multiple reasons, even if you're ignoring the lore reason, which I think it makes sense lore-wise, but, you know, everything in the world of Fallout is broken and fallen apart and been ravaged by war. Why wouldn't weapons also be? But, okay. But even if you ignore the lore reasons, it still makes sense in a game like Fallout 76, because what Fallout 76 does that Fallout 4 doesn't is areas and loot respawn and reset. So you have two options. You can repair the weapon, or for most of the weapons in the game, including some legendaries, you can just go grab another one, and you can keep multiple and just carry multiple of them. You can't really do that in 4. Once you pick up an item in 4, that's it. It's yours. It's gone from the map now. You can't get 2 of it. So you have the potential to stockpile much easier in 76. You don't even have to wait for it to respawn. You can log out of the server and log back in. You can server hop. You can just log out and log into a new server, and
Here's
everything's
what I think they
respawned.
should do if they don't want to increase the damn duration meter. Let me combine my weapons.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm
Let
all
me do
for
it like New Vegas, where I can just have like, okay, I can have a hunting rifle in my inventory, and I can use the hunting rifle parts to repair my already in-use hunting rifle. There you go. That's the logic. You can even make perks that make it so that you can just have an assault rifle in your inventory, and it'll let you repair whatever the hell. Like, just like New Vegas.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm all for, tweaks to the system. I mean, their answer to the system of people who did complain about stuff breaking and didn't want it to interrupt gameplay, where it was the repair kits you can carry around with you.
yeah,
Which,
but then they're trying to sell that to me, so... it's
yeah,
like,
I don't like them trying to sell it, but I've never felt the need to buy one, and I'm literally fucking drowning in them. Like,
shit,
they're
where do you
not...
get 'em?
Where do you get them? They're not hard to farm. Like, just do events for a day, and you'll be fucking drowning in them. Like, I have... How many fucking repair kits?
I mean, I haven't
am I
done
sitting on?
events in a while, because, I'm trying to finish the story so I can do the higher level events and stuff.
Yeah, I spent a couple days just doing events, but I feel like I get them from, not just from events, but from capturing some outposts will give them to you. Like, I always do the same thing, and maybe that's why I have this problem bothers me a lot less than you, is the first thing, I do 2 things as soon as I log in with this being an online game. The first thing I do is join a public team, so I get the bonus. And then, the second thing I do before I start playing, before I do anything else, is I go and capture an outpost. Any outpost. Because A, completing the outpost will give you quest rewards, and then defending that outpost will continually give you quest rewards. I think sometimes repair kits are part of that. And if you set up good defenses on it, you don't even have to travel back to the outpost to get the rewards. It'll just auto give you rewards for having that outpost. The outpost also generates resources per hour. So it's this thing you just go check on in between missions to keep getting free resources. If you're on a team, you can actually convince your teammates to all do the same thing. If you're on a good team, a good public team, your teammates all do the same thing. They'll all capture an individual outpost themselves. So you end up having 4 outposts on your team. And then in between your quest or whatever, whenever you get free time, you just go back and fast travel from outpost to outpost, collecting all the free resources from you and your teammates' outpost, and getting all the free rewards from all the, defend the outpost quests that pop up once an hour. And you end up drowning in fucking, repair kits and scrap kits. Like, I got 21 scrap kits. I've literally never had to use one, never bought one.
See, I'm not even really at the point where I'm, like, taking the game seriously like that. Like, I'm like, I don't want to. I want to just.
That's just how that's what I'm saying. That's just
start farming. And
yeah,
then
I've got 20. I've got 27. I've got 27 basic repair kits and like 10 improved.
Like, the plan was to always
I've
start
never
doing what you're doing.
I've never purchased a repair kit, but I'm not. Like, I didn't have to. I guess it's just a difference in how we play. I didn't have to reach a point to start playing like this. This is just how I play the game. This is how I played since day one. This is just how I play Fallout. It's a very laid back, time sink for me, where I get invested in it, and I'm starting, like, I'm planning ahead from day one. Like, okay, I'm going to need this stuff. Like, I look at stuff I need, and that's why I say exploring is part of the fun for me, because exploring and finding that loot and finding that stuff to collect and to go ahead and have at my camp, and I usually just do that from day one. And then when I get bored of the exploration, which I enjoy so much, when I get bored of just exploring and trying to unlock all the waypoints and just collecting shit, by the time I'm done doing all that, which is just how I log in and play any Fallout game from day one, the first thing I do is just roam around the map, explore, try to unlock all the fast travel points, so that when I finally get bored of that, or I finally get all the fast travel points done and I want to do story, I now no longer have to worry about any of that shit while I'm doing the story. I can just play through the story, fast traveling from location to location, so that I can have the story advance at a steady pace and never have to worry about repairing shit, never have to worry about shit breaking, because I've already like got all the stuff I need to just play the story and focus on the story and do nothing but the story. But that's just how I play. And a lot of people I know that's how they play. They log in, they do that opening quest line, and once you set them loose in the open world, they love to explore, and they go out exploring, they're picking up shit, they build their camp, they settle into the game, and once they're settled in, now let's go questing. I'm settled in, I'm ready to go do shit. And that's just how a lot of people play these games. Which was why a lot of people got mad at Starfield, myself included. Like Angry Joe got mad at it, IGN got mad at it, a lot of people got mad at Starfield, because once you do that opening quest and you settle into the game and it's time to go exploring and doing what you want, there is no fucking exploration. You're just clicking on fast travel points. Like, pretty much playing the story is the way to play that game. Playing it the other way is boring. If you're actually exploring a planet, it's boring because it's procedurally generated and there's nothing of interest out there. There's no need to... You get punished for collecting shit in that game and playing it that way, because your carry weight limit between your ship, your companion, and your fucking main character is less than the carry weight limit of your stash box in Fallout 76. Like, it's... Like, I was over encumbered in 3 different ways in Starfield within an hour of playing. So I'm punished for playing it the way I normally play a Bethesda game. Exploration is just not there. First planet I got to, I explored that first planet completely. I got 100% survey on it. I'm just exploring the procedurally generated stuff, and I was over encumbered before I got to the end of it. And that was one planet of over 1,000. So, okay, exploration is clearly not how I'm supposed to be playing this game. It's clearly not a viable option, and I'm clearly going to get fucking shafted for trying to do it. So I stopped collecting shit. But now that I'm not collecting shit, I don't have any credits. And now that I don't have any credits, I can't buy new cool shit. It's just, the game's fucked when it comes to its economy and how, and I don't know how to play Starfield. I don't. I'm punished for collecting shit all the fucking time. I'm punished for trying to sell shit to collect money. Because, okay, they want me to collect the contraband and sell the contraband. That's how you're supposed to get the money. Not collecting a ton of shit, just collecting certain shit. So collecting the contraband. Oh, well, now I can't go certain places because I have contraband on my ship. So I have to go to this one specific place to sell it. But the specific vendor only has $11,000 that he can sell. So selling 2 pieces of contraband makes the vendor broke. So now I have to go sit on a bench or lay in a bed for 48 in-game hours to wait for the vendor to reset so I can sell it again. And I'm usually getting 6 or 7 pieces of contraband per run, so I'm having to do this multiple times. And when you wait in Starfield, you literally have to sit there and watch your character wait as that timer ticks down 48 fucking hours. It takes like 6 minutes. It takes a few minutes. And when you're doing that every couple minutes, it's just punishing me for trying to sell shit, punishing me for collecting shit, and punishing me for not having credits to do shit. Can't repair my ship, can't upgrade my ship, can't do shit with my ship, don't have any fucking money, can't buy better guns, can't buy better gear, don't have any fucking money, need to make a money run. Money runs take forever because I have to wait on this bench for 48 hours every time I sell 2 things. It's... Can't loot shit. Because then you're in 2 problems now. I can't loot shit in Starfield because I'm over encumbered all the fucking time. And does me no good.
Starfield, the way to make money is to get a job.
And there's no sense in looting shit to and there's no sense in looting shit to sell it, because then you're in the same problem you had before with contraband, where the vendor runs out of money and you're stuck just waiting 48 hours for the vendors to reset. It's aggravating. And yeah, sure, do quest. I tried doing that. And a lot of the quests are boring, and they don't reward that much. So you're just stuck doing procedurally generated fetch quest after fetch quest to make money. It's just, its economy system's fucked. And it's not fun.
I mean, I agree. Like, it isn't fun because they want you to spend all this money on your ship and all this. They want you to have constant money, but then they don't fucking, like, give you any fucking money. Or any way to earn, like, money besides just doing, like, the main fucking story quest.
Yeah, no, there's nothing. Yeah, there's literally nothing.
I'm not entirely against that idea.
It's very confusing for a game.
But you have to make it so that everything's fucking cheap then, so you ain't got to collect a
like
million
that's
fucking...
what I mean. But its economy is fucked. The prices for everything are fucked. The amount of the rewards you make are fucked. Everything is expensive, and you get paid shit for doing jobs. So it just feels like you never make any headway. Like, its economy is fucked. They need to rework it all. They need to rework the amount of rewards you get. They need to lower the amount of prices things cost. So that you can actually play the game at a steady pace and do shit to make money and buy things.
Just increase the carry weight, lower
And
the
it's
prices.
it's just so... It's so strange from a design standpoint to a game that even if you're going by the story, the literal point of the story is to explore the galaxy. To then punish you for exploring.
Yeah, no.
It's so fucking weird. Who thought of this? Like, I hate it. So, yeah, I'm just going to wait because I have a feeling there'll be updates that lower prices or increase carry weight or something so that you can actually...
They'll probably just launch it in the DLC.
Yep, probably.
That's what Bethesda does.
So, I'm less mad at it than I probably should be simply because... I didn't pay for it. I think it being on Game Pass kind of saves it a little bit. Kind of makes people a little more forgiving, which is good because that's what this game needs. It needs people to be a little more forgiving so that when they do finally fix it, like they did with Fallout 76, people would be more willing to come back to it. Problem with Fallout 76, why people aren't willing to come back to it, and why it's not getting the same leeway that Starfield got, Fallout 76 didn't launch on Game Pass. If you wanted to play it at launch, you had to buy it. It came to Game Pass later. I think Fallout 76 existed during the Microsoft buyout of Bethesda, so they hadn't quite added all of Bethesda's games to Game Pass yet. I think if Fallout 76 would have launched on Game Pass, it was this free thing you could check in on whenever you wanted, and you could check in on it and say it ain't ready yet, like again with Starfield, and then go play other shit. People would be more willing to come back to it. But the fact that people feel like they got burned because they spent money on it really hurt it.
Yep.
Because I spent money on it and I'm not even playing the version I bought. I'm playing the Game Pass version. Like, I haven't even gone back to the version I bought just because it's on Game Pass and now I can play with my friends who don't have a PC. So my wife's going to play on Xbox, so I started playing on Xbox. I bought it on Steam when it launched. Because you had to buy it to play it. I remember it.
Wasn't on the Bethesda launcher? What?
That might have been where I bought it, actually. But Bethesda launcher doesn't exist anymore. So you just get it on Steam now. I think they gave you Steam versions of it. Or maybe Microsoft Store versions of it. I can't remember. I remember buying it somewhere. I could have sworn it was Steam, but...
Dude, I'm so glad that Battle.net isn't going to exist anymore.
It's a shame what they've done to Battle.net.
I mean, currently it's just fucking their version of Steam.
Yeah, they could have done so much more with it, and it should have been so much more than what it is. Considering that Battle.net is the father of online gaming. Like, if it weren't for Battle.net, there would be no Steam. There would be no Xbox Live. At least not in the form that we know them in. Battle.net was the world's first, like, live game multiplayer service. It was the birth of online gaming. It's the OG. And just done nothing. It hasn't evolved any since. It's been the exact same for 30 years. 20 years or whatever, however long it's been. Yeah, it's been 20 years. They launched it with Diablo 2. 2000, back in 2000.
Probably not even the same fucking thing anymore. Probably like...
No, it is exactly the same. You can literally log in with your old... You can fire up Diablo 2, Diablo 2, log in from that old launcher, if you still have the old launcher, the launcher that comes packed in with the game, and you can still connect to those old servers. And they function exactly the same. Like, even old school games that haven't changed in 20 years can still log into these servers and function the same. Like, it still has those old servers active. It has not changed at all. And the proof that it hasn't changed at all is Diablo 2. The original Diablo 2 still logs into those old servers. And the new Diablo 2 can also still log into those old servers. And can still work with the original. Like, if you have a mod for the original Diablo 2, that mod will work with Resurrected. Resurrected is literally just an altered version of the original Diablo 2. Like, all the original code for that original game is still in there. It's kind of cool from a nostalgia standpoint, but it also shows how little the service has changed in 20 years. Like, the only thing you can't do is use multiplayer mods for Diablo 2. In Diablo 2 Resurrected. The only mods that work are the single player mods.
No way.
Which a lot of the mods are kind of pointless in Resurrected, because a lot of the mods for the original Diablo 2 are quality of life mods that Resurrected kind of does on its own. Like the most famous mod, like the most downloaded mod for Diablo 2 is the inventory mod that allows you to have multiple stashes, have multiple stash tabs and add stash space. And that's something Resurrected just does on its own. And it even shares those stash spaces between characters, so that mod is completely unneeded in Resurrected compared to original Diablo 2. Damn it. Hate these old bots. Bounce all over the place and they break my VAT system.
Be right back. Gotta take a piss.
Alright. Never felt better since I started using the bike. Nowhere trained people. Feel the healthiest I've ever been. Safe in here? Cool. Letter of resignation. Got a job at Vault-Tec. Oh, okay, so he quit to go work at Vault-Tec.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. There you go. Back to the medical center.
Hey, ain't it about time for you to go to work?
Got another half an hour. Or I gotta get off and start getting ready.
What time is your fucking thing open? Like 9 to fucking, like, 10 or something?
Yeah, I open at 7. I gotta be at work at 7. Except for Wednesdays. Wednesdays I gotta be at work at 6. I get there an hour before they open to start setting up day of the fucking week. And I'm usually there for, 14 or so hours. Wednesdays suck. And I have a feeling this week in particular is gonna suck even harder than most. The closer we get to Thanksgiving, the worse it's gonna be. Halloween sale ending this week. We'll be starting the Thanksgiving sale. So I'll be spending Wednesday swapping over from one holiday sale to the next. And then when Thanksgiving's over, it'll be Christmas. So it'll just be week after week of me swapping sales. This is the busiest time of the year for my job in particular. It's constant. Fucking ass loads of work. So it's gonna suck, but whatever. Maybe I'll get some overtime. Because the closer we get to Christmas, the more money I need. I need all I can get right now. I gotta buy Christmas gifts and shit. Kids, so they don't have a shitty Christmas. I can't let my kids know I'm poor. I can tell you as a kid, I know what that feels like, and it sucks. Am I poor? Absolutely. But I will eat ramen. I will eat ramen or go without. I will eat one meal a day, and that one meal will be ramen. Oh, this is Fallout 76. I will eat one meal a day, and that one meal will be ramen if it means I can give my kids a good Christmas so they don't have to know that we're poor. We are poor. I'm just trying to hide that fact from my children. I don't want them to ever feel poor like I had to. Cause myself to suffer if I can hide. If what I'm doing helps hide the fact that we're poor from my children. We're not even that poor. We're just...
I mean, I don't think you're poor. I think you're in constant saving.
Yeah, I mean, we're in this. It's not.
You're not poor, Death. You're just in debt.
I'm not in debt either, though. Like, I don't consider myself poor. Like, we're not paycheck to paycheck. Like, that's what most people think when they think poor. Like, barely scraping by. Like, we're not barely scraping by. We've got some savings. The problem is that savings, we save up all year, and we are able to save. But then at the end of the year, or if something comes up, the savings is gone. Like, we're not able to save a lot. So we never really have savings. Like, I have a good amount of savings. I have a decent amount. And then Christmas time rolls around. And all that savings gets spent giving the kids, a decent Christmas. Buying Christmas gifts. Or something happens like what happened to my Jeep. And a good portion of the savings is gone. Getting my Jeep out of the shop and fixing the Jeep. Even though the insurance paid for a chunk of it, insurance never pays for it. Despite the fact that they call it full coverage. No, they don't pay for everything. Some of it still has to come out of my fucking pocket. So when stuff like that comes up, repairs are needed to stuff, things like that, then that savings goes away, and I'm back at square one. And then I save for a little bit longer, because I'm not paycheck to paycheck. There's usually some money left over every month. So that's kind of the difference between being poor and being, you know...
Wait, did you just tell me that full coverage doesn't mean they fix your... What?
So, no, they don't fully cover the vehicle. Or they're supposed to,
And that's false advertising.
Nope, and I'll tell you how it's not, as I learned the hard way. So, full coverage will fully repair your vehicle if your vehicle is not totaled. So that's how it works. It's not false advertisement. They will fully repair the vehicle 100% if it is not totaled. But if it's over a certain percentage of damage to the vehicle's value, they consider it totaled. So I bought my Jeep 6 years ago for $45,000. I have fully paid that Jeep off in 5 years, and the last year I've had it, it has been mine. No car payment, 100% mine, but I kept the full coverage even though I don't have to. When you're making payments on a car, you have to have full coverage. But once I stopped making payments on it, I could have not had full coverage, but I kept paying for it anyway. So it had full coverage. When the Jeep got hit, the total damage done to that Jeep was $2,600. They totaled the Jeep for $2,600 worth of damage. Because $2,600 worth of damage, they said, was 60% of the vehicle's total value, which puts it over the halfway mark and makes it too expensive to repair and cheaper to just replace, to pay me out and have me put a down payment on another new car. It's all a way to get you to buy more cars. It's part of the car selling market. Because they went with the value of my Jeep, and cars' values declined so fucking rapidly that you can never own a car. It's designed so that you can never own a car. After the 5-year mark, which is how long a car's lease is, the value of that car nosedives. So I went from a car worth $45,000 the day I bought it to a car worth $5,000 the day it was hit. And they didn't even look at my vehicle. They looked at the year it was made and, you know, the model of the car. And that's it. That's how they determine the value. They didn't look at the mileage. They didn't look at any of the upkeep I put on it. They didn't look at what condition it was in. Nothing. I could have never changed the oil in that car, and it could have been a piece of shit, and it would have been worth $5,000. Or I could have got it tuned up every year, kept it under 50,000 miles, and barely drove it, and it would still be worth $5,000. It doesn't fucking matter.
Sounds like a scam.
Yeah. Yep. And that's exactly how this system is set to operate. The government very much protects this system, and I don't know how we got to this point, but it's very much designed so that you have to buy a new car every 5 years. Yes, you can pay off your car, but then the nosedive, because all they do is put in the make and model of your car and the year it was made into Kelley Blue Book. Kelley Blue Book gives them a value, and they go with that. And that value drops drastically after 5 years. Why? Because 5 years is when your lease is up and you'll own a car. What do they want you to do? They want you to either trade that car in and buy another car, or total it, take the payout from the insurance, which is going to be $5,000. Actually, they'll give you double the car's value if you let them total it. Which does feel like a scam to me. That's the argument I got in with them. They just wanted me to total the car. Because I was like, no, I own it. I want to keep it. And they're like, well, if you keep it, we can only give you the value of the car, which is $5,000. If you total it and let us take it, we'll give you double the value. We'll give you $10,000. Why? Because you're supposed to use that $10,000 as a down payment on another $50,000 vehicle and get another car payment for 5 years. And thus the cycle continues. Why does it work like that? Because these companies work very closely with car dealerships, and by law, a car dealership is the only place you can buy a new car. They have no competition. It's just, which dealership do I want to buy from? You cannot buy a new car directly from the manufacturer. You cannot go to the GMC store and buy a truck. You have to go to a dealership. You have to buy from the middleman.
That shit's just stupid.
Yep, you have to buy from the middleman. They have a monopoly market on new cars. Those dealerships have a monopoly market on new cars. The only reason it's not legally considered a monopoly is because you have more than one dealership to choose from. But you still have to buy from a dealership. It's all a scam to keep you buying new cars. It's how those markets stay alive. And it's bullshit. So after 5 years, I'm never getting full coverage again. So I ended up keeping my Jeep. I took the $5,000 payout, and I used that to fix the Jeep, the $2,600 it took to fix the Jeep, and then the rest of it will be used to pay the premium on a new insurance company, because I canceled my insurance policy with them after this. I got so mad I just canceled it on the spot. So that entire bit of money's gone. So I'm not able to, I didn't get a new car. I didn't get a replacement car. I barely got the one I got fixed with the money. So it's full coverage, but not really. Legally, it's full coverage because the court's going to say, well, they're supposed to cover the value of the vehicle. What's the vehicle valued at? The problem is there's no standard to how a vehicle is valued. It's not like a house. Do you know how you value a house?
Size of the property and
no, you have to get someone to come by and appraise the house. There's a lot of factors that go into it, but the point is someone has to determine the value of your home on an individual basis. They don't just go, your home was built in 1980 and it's got 5 bedrooms, so it's worth this. No, each individual house is given a value based on the condition, location, blah, blah, blah. Like all this stuff is taken into account. Somebody looks at your house and gives it a value. No one looks at your car and gives it a value. It is valued on the most generic, arbitrary scale fucking possible, and that's why the system is broken. Because again, my car was one of those cars where I have given it yearly tune-ups. I was raised by a mechanic. I know the importance of maintaining my vehicle. I give it yearly tune-ups. It always has fresh brake pads. It always has a fresh oil change. It always has fresh belts, fresh spark plugs, fresh everything. And I kept the mileage low. Even when I went to the other end of the company of the country to live with Myth, I didn't drive the car. I had it shipped. I don't put a lot of miles on my car, so it had low mileage. I took absolute best care of that Jeep. It still looks brand new, to the point where the guy at the body shop, when he saw the car and saw what year it was, he couldn't believe it was that year model car. He thought it was newer. But absolutely none of that mattered when they looked at the value of my Jeep. It got given the same value as some asshole who would buy his Jeep and then never have it serviced ever.
Damn.
Yep. And that's why it's bullshit. Which is why I'm never getting full coverage again. Just fuck it. Because they barely gave me enough money to fix the Jeep. Like, after I ended up paying out of pocket. So they give me $5,000 for the Jeep. They give me the Kelley Blue Boy value of the Jeep, which should be enough to pay for the repairs, right? The repairs are only $2,600. However, as part of the deal, they also give me a car rental worth $30 a day for a week. Now, I don't know if you've ever rented a car, but if you have, you know that there are absolutely no cars you can rent for $30 a day. They're all more. The insurance will pay for $30 a day of your rental for 1 week, but not the full price of the rental. So I had to pay for the rental car. For that first week, I only had to pay like $10 a day, because it was $40 a day to rent the car I rented. And I would have only, plus gas, because you have to pay for the gas in that, you have to pay for the gas in that rental car. You have to pay for the insurance on the rental car and any miles you put on it. If you've ever rented a car, that's how that works. So it's $10 a day to rent the car. Well, $40 a day, but the insurance paid $30. So I was paying $10 a day out of pocket to rent the car. When I turn the car in, I have to pay for whatever mileage I put on it, and I have to and I have to make sure it's full of gas when I turn it in. So I have to, put gas in it even if I'm not going to use it. After a week, which it took about 3 weeks, almost a month to get my Jeep fixed, because first I had to argue with the insurance company. about the value of the Jeep and about whether or not I was going to let them total it. I actually had to get them to send someone down to that body shop to look at it in person and appraise its value in person, to which that person still only valued it at $5,000 and wanted to total it, despite me being there with them and arguing with them. That's when I learned that's just how this works. They've already made up their mind. So they covered that rental for a week. After that week, the next 3 weeks it took me, because I had to then tow the Jeep out of my own pocket again. Because I chose to keep my Jeep, I then had to tow it to another body shop to have it fixed, because they refused to fix it at the insurance body shop since I didn't total it. That body shop will only work on cars that the insurance company owns, and since I'm keeping the car, they won't work on it. And the car's not drivable, so now I have to tow it to another body shop, which costs about $100. And that other body shop had to wait to get a part in. So I had to pay for the part. I had to pay for, to get it fixed. So the $2,600 plus the cost of the parts. And it took about 2 weeks for the part to come in. So, and that whole time, took about 2 weeks for the part to come in and then about a week for them to fix it. So for that next 3 weeks, I'm paying for this rental out of pocket at a price of $45 a day. $40 for the rental and $5 for the rental insurance. So you can do the math. All the extra money I was supposed to have from not totaling it out and from taking my payout to get it fixed did not outweigh the amount it would have taken.
You could have just Ubered.
Ubering would have been, I thought about that. Ubering would have been more expensive. I did Uber for 1 day, and the total price of Ubering everywhere I needed to go in that day to take the kids where they needed to go, to get the wife where she needed to go where I needed to go, the number of Ubers we'd have to take ended up being close to $100 a day. So it's still cheaper to get the rental. Yeah, I don't think I didn't already think of and try to weigh all this shit out, because I did. So it ended up being the cheapest way possible. It was $45 a day for 3 weeks. So, you do the math on that. That's 7 times 3 for 3 weeks, and then that number times 45. Plus the price of gas to fill the tank up, so another $60 to fill the tank up before I bring it in, if the tank was at empty, which probably close to was. I still had to put gas in it the whole time I'm driving it too, so that gets added. And then the cost of the miles I put on it, which ended up being another fee of like $75. Just all that. Yeah. All that stuff starts adding up. So that $2,600 out of the payout to fix the Jeep, and then the leftover, what was it? The leftover like $1,600, $1,700 ended up good. Almost all of that ended up getting used to pay for the rental and to pay for all the other bullshit to the point, and to pay for the parts needed for the repairs. So it ended up costing me money despite having full coverage. It didn't cost me a lot, but that money all went down the fucking tube. I had to keep none of it. All that just to keep my car and not have a car payment again. And I still had to pay to get new insurance because I canceled that insurance. So I'm not poor, but when shit comes up, I go broke. I'm not living paycheck to paycheck. I got some left over after every paycheck, but I'm never able to save money. And it's hard to get the kids what they want and to do the things that they need without going broke. So that's what makes me feel poor. I could easily have money left over and not be poor if I let my kids feel poor. And by that, I mean I cancel all the kids' extracurriculars and I only get them one gift for Christmas instead of the gifts I think they deserve to give them a good Christmas. Then I could put money in the bank every month. But the kids would feel poor because all their friends are going to go do extracurricular activities after school and they don't get to. The shit I had to go through as a kid. I didn't get to go do all that cool shit. I didn't get to go to summer camp. I didn't get to go, do extracurricular activities after school. I didn't get to join, I didn't get to join any teams, do any martial arts. I didn't get to do all that stuff that my friends were doing because we didn't have the money.
At least you would probably give them a better situation for it.
Yeah, definitely. But they would still feel it and it would still suck.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying it wouldn't suck, and I'm not saying you're not justified. I'm just saying, you probably wouldn't do it like your parents did, where it was like it was never gonna ever happen.
Yeah, not to mention the house we lived in felt like a poor person's house because it was, 2 trailers and a storage building, which felt normal as a kid when you've never been to another house. But once we got to school and we started inviting friends over to our house, and they get to our house and go, what the fuck is this? And they start giving your house that look, you realize, oh, I'm the kid that lives in the, oh shit. I live in the weird poor people house. Like, my house should be on a TLC show. Oh no. Oh no. That's not a great feeling. It makes for a fun story when you're an adult, but when you're a kid actually living it, it sucks. I lost girlfriends over that when I got to high school, man.
Lost girlfriends over the age?
Yes. I brought my first girlfriend home, and I get it. I get why my little brother did what he did, but I wouldn't do it because it would have made it even worse. It would have been just too hard for me to maintain. So I just owned it. Like, we took 2 separate approaches to it. Because I lost a girlfriend because I never talked about my house, and I didn't pretend like I didn't live in a fancy home. But I didn't bring attention to the fact that the house I do live in is weird. I just made it seem like I lived in a normal person home, and I'm just another normal person. So I'm dating this girl. She's never been to my house. She's never heard about my house. She's never seen my house. And when she finally gets to come over to my house for the first time ever, yep, I'm living in the weird person home. And she realized, oh, fuck me, I'm dating I'm dating fucking trailer trash. She wanted no parts of my family or that situation, and she noped out. My little brother saw that because he's a few years younger than me. So when he got to high school, because our ages overlapped for 1 year in high school. He was a freshman when I was a senior. So when he got to high school, after seeing what happened to me, he got his first job, and he spent his entire paycheck for multiple paychecks. Every 2 weeks, every paycheck he got, that entire paycheck went to buying expensive clothing and shit to make him not look poor. And then when he got to school, he would try to hang out with richer kids, and he would try to pretend like he wasn't poor. And he never invited anybody back to the house. He never brought anybody back home. He always went to their house. Like, his house was he always had an excuse to not bring them there. When he got to school, I'd start bringing him to school. When we got to school, he was late for class every day until he got in trouble and they called mom and dad, and then he found another way around it. He would lay his seat down in the car, all the way down so you couldn't see him in the car. And when I get to school, I'd park the car in the parking lot, and I drove a piece of shit car, and he'd lay down in that seat and hide until the parking lot was empty, making him late for school before he got out and went in. Until finally he was late so many days, they contacted our parents. They told him he couldn't do that anymore. So what was his answer then? His answer then was to get me to stop at the gas station every morning so he could go to the bathroom, so he could do whatever. He kept making excuses to stop at the gas station until I figured out what he was doing. He is stopping at the gas station so he can walk to school and not be seen in my car. He fought tooth and nail to keep this lie up. And it seemed like a lot of work to keep this lie up. Just to have everyone figure it out anyway. Because they're going to figure it out. Someone's going to tell. Like, you can't hide it forever. Especially when your brother and your cousin both go to your school. And we're not going to keep your lie up for you. I, on the other hand, just embraced it. I started making H jokes. I started making jokes about, trailer park jokes about my house and the condition it was in. Yeah, I just made it into a real life episode of My Name is Earl, and I just embraced it and made fun of it. And that worked for the most part. I did lose that first girlfriend, but I didn't lose any after that. Most of them, in fact, there were some girls who ended up dating me in high school just to get to go to my house and see what it looked like. It became this infamous thing that people now wanted to see because of my jokes and the way I embraced it. And my little brother hated it.
Bet he did.
Eventually, my dad bought a real home. Was able to, buy a real house. That wasn't a total piece of shit. That wasn't this cobbled together mess of trailers that he had, made himself. Eventually, he was able to buy a proper, double wide trailer. So it's the same size as 2 trailers. It just looks like a normal home and isn't connected with a storage building. Yeah, he was able to eventually get out of that situation. But it took him a while because we were poor. And I was out of high school by that time. And I think by my little brother's senior year, we had the house that he lives in now, the normal double wide that he lives in that looks like a regular home. And now they all try to pretend like the error of the H didn't happen, and it's this thing that no one ever talks about in my house. But it very much happened, and it's very real. And my dad hates
evidence of the H.
Yeah, they all hate that I bring it up because they tried their best to dispose of the evidence, but it was too late because the last, I think, 2 years the H existed before my dad tore it down and replaced it with a regular home were the first 2 years that Google Earth started taking pictures. So there is photo evidence of the H existing. It's very low quality and it's in black and white because it is the beginning of, Google Earth's existence. But they're there. They exist. You type in my dad's address into Google Earth, and you can hit the slider at the top to go down by the years and roll that slider all the way back to, I think the year was 96 when they started doing it, to 96 or 97. And you can see it. It's there. It's a low-res black and white satellite image, but the H is clearly visible. It exists. It exists. It's real. I didn't make it up. I got my proof. I can bring receipts if I need to. I didn't make it up. They aren't gonna make me look crazy in their effort to hide it. It's real. I have the proof.
Bro, your dad is trying to hide it too?
Yeah, all of them. All of them just pretend it never happened. Like it's this thing that's never talked, and not just my dad, like my entire family. Because we were the only members in our family who lived in that situation. We were obviously the poor people of the family who didn't do well. My dad was that, sibling who didn't do well. My grandma had 9 kids, and my dad was obviously the poorest of the bunch.
Holy fucking shit! 9 kids?
Yeah, 9 kids. 8 boys, 1 girl. Yeah, my family's huge. Christmas, our immediate family Christmas dinner every year looked like most families' family reunion dinner. There was like 50 people. Every Christmas dinner was like 50 people or so. All right, so Grandma had 9 kids, and each one of those kids had at least 4 of their own. You can start doing the math. So 9 times 4, and you got my aunts and uncles and my cousins. And then it reached a point where all my cousins started having kids, and each one of them had at least 2 of their own, myself included. So do the math on that. So you got 9 times 4 times 2 plus Grandma and Grandpa. It adds up pretty quick. That's not counting the
fucking family.
That's not counting the people who married in.
God fucking damn.
That's not counting the people who married in. And a number of my aunts and uncles have family that married in with kids of their own. So there's step cousins and step siblings. So there's even more.
Jesus Christ.
And that's just one side of my family. That's just my dad's side. So if you want to look at my entire family, start adding up my mom's side, like how big my actual family is and why I had to move out of that small town. It was pretty much date a black chick or roll the dice as to whether or not this chick I met is related to me. I lived in a small town. Because mom's side of the family had 6 kids. And each one of those had at least 2. So, that's the other side of the family. Yeah. Big family.
Yeah.
So, but none of them talk about the H. Like, it's this thing that no one talks about. Like, yeah, my dad struggled, where the rest of my aunts and uncles lived normal lives. Some of them did better than others. I got like one uncle who's small town rich, is what we'll call him. He has a small business he owns, and that business allows him a big 3-story house with on the golf course at the country club in our small town, which is the most expensive place to live. with his, you know, backyard view of the country club and the golf course. He can see people playing golf as they go by. Yeah, it's just, he's the most successful of the bunch. Oh shit! There's my alarm to start getting ready for work. All right. So some of us did better than others, but my dad clearly did the worst. And now that he's in a normal house and he's got a normal budget and he's at least on par with my other aunts and uncles, no one talks about that time period. They don't deny its existence, it's just never brought up. It's this thing that's never brought up in conversation. But I'm the one who will openly, why they hate me. Because I'm not ashamed of it and I don't pretend like it didn't happen. I can say it sucked to grow up in, but now that it's over, I don't wish that on my kids, but I also don't pretend like it didn't happen. It's very important to remember that part of my life and to learn from it. I think it's important for all of them to do the same, but they never will, so who cares? Anyway, I gotta go. I gotta go to work.
Yeah, see you later, man.
Yeah. There you go. A little history of Death Witch there. I'm going to work.
Yeah,
all right.
Death Witch history lesson.
Woo, the
lore,
the deep lore. All right, I'm out. Later, man.
Later.
I want to thank all the rest of you wonderful witches for watching. As you heard, I got to get to work, so the exit's going to be a little swift tonight. So thank you all for watching. I'm going to go to work, and I will see you witches later tonight for Minecraft Monday. Maybe we'll do some Fallout. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know if we'll do Minecraft all night. But the point is, you can follow the Twitter. Socials are above my head here. Unless you're on a mobile platform, check down below. Twitter will let you know when I go live. Discord's where the community's at. Get in on that. For now, I got to go to work, so thank you for watching, and I will see you witches later today. Have a good one, everybody.